What is everybody? Welcome back to the Transparency. Boy, Detective John's going to be back on the stand. All right. We're waiting for, things to get popping. East Idaho News.
Testing microphone 6, microphone 6. Testing microphone 6.
Test. We'll go with them. Early bird gets the worm. All right, guys. Happy Thursday. Detective John's going to be back on the stand. That fucking happy gem. Best detective ever. Got my frame shirt on for Henry Tennant today. Framed.
Testing microphone 7, microphone 7. Testing. For those on the IT, we need to discontinue the testing. We're ready to go to court.
Thank you.
Please mute all media feeds. Thank you.
Thank you, Bailiff Ito. Okay. Yuri, I got my frame shirt on. Henry Tennant framed. I'm exhausted. Yeah. Last night we did a 4-hour live last night on the Idaho 4 case. So if you're an Idaho 4 follower, you need to go check it out. I did an hour pregame and then 4 hours with Teresa last night. Tonight after court here today, I'm gonna go do just Lana time. Everyone is framed. Everyone is framed. Tomorrow I'm gonna wear Jax's jersey, just so I can feel so close to Boston with my Yuri over there. Again, good morning, everybody. It is trial day 4, and so I watched 9 minutes of an interview that Brian Eaton did with a woman that's at Connie Chung, we'll just call her, with a woman that's at the courthouse. Her wallet was stolen. Like when I get there, if she's there, I'm gonna give her a big old hug, give her $100 bill and say, lunch is on us. Get yourself some pops afterwards. I'll invite her out for happy hour. But true story, lady that's reporting in the courtroom, her wallet was stolen. I'm like, how does did they say her purse or was her wallet? Maybe her purse was stolen, so then therefore her wallet was stolen. So she's on assignment and she has no money. It was stolen from the courthouse though. I'm like, shouldn't that be equipped with the best cameras ever? So anyways, this woman that's reporting, I just like to listen to what people are saying, and no one's saying anything. And when they are, they're just like it's no one's saying how we haven't seen, there is zero evidence that. So the one woman did say, she's like, showing that they know each other isn't proving that there was solicitation. And so you're gonna have to prove that there was solicitation. And right now she said that the state hasn't provided any DNA at the scene of, Shanna Gardner or Mario or any proof right now that there's been any solicitation. They're trying to link a 10mm gun, but it was just, you could tell it was very timid reporting. But at least I will give her credit that she has come out and said that if the trial was to end right now, there would be a not guilty verdict. I mean, she's basically saying there's no proof. So, but you can go check out, it's like a 9-minute interview that this channel did with that woman reporter. So yeah. Let's see. I'm curious to know if Shanna Gardner's team is considering, based on how this goes, and let's just hypothetically say that Mario gets acquitted, does that change your approach to this trial based on Mario being acquitted? You know, would that change the way that you approach the case? Hanky Panky, good morning. We don't even have circumstantial evidence. We got no evidence. I'm curious to see what they have on these wiretappings, you know. But, oh, she was basically saying also in her like when she was reporting, she's saying that the defense is offering an explanation for everything that the state is saying. Like there's like these reasonable explanations for this. And I loved it. I was like, yeah, I hear that big word reasonable. There's not just an explanation. It's a reasonable explanation. Like these aren't like some far-fetched explanations. You know, it's the first of the month. It's the end of the month. He's no longer going to be a tenant, you know, because Brian Eaton is over there saying, well, he was over there 20 times and, you know, for the poll camera just in 1 month. And it's like, yeah, well, they're showing that they're all legitimate, you know, reasons to be there. He's not an absentee landlord. So, I mean, to stress it to the jury, that I think the other thing is that this jury should be like wondering, why aren't you trying to track down this 10 millimeter? I don't care if you think that it's like, okay, we know it's this dude owns one. It's got, you know, well, great. Well, you should still be like tracking down this gun. Like, come on. Like, what are you guys doing here? And so I think that once the jury hears, because we haven't even gotten to it yet, once the jury hears that when they found Henry Tennant's truck, that they made no efforts to try to find that gun on that property, I think that's going to like, that would tell me like, you know, what's going on here. It's almost like you're telling me that by the police work that you did or did not do, that you already have the gun. So this wouldn't be the behavior, like the actions of people that are truly trying to look for a 10 millimeter gun. So, and there's actually, it's not Brian Eaton. There's Eaton. It's just crazy. It's Eaton. And so he's different than Brian Eaton. But none of these big reporters, people, nobody's here for this trial. And that's something that's really disturbing for me. Because here they were, wanting to blast everything out there that this was a crazy divorce, okay? A crazy divorce. Shanna Gardner's fucking nuts, okay? She's a narcissist. She's all these things. And I'm just like, I read the pages. I read them back in 2023. I'm like, are you people high? So I started now flooding. I'm going to all these channels that are like big MSM channels and writing like, how are you not reporting and correcting for the record all the things that you said in 2023 about the people in this case? Because you said it all with no evidence, or the evidence that you claimed that you had and how you're taking the case. Well, in the courtroom where there's actually evidence being presented in front of a jury, you guys look like idiots. Fools. There was no divorce trial. How can you say that this was a contentious divorce and there's no fucking trial? This was a sealed deal in 4 months. They got divorced in 4 months. 4 months. And they didn't even bring up the fact that Jared left. That Jared left. Jared left for a whole year. And then it was when Gardner was like, well, okay, if you're not going to be here, like, we need to like switch this stuff on paper. Like, why is it even saying 50-50? Maybe they're going to bring that up on redirect to think that that's going to help them somehow. But let's go talk about the train wreck of the 3 witnesses that they called to break up Detective Johns' just complete ass beating. They impeached their own witness. They were attempting to impeach their own witness. Then they bring up on the stand a woman who brought who had a sexual fling with Mario. I mean, Mario's got to be feeling pretty confident, but if I'm his attorneys, I'm telling him to still be like this little jockey, you know, this little meek boy, man, you know, just continue to sit there and be railroaded, be totally like, you know, but I'm just so happy that you guys are all back here to see the jockey riding some people. I mean, tell me I'm not getting a jockey shirt with Mario on it. Give him lucky number 13 riding that horse. Okay. I might even get like however many shirts there are for the days of trial and have like 1, 2, 3, and he's riding all the horses. And then we just need the finish line. But if this man does not look like a jockey, I don't know, you know, come on, tell me you don't want to ride Maria Biggerstaff to the finish line. I mean, to literally, God, to have been in that courtroom yesterday when the jury hears that John Biggerstaff is a swinger and that Mario and him could have partook in some sexual activity while John Biggerstaff is recording him having sex with his wife. Okay. And the jury has to be so confused because they're over here like, they think that Mario had a language barrier. They hear him the other day and he has no language barrier. Then John Biggerstaff has a son named Juan. Okay. And they're probably like, oh, well, maybe there's a language barrier there. Wait, there's no language barriers anywhere. But to me, this jury is so in the dark. Like they have no clue what's going on. They got to be asking themselves, okay, I know maybe they'd even watched a trial before. Maybe they'd even been a part of a trial before. I know a couple of people were at jury selection saying that they've sat on jury before. For that testimony yesterday to be about DNA the way that it was, we didn't even know what items were tested positive for Henry Tennant's DNA on it. You guys know that, right? Like, usually you go, that's why that guy was so confused on the stand. He's like, are we like basically going to go through these items one by one? Like whatever. I mean, I get it. We're not going to go through everything that I tested, right? But I think that they should have made more of a point to say like all the things that were swabbed. They swabbed that truck of Henry Tennant's. I have the documentation right here. They made more swabs on that truck and tested more things than they did in the Brian Kohlberger case for the Elantra. They were trying to put Mario in the truck.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Are both sides ready to proceed?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Ready to bring in the jury? Okay.
Good morning again. Sherry D. Sherry D, are
He's
you
checking them
here?
in.
I love her promptness. Sherry D cares so much about Henry Tennant. Now listen, we have a job to do, guys. Henry Tennant did not commit murder. Okay. This channel is going to try to help in any way possible Henry Tennant's family. When I say the family, like, I get it that you're having a public defender, but they need support. That's help. Okay. Henry Tennant, I'm telling you, he is not the shooter. If Henry Tennant was a shooter, he would have missed all 4 times. We can't do like a GoFundMe, but what we can do is we can try to do a give, send, go, but I care about experts. Henry Tennant.
Your appearances, Judge.
Yes, please.
Henry Tennant needs experts. Okay. And so we're just going to reach out and see how we can go about it in that. Like, if Henry Tennant has a team of experts that like Karen Reed have, like he needs a playing field like that. Okay. Because all this evidence that's just been stipulated to in this trial, it's not going to be stipulated to in his. They need to prove all of the stuff that they have. They need to prove chain of custody with all of that stuff. All right. They need to do a lot of things with the evidence that's just being basically stipulated to in this trial, because none of it points to Shanna Gardner and none of it points to Mario Saldana. And we're talking about DNA. We're talking about cell phones. And I already know that because I've been watching Henry's docket like a mofo. Okay. I think he has a pretty good public defender, Julie, but I'm telling you, she's overworked. She has so many cases. And so we're going to
Chris, yes.
help.
Mr. Detective John's testimony to allow other witnesses to testify with scheduling issues. And so Mr. Dreiser is going to continue his cross-examination. However, before he does, and before I ask Detective Johns to come back in, would you all answer out loud? Did everyone follow the communication rules?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's call Detective Johns forward, please. Good morning, Detective. If you could walk all the way forward again. Since we have gone over a night's recess, I'm going to ask that you retake the oath.
Detective, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I think it's interesting that he got out of law enforcement. He's back into financial banking. This guy would never manage my money. He wouldn't even manage my fucking
Make yourself comfortable.
bathroom closet.
You may proceed.
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
Nice to see you again.
As well.
All right, because there was a little bit of a gap, I'm going to bring us to February 15th of 2022. That's the day before the homicide of Jared Brightigan.
Okay.
All right. Detective, we talked yesterday about certain dates that you believed had an evidentiary value that you provided to Agent Blythe. Do you recall that?
Yes.
January 5th, January 25th, January 29th, and then another one of those dates. In fact, the next date was February 15th, 2022, right? Okay. Without going into all the specifics, you are familiar with these slides. We've talked about them before, and you worked with the FBI to create these slides, correct?
Yes.
All right. So on this particular day, what you do know is that Mr. Fernandez went in the morning over to the Potomac address, correct?
Correct.
And he stayed there for 20 or 30 minutes and he left, correct?
Correct.
And you have no evidence that on that morning of that day, in fact, you have evidence that Henry Tennant was not there. He was working at Modison Pallets that day.
According to the geolocation, yes.
Sure. And that's what we're working with these maps. We're working with cell site and geolocation, correct?
Correct.
And the geolocation put Henry Tennant at Modison Pallets and Mr. Fernandez at the home, right?
Yes.
And I'm certainly not going to rehash all the poll camera that I painstakingly went through yesterday, but we know from the poll camera that Mr. Fernandez would go to Potomac in the morning. We saw that several times, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then moving along to slide 35, page 35, you see that, Detective?
Yes.
That shows, again, that Mr. Fernandez on that day went back to the Potomac address, right?
That's correct.
And on that day, again, consistent with what we saw yesterday, that's not inconsistent with other times that we were actually able to see on the poll camera that Mr. Fernandez would go back later in the afternoon, right?
It just shows that he was at the residence at that time.
Twice that day.
Yes.
And I guess to ask a better question, we learned yesterday that is not inconsistent that Mr. Fernandez would go to the rental property 2 times in one day.
Correct.
During both instances on February 15th, you have no evidence that Mr. Fernandez gave anybody a firearm, correct?
No, there's no physical evidence to suggest that.
You have no physical evidence that Mr. Fernandez received a firearm from anybody, correct?
That's correct.
And you have no idea what Mr. Fernandez did while he was at the Potomac address.
Also correct.
You don't know if he was brooming the driveway, bringing construction materials, meeting an air conditioner person. You just don't know.
No.
Moving along to February 16th, the day of the homicide, okay? You agree that Henry Tenon arrived in, I'm sorry. I mean, at the very late hours of February 15th, moving into February 16th, you know that Mr. Fernandez went over to John Biggerstaff's house, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this is the one that I talked about briefly yesterday, where we don't have to guess what Mr. Fernandez was doing there because he was caught on a video. When I say caught, you found in a cellular download a video of Mr. Fernandez performing a sexual act that was found by your investigative team, correct?
Yes.
So we know at least something that he was doing there that night, correct?
Correct.
You don't have any evidence that he was giving anybody a firearm, meaning Mr. Fernandez giving anybody at that Biggerstaff residence a firearm, do you?
No.
Oh my gosh, I had to pause this. There is now evidence that on February 15th, the night before the murders, Mario Saldana, there is recordings of them having sex. We didn't know when they were doing it. It has now entered. There is physical evidence. They've recorded themselves. Mario, my jockey, riding Maria Biggerstaff all over the house, on February 15th, 2022. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. To be writing that down in your notebook right now as a juror.
You have no evidence that he was receiving a firearm, do you?
There's no physical evidence of that now.
And on any audio that was recorded, you don't hear anything about a discussion of a firearm, correct?
No.
Moving along to February 16th in the evening on the night of the homicide, you have evidence to believe that Mr. Henry Tenon got into Jack's Beach somewhere around 6:25 p.m., right?
That's correct.
And you know that from the Taco Lou surveillance.
Correct.
No. Okay. And this is the night, and we've already heard from Corporal Wallace, but on this night, there's surveillance from businesses, correct?
Yes.
There's police surveillance, correct?
Yes.
There's Ring doorbell footage, right?
Yes.
And there's other people's personal security videos that you were able to collect to put into evidence to sort of piece this crime together, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At any point prior to the homicide, do you have any surveillance putting Mr. Fernandez anywhere near that F-150?
No.
You don't have a single eyewitness that says that Mr. Fernandez was in that F-150, do you?
No, there's no eyewitnesses.
And in this case, I think you told the jury on direct examination that there were thousands of Crime Stoppers type tips that came into your agency.
I don't know if the word thousands was used, but there were a lot, significant amount.
I agree, that wasn't you, but there were thousands, weren't there?
I don't remember the specific number, or there were a lot of them. I don't remember how many.
So we can agree there were a lot.
Yes.
And people would just call you and say, I saw that similar looking truck at Home Depot.
Yes.
And that wasn't much of a lead, right?
No.
But the community was aware that law enforcement was looking for evidence associated with a blue two-tone Ford F-150, right?
It would seem like there were at least some portion of the community that was aware, yes.
And that's why they would call to give you information, correct?
Yes,
And there's not a single witness that's going to take the stand who called Crime Stoppers and said, I saw a person matching Mr. Fernandez's description in that F-150 that night, correct?
that's correct.
And there's not a single person that said, I saw an F-150 similar to that description parked near Mr. Fernandez's residence that night, correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to show you now State's Exhibit 91. Let's see that. I just need one moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Thank you.
Again, give it up for Judge Kite, running a phenomenal courtroom. I can't say enough about her. If I have the opportunity when I'm there to see her, just to say, GOAT. So far, all I've seen is fairness.
While we're looking for a video that the state's put into evidence, the Ford F-150 was caught on Jack's Beach surveillance prior to the homicide, correct?
Yes,
And it's driving right past the police station toward the area of Pablo Hamlet, correct?
that's correct.
And because it's prior to the homicide, we know it's around 7 p.m. when that happens. We'll see the exact time in a moment, but it's around 7, right?
Correct.
And this is Jack's Beach on a Wednesday night, early in the evening, right?
Yes.
There are people walking on the sidewalks.
The area where the truck was is not a super populated area. It's kind of, but there, yes, there were people walking on the sidewalks.
Okay, let's look at it.
Henry Tennant has this, Judge. Unless he moves to move it. Yes. Judge Kite's residing. Yes, she has all of the cases. But Henry Tennant might move. He won't be able to get a fair trial here if you ask my opinion, but I would really want to keep Judge Kite on the case, though, if I'm Henry Tennant. So, but I think that if Henry Tennant wanted to move for a change of venue, I think that Henry Tennant should move to disqualify this should not be prosecuted by these prosecutors.
I'm showing you what's been already placed into evidence as Exhibit 91. You're familiar with this particular clip, aren't you, Detective Johns?
Yes, sir.
Okay, push play.
This is great. Look at all these people. State's Exhibit 91. Look at all these people walking around.
You say the blue truck passed by?
Yes, sir.
And just in that one tiny clip, did you see 7 people walking on the sidewalk that passed that truck?
I didn't count how many people, but there were people walking by.
Did you take my word for it that there were 7?
Seems about 7 people.
There was a group in front, and there was another group, and then there was a jogger, right?
Yes,
And they were walking within, I don't know, 10 or 15 feet of that truck, correct?
yes,
So no reason to believe that at that night, at that time, it wasn't like, well, no one reported it because no one saw that blue truck. Plenty of people, by just that small clip, had their eyes on that truck, whether they were paying attention or not, correct?
I can't say what they were. We're not looking at.
You can say, though, that that truck passed people in Jack's Beach that evening.
Yes, it did.
You can say from your many, many years as a patrol officer and a detective in Jack's Beach that Jack's Beach on a Wednesday at around 6:50 is an active area.
Yes, it is.
There's dog parks that are open, right?
I think they close when the sun goes down and it's pretty dark at that moment.
Maybe so. That area has parks and baseball fields and sidewalks, and there's private businesses and gyms and bowling alleys. That's the area that we're talking about, right?
The area that you're referring to, yes, the area. So that
200 yards. I'm talking about that area.
Yes.
The
No.
Now, you do know that Mr. Fernandez is home at midnight because law enforcement went to his house around midnight and he was there.
Yes.
No dispute as to that fact.
No.
And you have no evidence that Mr. Fernandez was ever outside of his home after 5:45 p.m. on the night of the homicide, correct?
There. Do you mind if I check my time sheet real quick?
Sure. You can check it. Any piece of evidence that you think will help establish that Mr. Fernandez was outside of his home after 5:45.
There is no physical evidence that puts him outside of his home.
Now let's talk about Henry Tenen for a moment. He gets to Jack's Beach around 6:25, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to try to simplify this, but if you think I'm oversimplifying it, please tell me and I'll direct you to your notes where we can really pin this down. So we're going to talk about Henry Tenen's phones. You're familiar with Henry Tenen's phones?
Yes.
That was a big part of your investigation.
Yes.
Henry Tenen, for whatever reason, he had 4 phones, correct?
That's correct.
And one of the phones was associated with a number that he gave to his daughter that was on his plan, correct?
Yes.
And we can assume for the purposes of this conversation, that doesn't really have any evidentiary value to this case, right?
That's correct.
This is really important, so listen to this testimony about the phones. Henry Tenen, 4 phones, 1 of which went to his daughter. Now he's going to talk about the next 3.
Okay. Then there's another phone that Mr. Tenen gave to his girlfriend, or I guess, can we call Peanut his girlfriend?
Yes.
Okay. And Peanut's name is Janie Deal,
Yes.
but she goes by Peanut.
That's correct.
And in this case, Peanut had one of the phones. That's what your investigative efforts led you to believe, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And there's some evidence in this case that Mr. Tenen calls Peanut on the night of the homicide, right?
Yes.
So different than the daughter, there is some connection that we can talk about with Mr. Tenen and Peanut. Okay?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question.
All right, I'll get to that later. Mr. Tenen, on the night of the homicide, you know he brought with him 2 phones, or at least there were 2 phones with him when he came into Jack's Beach and past Taco Lu, right?
Yes.
All right. And this is where I'm going to try to simplify it. You know, by way of looking at the phones, and each phone has a unique identification number, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were able to determine that one phone with one unique identification number stayed with Mr. Tenen on the night of the homicide, correct?
Yes.
And we refer to that phone as Tenen 2, correct?
Correct.
And just to give the jury some idea how you were to do that investigative effort, because that unique identification number to the Tenen 2 phone had geolocation, right?
Yes.
And because you were able to match up Mr. Tenen walking that night on surveillance, you were able to determine by the times of the surveillance, looking at the surveillance, and then looking at the cell phone that Mr. Tenen was in possession of Tenen 2.
Yes, that's correct.
Then the other phone, Tenen 1, right?
Yes.
You were able to determine that had a different and unique identification number, right?
Correct.
And you know that during that night that those 2 phones separated, correct?
That's correct.
No dispute as to that.
No.
And the reason that we know that is because after the homicide, Tenen 2 would call Tenen 1, correct?
Yes.
Sometimes the phones appear.
Excuse me.
Take your time, you need a second?
Okay.
More?
No.
At some point, you know that they separated by way of geolocation, correct?
Yes.
And then you know that Tenen 2 called Tenen 1 post the homicide, right?
That's correct.
And common sense would tell us you wouldn't call the 2 phones if they weren't together, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in this particular case, you also were to determine that 10 and 2 and 10 and 1 were separated by way of geolocation, right?
That's correct.
At one point, you know that 10 and 2 around 9:15 is over by the police station because we see 10 and walking by the police station, right?
That's correct.
And you can match that with the geolocation because the phone was turned on at that moment, right?
Yes.
And at the exact time, you have previously said that you believe 10 and 1 was somewhere pinging over by Mojo's, correct?
In the area of Mojo's or Cabo Hamlet area.
Okay.
I'll let Nisha Blythe get into the specifics of that because there are variations.
Fair enough. But the one thing you know, and Corporal Wallace has previously testified to, is that Pablo Hamlet had surveillance all the time, right?
Yes, it does.
And you don't have any sense of the F-150 at Pablo Hamlet anytime around 9:15, correct?
There is some surveillance of the truck coming back to Pablo Hamlet, and then it moves into what we believe is the gravel parking lot. But after that, no.
Let's break that down. You know that the phone, excuse me, not the phone, the truck pulls into Pablo Hamlet at approximately 8 p.m., correct? Please.
Yep, exactly 8 p.m.
Right. And then it pulls right out, correct?
It pulls forward. I wouldn't say that it pulls out.
It goes out of frame. It drives
It does
down.
go out of frame, yes.
I mean, it drives all the way until you can't see it anymore.
That's correct.
When I said it pulls out of Pablo Hamlet. It's no longer at Pablo Hamlet. It's no longer by the smoking pavilion. It's no longer in that little cul-de-sac. It is no longer by that retirement house.
Correct.
And at that point, you have no idea where that blue truck went.
We have some idea, but we don't know where it went from the next place.
You don't have it on surveillance, according to Corporal Wallace. You disagree with Corporal Wallace?
I wasn't here for his testimony.
Okay, I'm going to represent you that he told the jury that he does not know where the truck went after it pulled out of Pablo Hamlet. And the jury will, if I'm saying it truthfully, the jury will determine whether that was said or not said.
Okay, I'll sustain it.
Can you show me where the truck went after 8 p.m., Detective Johns?
It appears to me that the truck makes a right into the gravel lot at school on the last frame.
Let's watch that. This may take a second because I wasn't expecting to do that. I'd like to watch it with you.
Try to go out and come back in and see if the audio and video is better for you guys.
All right, let's pause it. Hey, Detective Johns, you see this video?
Yes, sir.
For the record, this was part of States 91, the compilation video, and it's also in evidence. It's part of 91. It's also in evidence as an individual clip. I just can't reference in judge. I'll put that on the record later.
Okay.
This is not an unfamiliar video to you.
No, sir.
This is the exact video we were just talking about. 203. Thank you, Ms. Stifler. Okay, but nonetheless, that's for the record. You know this video.
Yes, sir.
And just to refresh the jury's recommendation, we both have been talking that the truck returned at 8 p.m., but you and I both know, and the jury's heard before, that the Pablo Hamlet camera appears to be about 17 minutes fast.
That's correct.
We both agree to that.
Yes.
So when the video clip I'm showing you is from 2/16/2022 at 8:16:25, this would be right around 8 p.m.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's push play. While we're waiting for the truck to pull in, Detective, can you see a gravel lot anywhere in this video?
No, you cannot.
So the gravel lot that you're telling me that you think you can see the truck pull into, you acknowledge you cannot see in this video.
That's correct. You cannot.
Okay. Okay, Detective, do you see the truck?
Yes, sir.
That's the truck you believe is the truck that Mr. Tenen, that he owned, or his father owned, the F-150?
That's correct.
Appears to turn around and drive away. And then you see it make a right-hand turn and go out of frame, and it's moving, correct?
That's correct.
You never see that truck stop, correct?
No, you don't.
So when you just told the jury that you think it went up and it pulled into a gravel rock road, you've acknowledged you can't see a gravel rock road in the video, right?
That's correct.
And you just acknowledged that you never saw that truck stop, correct?
That's correct.
So you have no idea if that truck stopped in a gravel road.
I think based upon where,
All right, re-ask it, okay?
Okay, so, it's okay, I don't have, he answered my question.
I'm not sure if they heard. That's why I'm asking you to re-ask it.
My question was, you can't see a gravel rock driveway in the video, correct, Detective Johns?
no, you cannot see it in the video.
And you never see the Ford F-150 stop in the video, correct?
Correct.
This dude is such a tool. God, he's just getting shredded. Masterson.
At some point, 10-1 and 10-2, the two phones turn back on.
Yes,
And when they do, they're both back near the Potomac address.
that's correct.
So reason to believe that whoever was with 10-1 and 2, they go back to Potomac. Well, the phones go back to
Yes.
Potomac. I mean, I don't want to overcomplicate it. That's where at some point in time, 10-1 and 10-2 were in Jack's Beach. We agreed on that.
Correct.
And 1 and 10-2 separated. We agreed on that, correct?
Correct.
And then sometime later in the night, you tell me, I think it's around 11, 10-1 and 10-2 appear to be back in the Potomac area.
Correct.
But you know that Mario Fernandez is home after 11 because law enforcement saw him there, correct?
That's correct.
And you don't have a single shred of evidence to believe that Mr. Fernandez ever was at Potomac that night.
No.
You did speak with Ms. Brightigan that night at the police station.
Yes, sir.
This was not recorded.
That's correct.
You did tell the jury a couple of days ago that everyone's a suspect until they're not a suspect, correct?
That's correct.
There is no way for you to know whether Ms. Brightigan was a suspect at that point in time when you spoke to her.
You're right. Correct.
And yet you chose just not to record it because you told the jury I was giving her bad news, so I didn't think we should do that, essentially, right?
That's correct.
When you spoke to the Brightigan brothers, you recorded those interviews, correct?
Yes.
They were audio recorded and video recorded.
Yes.
On the night of the homicide, you did inquire as to whether Ms. Brightigan had life insurance on Mr. Brightigan?
I don't remember that it was that evening, but yes, we did ask.
Okay. And you found out that Ms. Brightigan benefited.
Browns. Let me see you at sidebar for the, if you have a response.
Whoa. Why is she objecting? That looks really, okay. That looks horrible. That she'd be objecting to that. You guys, sometimes you don't object because how is that an improper question? You inquired about life insurance. It's normal. What's Stifler got a problem with? I'm telling you, a very, very wise attorney once told me, the most important thing that you will ever get out of when you have a jury trial, the most important thing that you always have to maintain is that jury can never lose trust in you. Once the jury loses trust in you, you're never going to get that back, and you essentially blew your case. So I'm judging Jesse here. This trust. Has Jesse done anything to lose the jury's trust? Has he been shady? Has he been trying to be like a slickster defense? I'm trying to get my client off a murder. And I don't see that at all with him. And that's why I'm just like, I'm loving his demeanor. I'm loving his candor is impeccable. And I can't say the same for the prosecution right now. So nothing that he's not, over promised, under delivered. In fact, I think he under promised. 1000%. And this is no knock to a victim or anything like that, but Kirsten Brannigan was never considered a suspect. And it's bizarre. It's a bizarre thing. Jesse just got Detective Johns to stay on the stand. You just spoke about yesterday how everybody's a suspect until they're not. And then he's like, but you didn't record Kirsten Brannigan. It's just priceless. Your own little standards, you're just blowing left and right, everything that you're saying up here, but you're not doing. You're just, you say that, but you didn't act. Your actions don't show that that's how you behave, how you investigate this case. It's just a tool. You always start inner circle and then you work your way out. Again, it's no different than the Brian Drake, Jennifer Drake situation. You can't get past Eldora Gatchel and Jennifer Drake. You just can't get past them. Oh, I want you guys to write down this case or this name. His name is Brian, but he spells it like this: Bryon, and then Macron, Macron, out of Medina, Ohio. Medina, Medina, Medina. And I'm going to do a live about that case. And you guys are going to just be like, wait, what? Yeah. It's nuts. But it was back in 2017. And wait till you hear what they kind of concluded in that case. It's wild. It's in Ohio. And I'm going to reach out to his widow. She has the whole case file.
Madam Court Reporter.
I want to say,
Through your investigation, you learned that Ms. Brannigan did receive life insurance, correct?
Yes.
And that was important for you to determine what that was because you were trying to investigate and find out any and all information you could about this homicide. Fair enough?
Yes.
You didn't just speak to Ms. Brannigan that night at the police station. You spoke to her many, many times throughout this investigation, correct?
That's correct.
And regardless of what you were talking about, life insurance, her location, anything that you were investigating, you never one time did it in a recorded or videotaped setting.
The only time she was ever at the police station in the soft room was the first night Every other time we ever met with her, it would have been out in the field or it would have been through a phone call.
What?
Because maybe that's where you chose to meet her. That was a decision you all made. When you asked Mr. Fernandez to come in, you asked him to come into the police station, right?
Yes,
You asked him to come into a room that had a couch and a camera in it, right?
yes.
You controlled that setting. You and Detective Lamont, right?
We asked him to come in and he agreed.
And you turned the camera on.
Yes,
You could have turned the camera on when you met with Miss Bridegan if you asked her to come to the police station, right?
correct.
She was cooperative with your investigation, is what you said, right?
Yes,
So if you asked her to come to the police station, you have no reason to believe she wouldn't have.
no,
Then you could have asked your questions in a recorded room if you wanted to, right?
yes,
And you didn't in this case.
no.
All right, I'm going to move to October 6, 2022. We're going to make a big jump. That's the day that the Potomac Avenue home was searched by law enforcement, correct?
Yes,
All right. Can I get some help with these boots, Mr. Hill?
That is nuts.
Grab some. Can I?
You want to set them somewhere?
Can I sit them on top of the tire? Thank you. You okay with that, Madam? I mean, Your Honor?
Yes.
Look at those boots.
Blocking the court board.
Ms. Simpkins, are you okay?
Okay, I'm gonna find a spot for him.
Mr. Holman, can we use that table over there? Okay.
Is this okay, Alan, or is it blocking you? Here we go. We'll get to it. Those boots were found at the Potomac address.
yes,
Those boots don't have any DNA on them, do they?
I'm sure they might have some somewhere.
All right, let me ask a better question. You can't associate those boots with anything at the crime scene, correct?
Correct.
It's just that you think that maybe those were the boots that Mr. Tennant was wearing when you look at that grainy surveillance. That's how you came up with the fact that those could be the boots, correct?
They appear to match the boots in the video.
Just so the jury's clear, it's all the videos that they've seen of Mr. Henry Tennant walking through Jack's Beach.
Sorry?
It's the videos that the jury has already seen of Henry Tennant walking through Jack's Beach. That's the videos that you're relying on to determine that those are the boots, correct?
Yes, sir.
You never found a footprint that you could match to the bottom or the soles of those boots to say, yep, those match the boots that we framed and put before this jury, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Framed.
There's no biological evidence like Mr. Bridegan's blood on those boots, correct?
Correct.
There's no biological evidence that you guys decided to frame this jacket that connects this jacket to the homicide scene, correct? Or the sweatshirt?
Correct.
Okay. And the reason I said jacket is because originally you guys, law enforcement and your investigators, you framed another jacket.
Correct. Okay.
He doesn't want him to say the word framed. Say it loud, say it proud. This is crazy. This is awesome. Jesse, worth every penny. They put it in a frame. What do you want to call it? You want me to call it a shadow box? Sure, we'll call it a shadow box. What do you guys put it in a frame, but they're going to say, well, we did that. The prosecution did that. Okay, the prosecution framed it. It's like, I love it. Like that's what you would do if you have a signed basketball by Michael Jordan, a signed jersey by, Caitlin Clark. I mean, Jesus. And there is
I'm
no.
going to ask that you step into the jury room for I'd say about 5-10 minutes, okay?
Oh, perfect. That was like cool. Love it. We're already taking morning breaks and it's just started.
All right, please let the record reflect that the jury has left the courtroom. Everyone may be seated. All right, Detective, Mr. Dreiser is going to ask you a series of questions. It's called a proffer. That means that this line of question may or may not go in front of the jury. So if the court rules that it's admissible, you may have to answer them again, okay?
Okay.
Mr. Dreiser, you may proceed.
Voidar.
Detective Johns, did you help in the preparation of the state's case and getting prepared for trial?
To what degree?
You met with the state, you went over your questions, talked about the evidence?
Yes.
Yeah. And in this case, there was a wax canvas jacket, like a welder's jacket or something.
Yes.
That was that jacket was originally framed, correct?
I actually never saw that.
You don't know that there was a welder's jacket that was framed?
No.
You never went into the conference room and saw that?
The only exhibits I have seen in the conference room or that I recall seeing are the ones that are here.
And no one ever told you, or you never participated in the preparation of choosing the welder's jacket to be framed over this sweater?
No.
No further questions, Judge.
Any questions by the state? Let me see you all at sidebar.
Yes, they're going to be able to say the word framed. They don't want them talking about the welder's jacket. It's interesting. How does Jesse know about it? Okay, so basically what this is about, because a lot of people will be like, wait, I'm lost. This was outside the presence of the jury because basically I think Stifler objected because she says he doesn't have any personal knowledge of this. So she's objecting to the line of questioning because he has no personal knowledge of this. And then Jesse's over there saying, well, let me void hear him.
You see if the jury's ready to come back in.
Like, how do we know that? Let him answer under oath.
Can y'all move that jacket, please?
All right, now this is going to be called a pivot. Let's see how Jesse pivot. Okay, pivot.
Oh, you are? Okay. It was leaned up against it. I don't want them walking in with the evidence leaned up against it. So put it wherever you want.
No.
It's not on.
It wasn't in a good spot, but I am still using it.
All right.
Thanks, Alan. Oh, trash can kick. And DUIs, I count on the prosecutors doing that. What, right there is fine. What's wrong with that? Oh,
Thank you.
Cut off the mic.
Don't put it back there. It's in the way of like. Okay.
you should have let me pull up the photos.
We just got a really good glance at how things would have went.
The jacket's up. Just use the jacket.
Again, I'm not letting people hear that. They cut it off themselves now. Thank you. You almost need to hire somebody to watch and listen to the mics and to signal to the attorney, like, Mike. But that's what have happened in the Idaho case. Nicholas Balance would have been called in there. Ann Saylor would have said stuff about the timing, advance records, and nope, we never had them. Never saw them. Okay. That would have been the outside present, like the questioning outside the presence of the jury.
Mr. Dreiser.
Detective Johns, can we agree that, again, this particular sweatshirt was found at Potomac?
Yes.
This particular sweatshirt, you believe, by looking at the same video that's been submitted into evidence to this jury, you can identify this particular jacket by looking at that particular surveillance video?
Yes.
And you feel confident that looking at that, you can determine it's this particular sweatshirt?
The video seems to match the jacket that is there.
Jacket.
Why is he saying jacket? If that was a sweatshirt.
Can you see that jacket?
Yes, sir.
That was also found at Potomac?
Yes, it was.
And you believe you can definitively tell from looking at that surveillance that it's not that jacket, it's that jacket?
I believe that to be the jacket that was in the video surveillance.
Just so we're clear, it's only because you look at it. That's the only way you believe it. You have no other evidence to believe that that's the jacket.
No.
Look at some boots.
Did you guys just hear that? He's determining because of
These boots were found at Potomac,
Yes.
and you believe by looking at the surveillance video that's in evidence that you can tell it's those boots that are framed and not these boots.
Certainly not those boots.
You don't think it's those boots?
No.
Okay, let me show you another pair of boots that was found.
look at all these boots.
How about these boots? Could it be these boots?
I don't believe so.
Why don't you believe so?
If you look at him walking and you see the tongue of the flap of the boots, it's more consistent with those boots versus the ones that are on the screen.
I just want to make sure when you're talking about the analysis that you're doing, you're looking at the video that's been submitted in evidence. There's no other videos that you're looking at.
There's no other videos.
And you can tell by the tag different or the tag of these boots.
I'm talking about tongue.
Tongue of those boots compared to the tongue of these boots. That's your testimony.
Yes.
Okay. Let me show you another pair of boots. Go into my car. One boot that was found is one of the boots that the government framed, right?
Yes.
But it's next to another pair of boots that were found at Potomac because they're found in the exact same spot, correct?
Okay, right there. You see how he said the government framed? What did I just tell you 5 minutes ago of how he's going to have to say it? We can't say, that you framed this stuff, right? The government framed. You guys, this is fucking. This is amazing. The government framed.
That's correct.
And you can tell that it's not those boots.
I don't believe them to be those boots, no.
And so the record's clear. There's a pair of black boot next to the boot that's framed in the courtroom.
That's correct.
And let me show you another pair of boots. When Mr. Tennant's vehicle was recovered, you see those boots?
Yes.
And you don't believe those could be the boots?
No.
And why don't you believe those could be the boots, detective? They're the same color, roughly tan construction boots, correct?
Yes.
They were found in Mr. Tennant's vehicle that you guys believe is associated with Mr. Tennant, the Ford F-150, right?
Yes, sir.
These boots have a long tongue, just like the boots in the courtroom, correct?
Kind of hard to see the tongue in the photo.
Can you see the tongue in this
Yes.
long tongue?
Yes.
It's just not folded out like the ones that are framed in the courtroom, correct?
That's correct.
And it's still your testimony that you think, looking at that video that's been given to the jury, that you can tell that those are the boots and that's the jacket by looking at the surveillance in which has been submitted to this jury.
Those boots are most consistent with what the video shows.
Consistent with, but not necessarily the exact ones, correct?
I can't say for certain they're the exact boots.
Mr. Dreiser, when you're referring to the photos, if you could say the exhibit number.
Yes, I'm sorry. I've been referring to a sweatshirt type jacket with you during my testimony, Detective Johns, that I'm holding that is, can I just pull it out? States 128. And the boots are,
I think it's a little drawer there at the bottom.
I'll just look at the list. Just give me a
It
minute.
just pulls out there at the bottom.
Pulls out.
They're not, sorry.
This. Oh, I don't want to mess your evidence. I've seen the bag. I just don't want to mess it up. 129 for the record. The boots that we've been discussing that I keep saying are in the courtroom versus the other boots are 129. We can agree with that, right?
Yes.
For the record, for the court reporter for appeals.
It's on the base of that, Mr. Dreiser. It's on the base that you took it off of.
Base. And in 168, this is the box, a box of boots that were found at Potomac, correct?
Yes.
And you're certain that this box goes to those boots? They weren't found in this box, right?
I cannot say definitely that those are the same exact boots that go in the box.
And actually, if you know this, it's my understanding that this box was not found where those boots were found. Those boots were found at
It was found in the truck.
Potomac, and this box was found in the Ford F-150.
Yes.
Okay, that's why they're important.
So it would be more consistent with the photo of the boots that I showed you in the F-150, because that's where the box was found, correct?
Those boots don't seem to match the picture on the box, but I'm not a shoe expert.
You're not a shoe expert.
No.
Okay. Hold on. And then lastly, I want to show you another jacket that was found at Potomac. Can you see that, Detective?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's another jacket that was found over by Henry Tennant's belongings.
Yes, sir.
Let me show you a better picture. And I showed you Defense Exhibit 11, which is the green camo jacket, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay. And this would be another jacket found where Mr. Tennant's belongings were, correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And the tan jacket that I showed you earlier, which is Exhibit 12, that was found where Henry Tennant's belongings were in the garage, correct?
That jacket was found in the garage.
In the garage.
Mr. Ordway indicated that that was his father's welded jacket.
Oh, okay. But you guys still collected it for evidence?
Yes.
And you bagged it and tagged it and you brought it over?
Yes.
Even though you knew that day that it wasn't connected with Henry Tennant at all?
He called back later and asked if he could have the jacket back. I didn't know that at the time.
Okay. But the sweatshirt that's framed in this courtroom was not found in the garage. It was found hanging in a closet inside the house where none of Mr. Tennant's belongings were, correct?
Mr. Tennant did have some items inside the house. Most of his stuff was in the garage.
But that particular jacket was hanging up in a closet.
Yes,
And that's State Defense Exhibit 13A, the jacket not found in the garage, found in the closet. Correct?
according to this photo, yes.
Well, who took this photo? I didn't take it, detective.
Neither did I.
What?
Someone from your law enforcement agency took it, right?
Yes,
An evidence technician.
yes,
Can you see anything else in that closet besides that jacket?
no,
Can you identify one other piece of evidence that would associate that jacket with Henry Tennant
I don't understand.
in that picture?
No,
Why'd you take it? Look at how framed this is. It's all staged.
On October 7th of 2022, you conducted a controlled call.
yes.
Can you tell the jury what a controlled call is?
Control call is when we have someone make a telephone call to another person without their knowledge that it's being recorded.
And you had Jeremy Ordway call.
Going to be heard.
I need a moment.
Remember, Jeremy Ordway was the one that said, "Oh yeah, you can take a tire."
Okay.
You found no evidentiary value in that phone call.
Mr. Wood,
What was the date?
I'm going to move your attention to October 14th of 2022. That's when the blue truck was located.
yes, sir.
Okay, and the blue truck was located at Jimmy Jones'
Hold on.
house. Okay.
Going to be heard.
Have someone make a telephone call to another person.
On October 7th of 2022, you conducted a controlled call.
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what a controlled call is?
Control call is when we have someone make a telephone call to another person without their knowledge that it's being recorded.
And you had Jeremy Ordway call.
What was the objection right there?
Make a telephone call to another person without their knowledge that it's being recorded.
And you had Jeremy Ordway call.
Going to be heard.
I need a moment.
Okay.
He wants to rephrase this. It's really important, this call. So a control call by Jeremy. And I think she's upset that she's saying you had. But on October 7th, hey,
Rephrase the question.
Okay.
You found no evidentiary value in that phone call.
No, sir, we did not.
on October 7th. But who is it between? With Mario.
I'm going to move your attention to October 14th of 2022. That's when the blue truck was located.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that blue truck was located at Jimmy Jones's house, correct?
Yes, sir.
That was a friend of Henry Tennant,
That's correct.
not a friend of Mr. Fernandez.
No,
You have no evidence that Mr. Fernandez was ever at Jimmy Jones's house.
no,
Although Mr. Fernandez owned several rental properties in town, he did not own Mr. Jones's house.
no, we did not.
And while I'm pulling up some photos of that house, that home was never searched.
No, it wasn't.
So although the biggest break in the case was found, which is the blue truck, right?
Yes,
At a location that Mr. Tennant went to, because it was Mr. Tennant's friend, right?
that's correct.
You still had not recovered and have never recovered a firearm in this case, correct?
Correct.
You never searched that house,
No, we did not.
never went inside,
No,
never looked to see if there was a 10 millimeter in that home.
no,
I'm showing you
Priceless.
Defense 56A. That's a photo of Mr. Jones's home.
yes, sir.
That's where the blue truck was parked.
That's correct.
that blue truck has evidence in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
Evidence was found at Jimmy Jones's home, correct?
The truck was found at his home. No other evidence.
You didn't look in the house, so you don't know, right?
There was no reason to search his house.
Why?
Other than the fact that the biggest break in the case was found at Jimmy Jones's house. Other than that, there was no reason to search the house.
We had records stating that the truck showed up at his house several months after the homicide.
What
There
record?
was no reason to search the residence.
Several months after the homicide, you hadn't found the firearm, right?
And there was nothing that pointed to Mr. Jones as a possible suspect.
But it pointed to Henry Tenen, right?
Yes,
And you
If he's-
did have evidence that Henry Tenen was at Jimmy Jones's house, correct?
that's correct.
You have evidence that Mr. Tenen chose to park the truck, which was the truck used in the ambush at Jimmy Jones's house, correct?
He asked after the truck was not operable, Mr. Tenen asked if he could have the truck towed there.
Right. And what you don't know is if Mr. Tenen said, hey, can you stash this 10 millimeter in your closet for me? You don't know that.
Yeah,
And if he did ask, it could have been in his closet when he dropped the truck off, right?
I don't think that's true based upon, there's no evidence that suggests that that is true.
Are you high?
There is no evidence to suggest, because we agree that you never searched the house, right?
That's correct.
And had you gone in and had you found a 10 millimeter, there would be evidence, right?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Had you gone in and searched the home, there would be evidence that there wasn't a firearm, or there would be evidence that there was a firearm.
Correct.
But we just don't know today.
Because you didn't do your job.
We did not search the house.
Because why?
On February 8th of 2023, you pulled Mr. Fernandez over in a traffic stop, correct?
There was a traffic stop, yes,
And he was not arrested on February 8th.
that's correct.
You pulled him over because you guys got a warrant to get his cell phone device.
That's correct.
When you pulled over, he was cooperative.
Yes,
He gave you the cell phone.
yes,
It was without incident.
correct.
You found no other evidence associated with this crime in his truck.
Correct.
You didn't find any large amounts of cash.
No,
You didn't find any disguises.
no,
You didn't find any additional passports.
no,
Nothing to suggest.
no,
And in this particular case, he gave you the cell phone on his way.
that's correct.
And you know that cell phone, the way of your forensic investigation, is not the same cell phone that was used or that Mr. Fernandez owned on February 16th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
So it's a totally separate device.
Yes,
It had been about just short of a year by a few days when you collected the device from Mr. Fernandez via that warrant that we just talked about, right?
correct.
Not unusual that a person could get a new phone over the course of a year, correct?
No,
It's not as if you stopped him like a week later and all of a sudden you had a new phone. It was a year later and Mr. Fernandez had a new phone.
correct.
And then ultimately, you arrested Mr. Fernandez and he had another phone, but that makes sense because you took his other phone, right?
Correct.
You didn't even search the new phone because it had been so long and it was such a brief period of time. Is that my understanding?
Correct.
And when you arrested him, he didn't flee.
No,
He was cooperative.
I wasn't there during his arrest, so I can't say whether he was or wasn't.
Did you watch the
Anybody
film?
report to you that he was uncooperative?
No,
It's on body camera.
I believe so.
You agree that Mr. Fernandez had moved to Orlando to live with his brother on, I don't know when, but he was arrested in March. And at some point before that, he had moved, correct?
Yes,
The Marsh Inlet home had been sold.
that's correct.
Miss Gardner had already moved to Washington.
Yes,
Mr. Fernandez was not hiding out in Orlando, right?
no,
The news media had taken pictures of him in his driveway. Everyone knew he was in Orlando if you wanted to know, correct?
correct.
And in fact, at some point, you guys put a tracking device on Mr. Fernandez's car, correct?
Yes,
You knew exactly where he was.
that's correct.
And you have nothing to offer this jury that he was leaving or attempting to flee or anything of that nature. He was just living with his brother in Orlando.
That's correct.
Never switched his vehicle or his car.
No,
And then, of course, the day he got arrested, both days, let me just back up. The day you stopped him for his phone, he didn't know he was going to be stopped, right?
that's correct.
And the day he got arrested, he didn't know he was going to be stopped, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't find any large amounts of cash, correct?
When he was arrested?
Yeah.
I don't know. I wasn't there.
It would have been reported to you if he had like 100 grand in cash, right?
I'm sure it would have been.
If he had an additional passport that didn't match his name or identification, you would have learned that, right?
Most likely.
And of course, you didn't learn that.
No,
You didn't learn that he had any disguises or wigs or anything like that.
no,
He didn't have like a go bag in his car where if I had to find out that I was going to be arrested, I could jump on a plane and go with him.
I don't recall anyone mentioning a go bag.
That would be good evidence if you found him with a go bag, right? Law enforcement would have been interested in that.
Yes.
And there's no evidence to suggest that he had a go bag.
No.
And lastly, I understand you're going to come back and you're going to talk about financial records, so I'll ask you about those later. But for today, you put up poll cameras at Marsh Inlet.
Yes, sir.
Yesterday, we talked about poll cameras at Potomac.
Correct.
Nothing in all of the thousands or hundreds, no, thousands of hours that were recorded on the poll cameras at Marsh Inlet, you found nothing of evidentiary value.
No,
You never saw Henry Tennant go to Marsh Inlet, the residence of Ms. Gardner or Mr. Fernandez.
no. The poll cams were put up after that.
Well, the poll cameras were put up when you chose to put them up, but nonetheless, there was no evidentiary value of anything that you discovered at Marsh Inlet.
There was no evidentiary value that came from the poll cameras.
But you put them up for a reason so that you could try to collect evidence. That was the reason you put it up, right?
Partially, yes.
Get him to say something stupid. What was the other reason?
May I just have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Diane Menashe is gonna fucking. I hope that she crosses him. A female crossing him would be amazing. But I think Jose Baez wants his ass. He wants his whole ass. Because he made comments about it in interviews. Shanna, went and got that slick attorney, blah, blah, blah. But we'll see.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Woo!
Right. Any redirect? Okay. The jurors, you're good, right? We just came back. Okay. Sure.
Unbelievable, just straight shredding. All right, let's see how Stifler does. Come on, you get paid a lot of money over there, don't you? Come on, Nelson. She works for you. Now she's going to redirect him. She's going to try to rehabilitate this man. What you got, Stiffy? Who needs a Stifler when you can have a dirty Diana?
While Ms. Day is finishing getting set up, Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Detective Johns, I have an exhibit I want to show you. Mr. Dreiser mentioned this yesterday. And for the record, I'm marking this as States 9B. Can you take a look through these three pieces of paper? Composite 9B.
While he's doing that, can we move those boots from Mr. Holman's table?
Move those framed boots.
Detective, when you're done looking at them, let me know if you recognize them.
There's no evidence on these.
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are license plate readers of the Ford F-150.
And are these license plate reader records that you received in conjunction with this investigation?
Yes, these were received from the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office.
And they're fair and accurately and kept in the regular course of business within law enforcement?
Yes,
Your Honor, the state would seek to introduce without objection from defense state's composite 9B is the next numbered exhibit. I think it's 211.
Mr. Hathaway, is it 211?
210?
All right. Is there any objection?
No, we just talked about next stipulation.
Okay, so that'll be so entered 210.
All right, Detective Johns. I know you've been on the stand a long time. I've got a couple follow-up questions for you based on what defense asked. The first thing I want to ask about is one of the last things we ended on, which is those boots and that jacket. Considering whether those are the boots and jacket you observed on video, did you also consider the physical appearance of those items when you collected them?
Yes, we did.
Does that include the size of the items?
Yes.
Mr. Dreiser showed you a picture of a welding jacket that you believe to belong to Mr. Ordway's father. Can you describe for the jury the size of that jacket?
It would have been significantly too small to fit Mr. Tennant.
And that's based on your personal observations of Mr. Tennant. We saw body cam footage of him yesterday. He described his height and general build.
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Dreiser asked you about not recording Kirsten Brightigan when you were telling her that her husband had been killed. And you testified on direct that you did so because you were giving someone bad news.
We were making a death notification of a wife, so we decided not to record it. And that was the only reason we decided not to record it.
When Detective Burrell and Detective Lamont went to the home of Mario Fernandez and Shanna Gardner on the night of Jared's death to notify them of his death, did they record that interaction with them?
No, they did not.
And is that for the same reasons you did not record your interaction with Mrs. Brightigan?
Yes.
Mr. Dreiser asked you about court filings in the family court case. And I'm not going to go through them at length or pull them up, but there were several filings that were written by Ms. Gardner's attorneys, correct?
Yes.
And in those documents, there was discussion about Mr. Brightigan and some statements that the jury can look at later that Mr. Brightigan was uprooting them and insisting that.
If I'm a Jesse right here, you need to make a note and ask did you ask Kirsten Brightigan to see her Ring camera on the night that you gave a death notice? Because Mario and Gardner were asked about the Ring camera at their home on a death notice.
Husband can't have timeshare. And you kept saying that is what the document says.
Correct.
Those are Ms. Gardner's words or her attorney's words, correct?
That's correct.
Do you have any way of knowing whether what she says in those statements is the truth or not?
No.
Documents are written by lawyers.
That's correct.
You sat through litigation in this case, and you know that there's a lot of filings, but a lot of action happens in the courtroom or in the halls of the courtroom that is separate from filings.
Correct.
So the docket may not necessarily reflect the tone and tenor of what's going on when they show up at court.
Correct.
Sister, I'll rephrase. I'm going to move to a PowerPoint.
She fell into the trap. Jesse can use the emails from the
I'm going to
filing.
start with the cell site slides that Mr. Dreiser asked you about. And you used cell site mapping to further your investigation, but are you an expert in cell site analysis?
No, I'm not.
Should I ask Agent Blythe these questions in more detail?
I'd be happy to try to answer them in the same manner that I did for Mr. Dreiser.
I want to ask you about two of the slides. This one, January 29th, which is page 19 of State's Exhibit 182. And I understand you're not an expert, but based on your investigation and your... Oh, sorry. So based on your review of this slide, does it appear there is some period of time in which Mr. Tennant and Mr. Fernandez devices overlap in the same area?
Yes.
That's outside of his scope. He wasn't using the slides for Jesse used the slides so that they could have a reference point of the timestamps. Okay, the file is 800 and 900 pages. And since he has reviewed the documents, nothing in there suggests anything with the state didn't ask you any questions, and it didn't ask you any questions about emails that transpire between the pair. Because she just tries to say, well, that everything's not reflected in the docket. That's just what gets filed. And a lot of things happen outside of it. It's like, yeah, but you have not been asked any questions about any emails between the parties, right? Anything during the divorce period, right? That you testified to that there's evidence of any, what do we, that's your job, Stifler. There's 800, 900 pages of this divorce that consists of a file because it's emails back and forth. So no, not everything makes it to the docket, but there is a file outside of the docket. And that's actually public information because it's all up there. Because Jared Brightigan was his own attorney during some of that time period. She's an idiot. I'm very interested to see if she's going to be able to ask any questions about this map. She shouldn't. About overlapping, are you kidding me? That's an expert's opinion.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Johns, I'm not asking for an expert opinion by any means. Just in general, does this slide, in your estimation, show that there's some time where Mr. Fernandez and Mr. Tenen could have overlapped in the same geographic area?
Objection.
Yes.
I cannot believe that was allowed.
And that's on January 29th, 2022.
That's correct.
And then another slide from January 29th, 2022. This is page 32 of State's Exhibit. We can see here as well, does it appear, at least just generally, that Mr. Tenen's geolocation data and Mr. Fernandez's cell phone are in the same geographic area for some period of time?
Yes.
And I'm asking these because Mr. Dreiser went through these slides with you at length. This one is February 15th. This shows, and Mr. Dreiser asked you some questions about this, that Mr. Fernandez was, or at least his device, was in the area of 5239 Potomac Avenue for approximately, I would say, 27 minutes.
Yes.
And it appears at some point that, I'm sorry, I had the wrong slide, hang on. Here we go. February 15th in the evening, for a little less than an hour and a portion of this time, would you agree with me, or can you state with some confidence that Mr. Tenen's device and Mr. Fernandez's device appear to be in the same geographic area for some period of time?
Yes.
Now, in February 16th, 2022, Mr. Tenen was obviously driving that blue two-tone Ford F-150.
Yes.
I want to ask you about the license plate reader report that
That slide doesn't show
was
that.
identified for the record. Light not on. Is this the license plate reader report for St. Johns County for the vehicle registered to Henry Tenon?
Yes, it is.
When you get a license plate reader report, does it include a photograph of the vehicle attached to the license plate, or that
Yes.
the license plate's attached to?
Yes, it does.
This license plate reader report, we see that Mr. Tenon's vehicle was in the vicinity of Northeast A1A and Ponte Vedra Lake Boulevard on January 29th, 3:37 p.m.
That's correct.
And in this picture, we can see that the tag is indeed attached to that blue two-tone Ford F-150.
Yes.
And that same date, we have another license plate reader from the same area, January 29th at 2:46 p.m., Racetrack Road in US 1. And a photograph here, we can see the tag is attached to Mr. Tenon's blue two-tone F-150 vehicle.
Yes.
And here we can see, again, January 29th, 2:45 at Greenleaf Drive, Northeast Valley Ridge Boulevard and Greenleaf Drive. And that is, again, the two-tone truck.
Yes.
In any of these license plate reader reports, was there a photograph of such that you were able to see who was in the vehicle?
No.
Was there a photograph such that you were able to see how many people were in the vehicle?
No.
But this lets us know that Mr. Tenon on January 29th was in his blue two-tone Ford F-150.
Yes.
Mr. Dreiser asked you about the media release of the photograph of the blue two-tone Ford F-150, and your testimony was it was released into the community, and upon questioning from Mr. Dreiser, you admitted that many people in the community, especially Jacksonville Beach, were aware the police were looking for this specific vehicle.
That's correct.
And these slides show that at the time period that Mr. Tenon was driving this vehicle, he overlapped for several significant periods of time at Potomac Avenue with Mr. Tenon while he was in possession of that blue two-tone vehicle.
That's correct.
Did Mr. Fernandez ever tell you during his interview or respond or give a Crime Stoppers tip or tell anyone that he knew his tenant owned a blue two-toned Ford F-150?
No.
I want to talk about your interview with Mr. Fernandez. Mr. Dreiser asked you some questions about statements Mr. Fernandez made about details of the homicide.
Yes.
And do you believe that the media had released information that there had been a tire in the road shortly after Jared Bridegan's death?
I do know a media report was done. I just don't remember the exact date that it was done.
Did you and investigators initially believe that Jared Bridegan had gotten out of his vehicle to move the tire before he was killed?
Yes, we did.
Was that information ever made public?
No.
I'm going to go through State's Exhibit. May I approach?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 91. It's some surveillance video Mr. Dreiser asked you about. And you testified that you believed on the second time that blue truck went to Pablo Hamlet that it pulled into the gravel lot at the Discovery School. Can you explain to me why you believe that?
Just based upon where you see the turning happening, it seems to be too soon to be turning onto the next street. Also, the next street only goes to the police station or the golf course. There's no exit onto a major highway.
This is State's Exhibit 91 that I'm publishing. That is the first time the truck left Pablo Hamlet prior to the homicide. Is that right?
I can't see him on the screen.
Oh, rats. I'm going back and forth between. Get this queued up. All right, so playing at 28:05. Was that the first time the truck left Pablo Hamlet prior to the homicide?
That's correct.
And this time should be actually 8 p.m. That's my fault. We see here the blue truck.
Yes.
And can you explain for the jury, and if you need to mark on the map, the geographic layout of what we just looked at and where this gravel lot is in relation to where 15th Street is and where that truck was pulling out?
So the area that we're,
Hold on, I can zoom in. This is
hold on.
State's Exhibit 208. Sorry, this is the world's worst mouse. All right, I'm gonna leave it like this. We're on 208. Detective, if you could show them what.
So the camera is actually coming from this Pablo Hamlet area. And then basically the gravel lot is about right here, which is basically on the side of the Discovery School.
At the time of this homicide, you've already, or I think someone previously testified, did the Discovery School have video surveillance equipment
They did not.
or working?
They did.
Well, they did have it. It just was not working.
He's a fucking idiot.
Mr. Dreiser showed you what he deemed or described as a business plan of Mr. Tenen. Was that found during the search warrant at the Potomac House?
Yes, it was.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is State's Exhibit 197. And may I publish for the jury?
Yes, you may.
This is a composition notebook. Is this what was collected at Potomac?
Yes.
I'll show everyone the business plan. You all will take this back with you. And I'm showing you the last page. It's page 5 out of 6 with writing on it. And there describes some costs associated with a pallet business, and they are dated. Can you tell me the dates on this business plan?
The cost or the sheet here is dated March 29th, 2020.
Thank you. Is there any indication during your investigation through your discussions with Mr. Tennant's coworkers and boss at Monison Pallets, or a review of his financials, or review of that notebook, that he had a business plan in February of 2022?
All right. Response?
I can rephrase it.
All right, you may.
Did you ever find any evidence that Mr. Tennant had a current business plan in 2022 such that he bought equipment, or had reached out to vendors, or had filed any paperwork with the state?
No, I did not.
Mr. Dreiser asked you whether you had any evidence that John Biggerstaff ever possessed a 10mm firearm. You said no physical evidence. Did you have other evidence in the forms of statements on recorded wires, witness statements, that led you to keep investigating Mr. Biggerstaff?
Yes.
Did Mr. Biggerstaff have a gun cabinet still at his home when members of your team went to interview him?
Yes.
Did you speak to a witness, Mr. Fred Barton, in regards to Mr. Biggerstaff's activity with his firearms?
Well, a member of my team did, yes.
Did you receive information from the ATF regarding a police report filed by Mr. Biggerstaff's son, Juan Biggerstaff, regarding the serial number of the 10mm firearm?
Yes.
Did you receive a Google return for John Biggerstaff showing that he had Googled and searched 10mm firearms?
Yes.
And was that on January 25th, 2022?
Yes.
And that is one of the slides that was prepared for you by Agent Blythe, indicates that on January 25th, 2022, that Mr. Fernandez was in the vicinity of Mr. Biggerstaff's residence.
That's correct.
Detective Johns, when you're asked by Mr. Dreiser whether you have evidence of a specific conclusion, I guess, and you say no physical evidence, can you explain to the jury how it is you look at your investigation? Is it piece by piece? Can you describe to them how you view the evidence when making your determination of how to proceed as a homicide detective?
There's certain things that are a one-off or a conclusion, but a favorite cop term is a totality of the circumstances. So you look at everything, you can't explain things through maybe one little piece. But when you start looking at a big picture and you look at everything together, that is when you can start developing evidence that all kind of comes together and makes sense versus a one-off thing that maybe on it by itself doesn't mean much.
One of the last things Mr. Dreiser asked you was in regards to the recovery of the blue truck at 1705 University Street where Mr. Jones lives.
Yes.
Mr. Dreiser asked you that there is no evidence to suggest it's not true that firearm could be at Mr. Jones' house. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
Did you receive information during your investigation in 2023 that the firearm in this case, was disposed of,
Yes.
and therefore not at Mr. Jones' house.
Correct.
What? So you just determined that on your own? Oh, I'd eat this. I'd eat her ass right here. Let's go. Come on, Jesse.
No further questions.
Mr. Dreiser?
Come on.
Let's go in reverse order.
Yes.
Juan Biggerstaff, John Biggerstaff's son, is going to testify. Well, he's a listed witness. You know that.
Yes, sir.
And I don't think I heard you. When the state asked you where this gun was disposed of, it was Texas?
No. She didn't say that. She just asked if it was disposed of.
Are you talking about when Juan Biggerstaff, she asked you, wrote down the serial number of the 10 millimeter firearm in Texas? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Who disposed, you don't know who disposed of the firearm, correct? You don't have the firearm.
I do not have the firearm.
What she did ask you about was a serial number of a firearm that matched the description which Juan Biggerstaff, John Biggerstaff's son, reported stolen in Texas, correct?
Yes.
Mario Fernandez had nothing to do with that, correct?
As far as I know, no.
He didn't file the police report, right?
No.
He wasn't located in Texas, right?
No.
And then you learned that Juan Biggerstaff said he made a mistake and he wrote down the wrong serial number, right?
Yes.
Okay. The gun cabinet, that was evidence that you just suggested to the jury could be not physical evidence that John Biggerstaff had a firearm, because when they went to his house, he still had a gun cabinet. Do you recall testifying to that a minute ago?
Yes.
John Biggerstaff had an old, rusted out wooden gun cabinet that couldn't even shut on his back porch, filled with garden tools. That's what you found at John Biggerstaff's house, correct?
Correct.
But the state, you didn't offer any of that information. It was just that an old gun cabinet. And Mr. Biggerstaff couldn't own scratch that last question. Mr. Biggerstaff couldn't own firearms, correct?
He was not legally allowed to have a firearm.
And that the state of disrepair of the gun cabinet that they just asked you about was consistent with a gun cabinet that hadn't seen a firearm in about 8 years, right?
I have no way of telling that.
But it wouldn't surprise you if a gun hadn't been in there in 8 years, right?
I can't say.
People don't keep guns on their back porch, do they, unlocked?
Generally, no.
What about,
Generally, no.
ask
right?
what Fred Barton
And
told him.
Did you find a gun in the cabinet or did you find garden tools?
There was garden tools in the locker.
Okay. So now let's talk about the license plate reader that the state asked you about. You're right. It didn't have a picture of Henry Tenen in the car, right?
No, it did not.
You just used that information to determine that Henry Tenen likely could be in the car. And then you used the Google information to determine that we do believe it was Henry Tenen, right?
Yes.
You're not going to look at this jury and say it's not Henry Tenen, right? You believe Henry Tenen was in that vehicle.
Yes.
You just don't have a picture of him.
Correct.
But what license plate readers also provide is additional information that a vehicle was in the area, correct?
Yes.
And in the area is an area of Nocatee where there were lots of businesses, correct?
I'm honestly not familiar with that exact
Shut the fuck up.
area.
You know that's what the gymnastics area was, right?
I know that Nocatee generally has lots of businesses.
Thank you. And you knew the time that the blue truck was there, correct?
Yes.
So that gives you an investigatory lead that you could then go and determine if there was any surveillance that could put Henry Tenen or Mario Fernandez in that blue truck, correct?
I don't understand your question, sorry.
Good cameras.
You could take the location of the vehicle and the time of the vehicle. Looking at State's Exhibit 210 that they just put into evidence, and you could say, we know he's in this area at this time. Let's go see if there's any surveillance that we can now put Mr. Fernandez in that vehicle by other businesses with that information, correct?
There were no indications that he stopped and patronized a business in the area.
So you just didn't do it. You didn't ask any
That's not what I
single,
said.
did you ask one single business if they had any surveillance of any of a blue F1 Ford 50 around the time of January 29th in Nocatee?
No, I did not.
Today, going back to the gravel lot thing, you never saw the vehicle stop in the gravel lot, correct?
No, I did not.
So you don't know if it just kept going. Even if it pulled into the gravel lot for a second and you happen to be right in your speculation, you don't know that it stopped there, right?
I can't say how long it did or didn't stop there for.
And just so we're clear, the gravel lot is a children's school, correct?
Yes,
This is 8 o'clock on a Wednesday night, right?
yes,
A random pickup truck sitting right in front of a children's school stopped for 2 hours is the length of time that truck would have been, that vehicle would have been there. Not a single person reported a suspicious vehicle inside of a school parking lot?
that area is actually very dark. It's on the side of the school. I don't know that anyone, you could probably pull in there and no one would even know that the truck was there.
Or someone could walk by and see a suspicious truck in front of the gravel lot in front of a children's school, right?
On the side.
On the side of the children's school, right?
Yes,
To get into Pablo Hamlet, you have to pass that road, correct?
yes,
And no one reported a suspicious vehicle outside of a child's school at 8 p.m. on a Wednesday night ever to you that entire night, correct?
that's correct.
And the other thing that the jury should know is that the gravel lot is about 400 or 500 yards closer to the police station from where it would be tucked in at Pablo Hamlet, correct?
I don't understand the question, sorry.
How far is the gravel lot from the police station?
It's fairly close.
So the truck moved closer. This truck was just involved in an ambush murder. We know that it hung out at the Pablo Hamlet for about 20 minutes prior to the homicide. We know this time it backed in and it pulled right out. Can we agree with that?
Yes,
And your speculation is that it pulled closer to the police station,
it pulled off the road
closer to the police station.
by 25, 30 feet, yes.
You think it's 25, 30 feet from the cul-de-sac at Pablo Hamlet to where you think that car pulled out? You think that's 30 feet?
I don't know that I'm estimating, but it's not very far at all.
Do you play
You
football?
saw it on video. That whole time the car drives out, you're telling me in this jury that you think that's 30 feet.
I don't know exactly how far it is, but it's not very far at all.
Nonetheless, you will agree at least that it's closer to the police station.
It is physically closer to the police station.
And it's also closer to a major intersection, 15th and Cheddar, correct?
Yes,
And then lastly, on redirect, this morning you felt comfortable talking about the January 29th and when Mr. Fernandez goes to Potomac, you were able to say that you felt comfortable saying they could have been there at the same time. Do you recall saying that?
yes,
Those are your words, could have?
yes.
Because you can't say that they were there at the same time, right?
Their devices were, two devices that belonged to those people were there at generally the same time.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at. Let's break it down. Let's start with what we can agree on. When Mr. Tenon comes back after this dry run, you can say that for a period of time, the device of Henry Tenon was at Potomac when the device of Mr. Fernandez was at Potomac. You testified to that, right?
Could you show me the slide again?
Sure. Ms. Day, can you pull up January 29th slides? And let's go backwards. Let's start with the return.
Do you mind if I use the restroom while you do that?
Sure.
Okay. Members of the jury will take 5 minutes and we'll return back. Leave your notepads on your chair.
You guys, this is unbelievable. I've never seen anybody about to get, messed up in a courtroom. Can I? Yeah. Are you gonna shit your pants? Yeah. Go take a break. Go clean up. Go wipe your ass. Okay. This is absolutely wild. All right. Stiffy girl gets up there. Okay. Wants to throw her blue suit. I mean, by God. Hey, framed. First, she wants him to testify as an expert, but
All right, please let the record reflect that the jury has left the courtroom. Same rules apply, detective. Court's in recess.
okay, so he can take a shit.
Your Honor, I would like to proffer a recross outside the presence of the jury when Mr. Dreiser's finished.
Okay.
What?
Me redirect, double redirect.
Yes,
All right.
or re-squared direct.
Okay.
Okay, so let's gather ourselves here because this is wild. I give Stifler credit for this comment, which is Mario Saldana never offered up a tip to say, hey, Henry Tennant, my tenant has a two-tone Ford F-150 truck that you guys are looking for, right? Okay. So she makes a point to say, like, Mario never offered that up, right? Well, you had a meeting with him on March 1st, right? An interview that you recorded. Did you ever ask him if he knows anybody that owns a blue F-150? Because that wasn't out yet, was it? On March 1st. Mr. Saldana said, hey, did he say if there's any follow-ups you can get in contact with him? So after March 1st, did you ever follow up with him and ever communicate with him again? Did you ever try to call him and he said, don't call me, call my lawyer. I have a lawyer now. No. Okay, so let's talk about the no tip, right? Did Jeremy Ordway, his roommate, ever call in a tip about a Ford F-150 blue truck? You said you found Henry Tennant's blue truck at Jimmy Jones's, right? So is there any evidence to suggest that he was keeping his truck stored over there? Didn't you interview Juan and John Biggerstaff? And they asked them what type of vehicles does Henry Tennant is known to like be driving in? You same thing that you asked. Who was it? Yeah, Juan and John Biggerstaff, and they said a bike, right? And that white Crown Vic. They never mentioned a blue truck, right? And are you aware that those people were offered full immunity? Did you offer Mario full immunity? Okay, let's go back to Juan Biggerstaff's police report. And let's go back to the totality of these circumstances. What totality? What did you have and when did you have it? You knew about Henry Tennant as early as when? You knew about John Biggerstaff and you did a search warrant on his phone in March of 2022. When's the first time you talked to him? At the end of August? So you didn't think to put up a poll camera, or did you put up a poll? I mean, why didn't you put up some poll cameras if you guys are looking for this? When did Lindsay Butler tell you that Henry Tennant had a Ford F-150 truck because his dad died and he inherited this? When did he register and change ownership? And when did Lindsay Butler tell you about that? Or is Jesse being smart here and he's potentially waiting? Let me get this straight. Juan Biggerstaff reported a gun that was stolen. This is insane. And then he's like, oh, wait, I wrote the wrong serial number down. Where was that at? In Texas? We need to go back at lunch and talk about that because I need to understand that just a tiny bit more because that's wild. Because there was another gun that was reported. There was another gun that was found randomly. Somebody turned it in on February 28th. They just found a random gun and they brought it to the station. What did you guys do with that gun? How about, do you have any guns and evidence that have gone missing? Have you checked all your evidence? You know, are all your guns accounted for over there at the station? Look at look at that little jockey. Look at him. Look at that little jockey. No wonder why he's so stressed out. I mean, why is the camera on him like that? I'm surprised they're not going crazy about that. He's so tiny. He needs to buy a horse when he gets out. And he needs to go ride it around town. Little jockey. What totality of evidence? How about let's talk about the clothing that they took out? There's no biological, like, you didn't test any of this shit. You just eyeballing stuff. This is crazy. Nothing that you tested has any, there's nothing, you know, there's nothing tying any of the pieces of clothing to the crime scene. It's just you eyeballing, looking at a video that you've determined that's Henry Tenen, and that's the outfit he was wearing. But then there's just this lone jacket that's just hanging up all by itself. And that's the one that got framed and brought into this courtroom, the one that Jeremy Ordway looks like he just put in a closet and hung it up. Nothing else is around it. I just can't. What's the totality here? What's the totality? I'm trying to understand. You have a video that is missing 36 minutes. What's the totality of that? You have Matt Heck. Let's start talking about the totality of the evidence. How did you ever associate that truck was even associated with the crime scene? People are reporting a white sedan. People are reporting a white van. People are reporting a red car. People are reporting a black truck, 2 doors. People are reporting seeing a 6'2", 250-pound white guy. People reported seeing scruffy Jesus. People are reporting what's the totality of the evidence? Am I missing anything? The totality of the evidence is what? We ruled out everything else. Did you swab Jared's vehicle to see if anybody was sitting in the passenger seat of that vehicle? I don't know. Why was the ATF involved day 1? How many times did you call and talk to Lindsay Butler? Why didn't you just ask Mario any of these questions? He's such a chatty Cathy. Get his ass in there. Like, let him hang himself. Did you ask him to take a polygraph? Even though they're not admissible in court, right? You didn't ask him if he would take a polygraph? Why'd you wait until August to put up a poll cam? Is it because you guys had to go find that truck, find that tire, and plant that tire really quick? Let's talk about that. Let's talk about the totality of the framed evidence I see in front of the jury. The best is you didn't search the house where the truck was found. stored away, hidden. Jimmy Jones. And then he says Jimmy Jones wasn't a suspect. That's a lie. He's written as suspect down on one of the reports. I would just simply come out and say this case was a you guys were looking at this as a big complex conspiracy case, right? That a ton of people were involved, right? And the totality of the evidence says we don't have any, so we have to go offer full immunity to the Biggerstaffs to see if they will what? Turn on Mario and testify against him and just say whatever you guys want, right? The tongue of the boot is how I size that up. Sorry, but that's crazy. The tongue of the boot. Can we please talk about the transient man that lived in the area? And you guys said that he was on the surveillance cameras. You guys said that was him. Ask Detective Johns if Gabriel Harrett is white or black, who's the transient that lives over there. And then show him a report and ask him why he put that he's a white guy if he's black. That's about how accurate your notes are, right? So the totality of what? All the wrong information? Come on, man. Pop this motherfucker. Jose Baez is going to. Diane Benassi, they're going to slay this, man. Talk about the toolbox in the back of the truck. Say you have the license plate readers. Those are in January. Do you see like stacks of tires just stacked up back there? No. I see a toolbox though. Where's that toolbox when you go get the truck on what is it? How come it took you so long to find this truck? What'd you think when you saw Maria Biggerstaff getting plowed from Jockey Mario? What'd you think when you saw those, videos? And on January 25th, he's railing Biggerstaff's recording it. What'd you think about that? Were you like, wow, what a cuck? The totality of that evidence. What'd you think about that? On January 25th, right? What was that? No, I'm sorry. February 15th. Oh, wait, my bad. The night before the murders, he was railing Maria Biggerstaff. And John Biggerstaff's recording it. So what? Was it, you think they put that on the internet? Was it porn? I'm just curious. What's going on here? After you found out that, I don't know, you never asked Mario about any of that after you talked to John Biggerstaff? Hey, Mario, just so you know, cops are over here, and I kind of told him about how, I mean, I had no choice but to be honest about our lifestyle that we're living. I hope it doesn't affect your marriage. Oh, shit. Maybe this is why they were getting divorced. Huh? Anybody think about that? Because Shanna Gardner wasn't partaking in this lifestyle. Henry Ten had 4 phones. Was he a drug dealer? How about anyone want to ask that question? Nope, he was not a drug dealer. He wasn't a drug user, was he? He has no money, but he has 4 phones. How did you guys obtain Henry Tennant's geolocation? Did you guys obtain that legally? Did you guys obtain any of this shit legally? They obtained all these search warrants, Detective Johns, because of your words in probable cause statements, right? Okay, just making sure. The totality revolves around your distortion of the evidence. Perfect. Oh, I would ask him whose DNA was found on the tire that was found at Potomac. Did you guys swab that? Whose DNA was found on that tire? Can you imagine if you would have said, hey, wow, if we would have just only put up those poll cameras just a couple weeks earlier, you put them up, what, August 8th, August 7th. You found the tire when you drove by. July 18th when you want to do that interview. So wow, just a couple weeks. The totality of the evidence. Stroke of luck over here, right? Just stroking it.
Yes, that would be fine, Judge. I let Mr. Dreiser know I have 2 questions for redirect, but one that I want to proffer.
Okay.
And that is because,
You have more?
well, no, it would just be this one question, but I wanted to let court and counsel know, based on Mr. Dreiser's questioning of the firearm could be at Mr. Jones' house. You don't know. You've never recovered the firearm. It could be there.
Okay.
I would like to ask Detective Johns, because he's been instructed that we're not bringing in any of Henry Tennant's statements into this trial.
Okay. So Detective, again, a proffer is a situation where the attorneys ask you questions outside the presence of the jury. It's for admissibility purposes.
Oh my God, hang on right here. Remember we were wondering why is she saying Henry Tennant is dead to you guys in this trial? They're not bringing into this. They stipulated to this. And that, I think, is why the defense moved to remove their motion to be heard on a Franks. They stipulated we won't use anything, and you pull it back. That's what I think happened. Holy shit.
Only, so you may or may not answer these questions again in front of the jury. You may proceed.
Okay.
Detective Johns, independent of what Mr. Dreiser was asking you about a police report involving the Biggerstaffs, in February and March of 2023, without saying where you got the information, did you come to learn that the firearm, or as part of your investigation, did you learn that the firearm used in this murder was disposed of in such a way that it was unrecoverable?
Yes.
That's what I'd like to ask.
Any questions based on that? But no questions for him.
Wait, what?
I'm asking questions.
I know, I'm thinking.
Yes, you do.
Detective Johns, the information that the state's talking about is what you learned from Henry Tennant?
Yes.
Yeah, move to strike. No, it's not
That
admissible.
would be inconsistent with anything that you testified regarding the firearm being stolen in Texas, correct? Both things can't be true. It can't be disposed of in February or March of 2022 and then stolen in Texas, correct?
I can only testify to what I was told, and I'm only testifying to what Juan Biggerstaff reported.
Right? What you were told is it was disposed of in such a way it was unrecoverable, correct?
Correct.
So then it couldn't be in Texas with Juan Biggerstaff, correct?
That's an inference.
You weren't told that the gun went to Texas.
That's correct.
You weren't told that the gun went to Juan Biggerstaff.
That's correct.
You weren't told that the gun went to John Biggerstaff.
Correct.
What you were told by a person who's no longer cooperating, who the defense has never gotten a chance to speak to, is that the gun was put into a junker's truck, correct?
A scrap metal truck.
Scrap metal truck.
Yes.
You just told me that you don't make inferences, correct?
I said you were making one.
You wouldn't feel comfortable making the inference that it would never be recoverable. Mr. Tennant never told you it was a scrap truck that could never be recovered, correct?
Based on the statement that he was made, I was answering a question, which was that he said it was put to a scrap metal truck.
That's it. That's all he told you. He didn't say anything about it being unrecoverable, correct?
Correct.
You don't know if he put it We don't even know where in the scrap metal truck you put it.
Where? When?
It was in a trailer of a scrap metal truck.
Trailer?
You don't know that. He didn't say a trailer. He just said he put it in a scrap metal truck, correct?
Correct.
You don't know if it was in the front seat, correct?
That's correct.
You have no idea what happened to that firearm, correct?
That's correct.
You have no idea that if that gun went to a scrap yard and it was being unloaded, that someone wouldn't have said, hey, there's a perfectly good 10 millimeter firearm that's only a few years old. That's unusual to be in a scrap metal truck. You don't have any idea what happened to this firearm, right?
Correct.
So for the state to ask you that it's unrecoverable, all the questions I just asked you would tell you that you have no idea whether it was unrecoverable, because you don't know. Right?
I know what Mr. Tennant testified to.
And the only thing you know is that he said he put it in a scrap metal truck.
That's correct.
I don't have any more questions.
Okay, let me see you all at sidebar.
Okay, you guys have to understand this. Henry Tennant was arrested in August, but it was, the ruse. Then in January, they do the big rearrest of him, but we're going to do this big presentation and we're going to have a press conference and we have breaking news in the Jerry Bridegan case and we've arrested a man in connection with the murder of Jerry Bridegan. We have reason to believe that Jerry Bridegan, Henry Tennant did not act alone. That big shit that happened in January, just so you guys know this, Henry Tennant had not talked to the state's attorney's office and did not confess or anything like that yet. Henry Tennant is, though, however, on jailhouse calls with a friend saying, I don't have an attorney. I got 2 AGs going back and forth. And it's like, it's worse than having an attorney because basically insinuating that his attorney is on their side. He's like part of them. Henry Tennant supposedly gives this confession and all this crap that he doesn't know about anything in March. This is what's interesting, is that between January and March, what happens? Supposedly, allegedly, Juan Biggerstaff in Texas decides to write up a police report saying that the 10 millimeter was stolen. What are you doing? I can't wait to hear about that, because that would be consistent with, after hearing the press conference of Henry Tennant, that then you decide to write up a police report saying that a serial number gun that you write up was stolen. And then when you're asked questions about it, he's like, oh, I wrote the wrong serial number down. That's not the gun that was stolen. When was this gun? When did you realize it was stolen? Like, you wouldn't even at that point write, none of this should come in. This is crazy. Why are you offering immunity to the people that basically shot and killed Jerry Bridegan? How about that? The totality of the circumstances would have you arresting Juan Biggerstaff and John Biggerstaff for conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Why aren't they arrested? That's what the totality of the evidence would suggest, is that Juan Biggerstaff, and since they don't want to take your deal of immunity and give them up and we'll give you immunity, they didn't want to do that. They didn't change any statement that they ever gave you. So why aren't you arresting them? I would love to know what else Henry Tennant said. I don't think any of this should be in. If they agreed to keep Henry Tennant completely out and anything that he said, then how does a detective testify to what Henry Tennant said? Or allude to being able to give an answer based off of what Henry Tennant said? That's absolutely absurd. That's an oxymoron to me. Can you guys imagine the night before the murder? You're supposed to be like, hey, we have our plan all together, right? Like, we're good to go. Tomorrow's the day. Hey, Maria, get over here. Hey, Maria, spread a bunch of beers out all over the place. Maria, get over here. Assume the position, girl. I mean, it is being said in this courtroom that Mario Saldana was having sex with John Biggerstaff's wife while John Biggerstaff was recording it the night before the murder. And that's why he went over there. That's a proven fact. There's video evidence of those two having sex. The jury is going to be debating if while they're having sex, they're planning a murder. But there's no evidence of this. But the state has not implicated in any way, shape, or form Juan or John Biggerstaff. Like, it's nuts.
So none of those questions are going to be asked by ruling in court.
It's like when Dan Moore said he threw the gun in the river. They went diving for days. Didn't find shit. That river's, you would have found it in the ammo.
Thank you.
Because he didn't throw, he didn't shoot nobody. He didn't throw no fucking, pistol in the water. Unreal. I'm still confused as to.
All right, welcome back. Everyone may be seated.
Why did
Mr. Dresser,
Why did you settle in on
Detective Johns.
give the jury just a second.
that truck?
You may proceed.
Detective Johns, lots of questions, back and forth. I want to slow down and make sure we get some timelines correct, okay? The state asked you on the redirect if Mario ever gave you any information, Mr. Fernandez, excuse me, gave you any information at his interview about a Ford F-150 truck. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
And of course, he didn't do that, did he?
No.
When was Mr. Fernandez's interview with you? It was March 1st, 2022, correct?
Correct.
You didn't release the Ford F-150 to the media until March 9th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
So Mr. Fernandez, had he told you anything about a Ford F-150 truck, he would have been making a serious admission to you that he had knowledge about the crime, correct?
If he could
It would have been pretty damning if Mr. Fernandez started talking to you about a Ford F-150 truck, two-tone color, driving around Jack's Beach on the night of the homicide, right?
He was also interviewed at a later date after the release.
That's not what they asked you. They asked you if in that interview he told you anything about a blue Ford F-150 truck, and he didn't.
He did not.
And you hadn't released it yet.
Correct.
And then you told the jury in response to other questions that the state asked you about him saying he got out of the car and that they asked whether that had been released to the media, correct?
Correct.
But Detective Burrell and Detective Lamont went to Mr. Fernandez's home on the night of this homicide around midnight. You know that, right?
Yes.
And they gave a death notification, correct?
Yes.
And in a death notification, people ask what happened, right?
I don't know anything one way or the other about their conversation.
Because you weren't there
That's correct.
and you don't know what they said.
You didn't ask?
And it wasn't a big secret that he was shot and killed. Ms. Brightigan testified yesterday that they told her that he was shot and killed that night.
That's correct.
And he was found outside of his car.
Yes.
So that's not a big secret, right?
No.
And in Jack's Beach, the other question the government asked you is, did they record Mr. Fernandez and Ms. Gardner when they were getting their death notification? And your answer was no, right?
Correct.
That's because in Jack's Beach, you don't utilize body cameras. Right?
No, we do not.
So there would have been no way to record it if they weren't wearing body cameras, correct?
We do utilize handheld recorders at times.
At times, but it wasn't recorded because you don't wear body cameras, right?
That would be a better question for Detective Burrell or Detective Lamont.
Just like knowing what in fact they told Mr. Fernandez, you weren't there for that.
That's correct.
But you were there when Ms. Brightigan learned that Jared Brightigan was shot and killed, correct?
Yes,
And you do know that Ms. Brightigan went to the Fernandez residence the next day, correct?
that's correct.
You have no idea what they talked about, correct?
Correct.
So this is not some foreign concept that Mr. Fernandez, 2 weeks after the homicide, may have known that Jared Brightigan was killed outside of his car because he got out and that he was shot and killed, right?
Correct.
I left off asking you about some slides. And I said I was going to go in reverse order, but nope, she has it pulled up. This is the slide of January 29th that the state asked you about, right?
Yes.
And you said he could have been there at the same time, right?
They could have been in the same space.
Could have.
Yes.
But what I'm trying to ask you is, they also could not have, because the location data isn't accurate enough to put them at the same spot at that time, right?
I can only attest to what is on the slide. I'll let Agent Blythe answer your technical question.
Okay, let's see what's on the slide. Henry Tennant's in black in geolocation, correct?
He's the red dot.
Mm-hmm. It's the red dot. Right, and it's showing at what time, 2:06.
Yes.
Let's back down below. At 2 o'clock, he appears to be in the area of Potomac, correct?
That's correct.
And at 2:06, he's even farther away from Potomac, correct?
Correct.
And then look all the way to the right under the call-out box. At 2:10, he's even farther away than from Potomac, right?
That's correct.
So with your limited ability to testify, Mr. Tennant is leaving Potomac, right?
Yes.
His device is.
Yes.
But I'm going to agree with you that we all believe it was Mr. Henry Tennant in that truck that went on that dry run, right?
Yes.
There's two different technologies going on. We're using geolocation for Mr. Tennant, and we're using cell timing advance records for Mario Fernandez, correct?
Correct.
That's why you can't necessarily tell exactly where Mr. Fernandez is, because he's moving between cell towers using timing advance records, right?
Correct.
So up top at 2 o'clock, all right, at the same time, you see where we said Henry Tennant was at Potomac at 2 o'clock?
Yes.
You see where Mario Fernandez is at 2 o'clock? He's inside that top band, right?
Yes, but there is potential for them to overlap. And that
getting-
was what was questioned, asked me.
I'm getting there. At 2 o'clock, they're not in the same spot.
There's no data for both of them at exactly 2 o'clock or between 2 o'clock and 2:02.
Right. So the point is, they could have been at Potomac at the same time, or they could not have. They may have been two ships passing in the night. You can't say one way or the other.
I'll let Agent Blythe answer that question.
Well, I'm going to ask you to answer that question. You felt comfortable doing it for the state. You said could have. So you're also agreeing that they may not have, correct?
Based upon the time lapse, it is possible, yes.
That there are two ships passing in the night.
Yes.
Okay. And then we'll see what Agent Blythe says, right?
Yes.
May I have one moment?
Yes.
No further questions.
All right. Anything further?
Yes, ma'am. I have 4 questions. Sure. Detective Johns, when I asked you about Mr. Fernandez, you did have an interaction with him after the media release of the truck. In fact, you spoke to him again and took a swab from his cheek on April 15th of 2022.
Yes.
Did he mention at all a blue two-tone truck?
No, it did not.
And that had been released in the media for a couple weeks at that point.
That's correct.
And we went through the slide earlier. I know Mr. Dreiser was asking you about January 29th, but February 15th, the jury can go back and look, and Agent Blythe will testify, there's at least 20 to 25 minutes where Mr. Fernandez and Mr. Tennant are together at Potomac the day before the homicide.
That's correct.
The surveillance in Nocatee he asked about. You all identified Henry Tennant as a suspect in this case in July of 2022.
That's correct.
When did you receive those LPR reports?
I don't remember the specific date.
Was it after that?
Yes.
And that was because you had no reason to look for Henry Tennant's license plate because you hadn't identified him or his vehicle up to that point.
That's correct.
And January 29th through July to August of 2022, is there much chance that businesses are going to have surveillance 6 months later? In your experience, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'll lay some foundational questions. Obviously, you guys canvassed and collected a ton of surveillance video in this case.
Yes, we did.
And do you have experience in general, not from this case, but as a patrol officer and as a homicide detective in collecting surveillance cameras?
Yes.
Footage, excuse me. And generally, have you found in your experience that businesses or homes keep archived surveillance footage for that lengthy period of time?
Generally, no.
Mr. Dreiser asked you a bunch of questions about the car turning at Pablo Hamlet to the gravel lot that would make it closer to the police station at Jacksonville Beach. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
What else would turning into that gravel lot make that truck closer towards?
Mr. Fernandez's residence.
And then lastly, Mr. Dreiser had asked you about Mr. Tennant being at Marsh Inlet on January 5th because of his cell phone data. And he asked you about the significance of January 5th being towards the beginning of the month, perhaps something to do with rental payments. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
During your investigation, did you learn that January 5th, 2022 was a Wednesday date night?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, no further questions.
Okay. Anything further for this witness right now? Okay. Okay. Detective, you understand what that means?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. You can step down. Also, Detective, before you go, the rules that I put into place about testimony at this point, you're now off the witness stand, so you can speak to the attorneys.
Thank you.
All right. However, the rule is still invoked. All right, thank you. Call your next witness.
The state calls Agent McStingle, Kenneth McStingle.
Who? What a mess.
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand to be sworn in?
Sir, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
All right, this way, Agent. Watch your step, okay? There's a slight incline. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to our jurors?
Hello, my name is Mick Stingle. I'm a special agent with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
And while we speak, does that go by the acronym ATF?
Excuse me. Yes, ma'am. ATF.
Agent Stengel, can you please give the jury a brief background into your educational experience, training and experience?
Yes, ma'am. Well, I've been an ATF agent beginning in 2008, so approximately over 18 years. Prior to that, I was a probation and parole officer in Louisville, Kentucky. I attended the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center, where I did a approximate 3-month criminal investigating training program there with an additional special agent basic training program of about 3.5 months. And that was up in Brunswick, Georgia.
What's your current position with the ATF?
I'm a firearms instructor for ATF at the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center.
And if the jury's not familiar, can you describe what the ATF is? What organization, under what jurisdiction you operate?
Yes, ma'am. So we are under the Department of Justice. Our primary focus is violations of state and federal laws involving firearms crimes. So we will investigate armed drug trafficking, we'll assist with murders, pretty much any type of armed violent crime we like to assist our state and local partners with.
And where is ATF headquarters located?
Washington, D.C.
And what's your chain of command within ATF?
Currently, with my current chain of command is my branch chief, followed by our assistant special agent in charge, and then our special agent in charge. Then we have a deputy area director, and then our director.
And then does your director answer to the President of the United States?
Yes, ma'am.
What made you want to join the ATF?
I realized early on I wanted to be in law enforcement. I wanted to be able to investigate crimes.
Who cares?
And I thought about just doing in my local city where I grew up. But then I kind of realized that I would like the opportunity that if my investigation took me elsewhere, I might be able to follow it, and it give me a greater ability to follow the investigation.
Within ATF, prior to being a firearms instructor, what other positions did you hold?
I was a special agent, I was a criminal investigator, so I would just investigate crimes or violations of federal and state law.
The special agent is akin to a detective within the federal
Yes, ma'am.
agency. How are cases assigned, or how do you become involved in cases as an ATF agent that are not originating under federal jurisdiction?
Okay. We always try to work well with our state and local partners. So if we have, we know a detective working something, we'll offer our services, whether it be manpower, resource, any resource we can provide.
And currently you are a firearms instructor with ATF?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been a firearms instructor?
Approximately 2 years. Well, is my sole responsibility, 2 years. Other than that, I've received training since 2017.
In instruction?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you instruct other ATF agents and trainees on firearms?
Yes, ma'am.
And where's your current assignment?
Brunswick, Georgia.
I want to talk about your involvement in the homicide investigation of Jared Bridegan.
Yes, ma'am.
At the time, in February 2022 through, I will say, February or March of 2023 with the arrest of Mr. Fernandez, where were you located? Where were you, I want to say stationed, but where were you assigned?
Yes, ma'am. I believe I transferred down to Jacksonville, and I believe it was in April of 22. Prior to that, I was in Louisville, Kentucky.
When you transferred to the local ATF office here in Jacksonville, when did you first become involved with this homicide investigation?
I believe that was in August of 22.
Was Henry Tenon already in custody on unrelated driving on suspended license charges when you got involved?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was some of your initial involvement in this case as an ATF agent?
Initially, we just met with the detectives from Jack's Beach and just kind of got read in or updated on what all had taken place in the case so far. And then from there, we just started going out. We would assist with interviews, and started out with just a lot of interviews.
I'm going to ask you a couple questions about some of the work you did in this case. Did you participate in a search warrant of 5239 Potomac Avenue on October 6th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And we've heard a lot about that from other officers. Did you also participate in the recovery of a blue two-toned Ford F-150 on October 14th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that at 1705 University Street?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you some photographs. Can you verify for me that you can see them on that screen? Yes?
They haven't come up yet. Sorry.
I have a thumbs up from the jury. Let's see if we can do this.
No, sorry.
Touch your screen and see if that helps.
I drew a line. No, ma'am. Sorry. All right, now I have something.
All right.
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked and entered into evidence of State's Exhibit 130. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at here?
That would be the residence located at 1705 University Street.
Okay, State's 131.
Same residence, just picture looks like it was taken from either the sidewalk or the street. And in the back left corner is the blue two-tone Ford F-150.
When you joined the investigation in August of 2022, Mr. Tendon was already in custody. What was the main focus of that investigation at that point?
We spent a lot of time trying to find that truck.
And did members of ATF eventually, using financial transaction records and cellular location data, zero in on the neighborhood where University Street is?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe for the jury, once you got a general area, how you all located the truck in this specific home?
Utilizing the Google location data, we drove to the area 1705. And once we essentially arrived at the residence, there we were able to see the truck from the street.
And in this photo states 131. Is that fairly and accurately depict how the truck looked when you first arrived on October 14th, 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Was the truck parked in the yard, clearly visible from the street?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it covered up in any manner?
No.
Did you, or rather, did you assist in securing the scene while awaiting a search warrant from Jacks Beach Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Did you ultimately need a search warrant to enter that property?
We initially received consent for the yard, and but we ended up getting a search warrant regardless.
Was there a resident at this home?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that?
Jimmy Jones.
And did you kind of take the lead on speaking with Mr. Jones?
Yes, I spoke with Mr. Jones.
And did he have any problem with you all coming onto his property and looking at the truck?
No issues, ma'am.
Was he cooperative with your investigation?
Very cooperative. Yes, ma'am.
All right, State's Exhibit 132. I'm going to describe these for the record. This is the left side of the house and the back of the truck. States 133. You see the back of the truck. States 134. Was this license plate number verified on scene as matching the license plate number of the vehicle you were looking for, which was Mr. Tennant's father's vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
States 135, we see the passenger side of that vehicle.
Show these
See the
pictures.
tires.
Yes, ma'am.
What the fuck are they
States
doing?
136 and States 137, front passenger headlight of the vehicle.
About
States
time.
138, front driver headlight of the vehicle. States 139, driver's side. States 140, tires on the driver's side. States 141, we see the bed of the vehicle. Was anything of evidentiary value found in the bed itself when you were on scene?
I don't believe so.
Was the truck sealed, meaning taped and towed to be processed at the Jacksonville Beach Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what we're looking at here in 142, these little evidence stickers showing it's sealed?
On the door, yes, ma'am.
Same thing on States 143.
Yes, ma'am.
When you were at Mr. Jones' home, did you search the interior of his home?
No, ma'am.
Did he seem cooperative and open to you coming into his home and looking around?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
And did you take him up on his offer and go inside and search?
When I was talking with Mr. Jones, I was building rapport with him. I did not know the status of where we were with the search warrant, and I wanted to make sure we maintained consent with him. At one point, I offered to carry in some items for him, and at that point in time, I don't want to get into hearsay, ma'am.
That's fine, I won't. But there was the ability for you to go in there and search if you had so chosen.
A statement was made, yes, ma'am.
And you did not feel the need to do that.
At that point in time, no, ma'am.
And can you explain to the jury why?
I'd been there speaking with Mr. Jones for approximately 12 minutes at that point of total time. He was very agreeable. He was accommodating. The truck was wide open, visible from the street. I felt like he was being open and honest with us. Just at that point in time, we had never even heard the name. I had never even heard the name Jimmy Jones. It was the first time he had come up in our investigation, and we were really focused on the truck at that point in time.
Following the recovery of the vehicle, I want to ask you about ATF's involvement with a man named Juan Biggerstaff.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any role in investigating Juan Biggerstaff?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that involvement?
There was an interview that me and Agent Simmons conducted with Mr. Biggerstaff. There was also, during the course of our investigation, we learned that he was on pretrial release on a federal case. And as part of his pretrial release, he had to create an inventory of all the firearms that he possessed.
So when you're investigating Mr. Biggerstaff, did you and Agent Simmons obtain documents from the federal government showing that Mr. Biggerstaff had in fact purchased a 10mm Glock firearm and had filled out a federal firearms inventory as part of his release back in his felony case?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Jose Baez and Diane Nash, you're going to eat this up.
Agent Stengel, I'm going to show you it's been marked and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 191.
Yes, ma'am.
Take your time and look at that.
I cannot believe they're not making them lay foundation. Lindsay Butler should be testifying first. How did you get to university, 1705 University? What brought you there? This is ridiculous. This is never going to fly in Shannon Gardner's case. But nor will it fly in Henry Tennant's case. But Mario Saldana, their defense strategy, it doesn't matter. None of this shit matters. Because they're over here saying, yeah, Henry's the shooter. Like, none of this implicates Mario Saldana. This is wild.
Do you recognize these documents?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are these?
These are certified copies of 4473s. It's an ATF form that you complete when you are purchasing a firearm from a federal firearms licensee or a gun store.
And within those FFL E-Trace purchase records from the federal government, first of all, do they belong to John Biggerstaff?
The 4473s were completed by John Biggerstaff, and they detail the purchase of a Glock 10mm pistol on June 8th of 2016.
Thank you. And then I'm also showing you State's Exhibit 190. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do you recognize that to be?
A copy of the inventory created by John and Juan Biggerstaff, detailing the firearms that he had as part of his supervised release, not pretrial release, supervised release.
And is this the federal firearms affidavit that you received?
Okay, I have to bring this up because this was genius of Jesse. They stipulated all of these exhibits coming into evidence, okay? And so what he did with Detective Johns, remember when I said, like, oh my God, he's getting in front of all of this. They're going to tell the story first. They're going to lay all this shit out first. Because it was in evidence. They could use this shit. If something's not admitted into evidence yet, you cannot use anything. Well, they used Detective Johns to do their narrative first. So what it would seem like to all of us right now as we're watching, what you guys should be thinking about in your head is like, well, like, why are we going backwards? Well, it's because Jesse just totally flipped the game with Detective Johns.
Received as a federal agent during the course of this investigation, or a copy of it at least.
A copy of it was received by Agent Simmons.
And as a federal agent with ATF and former probation and parole officer, can you explain to the jury how a firearms affidavit works in the federal system? Do the federal agents come to your house and actually seize all your firearms from you?
No, that was something that was created by Mr. Biggerstaff.
and he has to file it to show he no longer has possession, but those guns can go to anyone who is not otherwise prohibited from having them.
Yes, ma'am.
When did you and Agent Simmons interview Mr. Biggerstaff?
I'd have to check the actual date. May I refer to my notes?
Yes.
November 18th of 2022,
And where did you and Agent Simmons speak to Mr. Biggerstaff at?
in his residence.
When you were at his residence, did you see any items that you would consider to be accessories for firearms, ammunition, or other weapons?
There was, he maintained a gun safe, or better described as a gun cabinet,
And where was it located?
on his back porch.
Can you describe for the jury what it looked like?
Again, it was more of a gun cabinet. I'd say a thinner metal. Usually a gun safe would have reinforced walls, maybe some fire retardant in it. This was just a cheap thin metal, about approximate, maybe a little over a foot in width, maybe 5 feet tall at best.
And was it consistent with, in your experience with ATF as a firearms instructor, something someone would store firearms in?
You could put guns in it.
More than one?
Yes, ma'am.
At the time you saw it, were there any firearms inside of it?
No, ma'am.
What was inside of it?
I believe it was gardening tools.
And was it appear new and in good condition, or how did it appear to you?
I don't believe it locked anymore. It looked pretty beat up.
So you interviewed Mr. Biggerstaff at his home in November of 2022.
Yes, ma'am.
Was this part of your efforts with ATF to locate the 10 millimeter firearm or that you believe to be involved in the homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
And during your investigation and your conversations with Mr. Biggerstaff, was he ever able to provide you physically with a 10 millimeter firearm?
No, ma'am.
Was he ever able to direct you to a witness that could provide you with that 10 millimeter firearm?
Direct me towards a witness. I believe they went in the direction of interviewing his son, Juan Biggerstaff.
And did you interview I'm sorry, I'm going to have to use their full name so we can differentiate on the record. Mr. Juan Biggerstaff, did you and Agent Simmons and other members of the team speak with Mr. Juan Biggerstaff?
Yes, but so did our counterparts in Dallas. ATF agents in Dallas also interviewed Mr. Juan Biggerstaff.
And why is it that you had counterparts within ATF interview him? Was he local or was he out of state?
He was living in Texas at the time.
Mr. Juan Biggerstaff.
Mr. Juan Biggerstaff, yes.
How was he employed in Texas?
He was a police officer. I believe it was the Irvington Police Department.
And ATF agents went and spoke to him
Yes.
at his job in Texas.
Yes, ma'am.
At some point after agents had spoken to Juan Biggerstaff and you and Agent Simmons spoke to John Biggerstaff, did you have the opportunity yourself to speak with Juan Biggerstaff?
Yes, ma'am.
And when did you speak with him?
I believe we spoke with him in December of 22 when he came into the state attorney's office while he was in town on a trip.
At that point, had you had any success in locating the whereabouts of the 10 millimeter firearm that Mr. John Biggerstaff had once owned?
No, we have not.
And you had agents speak to his son, Juan Biggerstaff.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you speak to a man named Fred Barton?
Yes, ma'am.
And still no information about where his 10 millimeter firearm was located?
Yes, ma'am. Correct.
When Juan Biggerstaff came to speak with you at the state attorney's office at the Crime Gun Intelligence Center, did you all ask him to wear a wire on his father, John Biggerstaff?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you explain to the jury what it means to wear a wire?
We gave him a recording device, which we actually gave him, I believe, 2 recording devices, one that was audio and one that recorded audio and video. We provided those to him, and then he went to his father's residence.
Was he willing to wear it?
He was, I would describe him as apprehensive, but willing.
And at the time that you asked him to do this, was he still employed as a police officer with the Irving Police Department in Texas?
I believe so.
Did you give him instructions on how he should conduct this conversation and how to work the equipment itself?
I believe we did. We would have told him how to work the equipment. I didn't personally give him instruction on what to talk about, but the point of the conversation was to try to ascertain the location of the Glock pistol, the 10 millimeter.
Did you all ensure that Juan Biggerstaff could not contact his father before he actually met up with him in person while he was wired up?
I believe we did.
Once he went to his father's house and had a conversation with him, did you review the contents of the wire recording?
Yes.
Were there portions of the audio missing from that recording?
Yes, ma'am.
From that conversation, did it appear to be, well, what was the tone of the conversation without saying what was said?
Right. I don't believe Mr. Juan Biggerstaff was completely full.
Grounds.
Yeah. What? Correct. He's speculating.
So as to the speculation, I'm going to ask that you just rephrase that it has to be his own personal knowledge, and I'll overrule the other.
And you're on the right track. I know you mentioned hearsay earlier. Without saying what they talked about, based on your training and experience as a special agent, what did you perceive the tone and tenor of that conversation to be? Did it appear to be flowing naturally? Did it appear?
It did not appear to be flowing naturally.
Objection to leading.
Again, without saying what they said
Yes,
to
ma'am.
you.
I'm trying to recall exactly. It just did not seem natural. I know I'm repeating myself. I apologize.
What is going on?
Let's see.
Is he going to throw up?
The conversation presented itself as if that he was wearing a wire, that there was
Prior knowledge.
it was hesitant.
What is going on? Oh my God. You guys, we have never seen anything like this ever. The easiest question ever to be asked. What is going on? Where is this man's family? He is acting. Okay, so check this out. This is what needed to come out first. And I don't know why this foundation isn't being laid. And this is why I think that Jesse needed to say, with the last witness, Detective Johns, you needed to say on cross, okay? You got Mario's phone records in March of 2022, right? And so therefore you knew all the people that he called or whoever called him. You guys went through that. So is it safe to say in March of 2022 that you knew that John Biggerstaff's name, right? And that's why you put like a preservation order on his stuff. But you also knew he was calling who? Henry Tenen. Henry Tenen. You went through all the numbers, right? So when you say that you did not know who Henry Tenen was until on on July 7th, 2022, July 26th, rather, Jacksonville Beach police detectives interviewed blank a second time at the Potomac address. During the interview, blank commented that Tenen had a pickup truck like the one detectives were driving. The detectives were driving an F Ford 150. Black. The detectives' vehicles were black F-150s. How about that? Then you're going to say you knew about Henry Tenen in March, so why are you acting like you didn't know who he was and that you gave Lindsay Butler, after providing the information to ATF IRS Butler, she was able to identify a blue 2004 Ford F-150 registered to Tenen's deceased father in Georgia. Bullshit. Get Lindsay Butler on the stand. There is no way that Lindsay Butler is going to testify that she did not. I believe that she's going to offer up evidence that she had known and researched Henry Tenen prior to July 26, 2022. But this is why they put it in here like this. They're trying to make it seem like they didn't know who Henry Tenen is, and you're trying to see anybody who could be in connection with this vehicle. Well, how come Henry Tenen's name wouldn't have been turned over to Lindsay Butler way earlier than that? Like you did with Juan Biggerstaff. And it would have been. That's why you guys drove by there in February, right? Looking for that truck, right? Fuck these people. They're all lying. And now this guy is shitting his pants and wants to throw up and looks like he saw a ghost, and he's telling the jury that.
Proceed.
Okay.
Thank you. Agent Stengel,
Yes, ma'am.
your perception of reviewing that tape was it did not appear natural.
That asked and answered.
Okay. Sustained.
From that conversation, did you all obtain any investigative leads that helped you locate and physically recover that 10mm firearm?
No, ma'am.
In June of 2023, were you alerted by the same ATF agents who spoke to Juan Biggerstaff back in 2022 as to a police report that Juan Biggerstaff had filed in Dallas, Texas?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you obtain a copy of that police report in that investigation and relay that to your fellow teammates on this homicide investigation?
Yes, I believe Agent Simmons received the report of the report you're referring to. Yes. Yes, sorry about that.
You need him to repeat. This. Okay.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
What?
Thank
Wait.
you.
Yes, Your Honor, may we approach just for scheduling purposes?
Yes.
Yes. Take lunch. Take lunch. Okay, this is crazy. I think she just abandoned testimony from him. There is no way that that's all that he was going to testify to. You're supposed to just come in here and testify the fact that you listened to a wire and you obtained no evidence from the wire. But can you please tell the jury what you thought about it? Well, basically what I thought about it was that Juan Biggerstaff knew that Juan Biggerstaff was wearing a wire.
All right, Agent.
Yes, ma'am.
The state has another question. Okay.
Okay.
What?
Agent Stengel, in your 18 years of experience with the ATF and as a firearms instructor, have you come across many 10mm firearms in the other investigations you've done as a special agent?
No, ma'am, this is the first.
And would you say that in your training and experience with the ATF and as a firearms instructor that a 10mm firearm is relatively unusual?
It is unusual, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Now I am done. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Agent, we're going to come back after the lunch period to take up your cross-examination.
Yes, ma'am.
What I'm going to instruct that you can leave in just a moment, but you are still considered to be on the witness stand, and you should not discuss your testimony with anyone, and that's including the lawyers. Do you understand this court's instruction?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You can be excused for the lunch period. Members of the jury, I have an unrelated hearing that I have to have in a separate case, so I need to kind of expand or lengthen. You can go ahead, it's fine. Lengthen your break. So I'm going to do an hour and a half, but if it kind of infringes on the staff's ability to have a break, it may be just a little bit longer, but know that it's not the parties that sit before you right now that is the delay. It's this court's schedule with the other case. Okay. But I will try to be as on time as I can. It is 12 o'clock now. We will come back in session on this case at 1:30 or as close as I can get to it. Okay. Leave your notepads on your chair. Enjoy your lunch.
They're doing it's something to do with the Gardner case. Okay. So check this out. What is this? What are they doing? We're going to the other thing. We're going to come. Are they just going to stay right there like that? We're on lunch break. Okay. I have all the ATF reports here. Okay. And I also created a new file. So let's just go like this. The ATF chain of custody. They were given an Underwood shell casing. Here, I'll go like this. We'll show you my work. This is my work product. This is not from them. So here you go. Oh shit. We're going to use Hector. This is so crazy. That guy, like, what's the problem? What just happened there? What a mess. So ridiculous. Okay. So the ATF did all the testing in this case, from what I have gathered. All right. So what I created here is a chain of custody. The lab item number, the results, law enforcement custody days, like who had it, how was it passed around, stuff like that. Because I just was like, something's up here. So there's two different shell casings, the Underwood shell casing, two of those, and then the PPU. So those are items 1, 2, 3, 4. And it was single profile DNA. And they checked back on two of those. It was Jared Brightigan. Okay. And this is when it was processed. This was the day it was checked in, because then it went to Detective ATF Mutz over here. And it was back in their possession by May 10th, 2023. Now we get down into known biological samples, and then they put in DNA of the text so they could eliminate them. We get to the swabs of the stain on tire. That's number 14. I was expecting to hear testimony from that. And that's when the state got up there and just shotgunned all this evidence up there and was just like, well, Mario stuff isn't on any of this, right? And I was like, wait, I want to know whose DNA was on the tire that was at the house that was just waiting there for them to collect on July 18th, right? So my blanks here is like, I was planning on filling these in when we would get that information, because off of my reports, they didn't provide that in these. But what I can tell us is off of a report is that take a look at this. They did 22 swabs with 2 outstanding profiles yet to be identified. And I'm like, on what? The single DNA profile lifted from the 4 spent cartridge casings has a high probability of belonging to the victim, according to ATF laboratory. The profiles were developed from the swabs taken from the rim of the tire left in the roadway on the night of the murder. The developed profiles, plural, so this is how I knew that Henry Tenon, if your DNA is on there, it is mixed, which is amazing for him, are not eligible for CODIS, because I always wanted to know if they put it in CODIS, and they're saying no because it was a mix, it was not single source, and can only be compared in a 1-to-1 analysis with known standards. Now, again, that is, as we just read it here, so that's the dealings with CODIS. As you can see, we have 2 unidentified DNAs. Now, remember we had Cruz on the stand yesterday? See this dude, Saldana, going to see Cruz over there in Clinton, North Carolina, 7/8/2022. This is just wild. On 7/8/2022, Jacksonville Beach detectives traveled to Clinton, North Carolina to attempt to identify why Saldana's cell phone location was showing that it was in the area. On the first week of March, the detectives interviewed George Cruz, who was identified through analysis of Saldana's toll records. Right there. They had his toll records, though, in March of 2022. They knew that he had talked to Henry Tenon. They knew Tenon's name because he's on his phone records. So what they try to tell and what they're going to try to testify to, like the guy just did, he's trying to testify to the fact that it wasn't until after 7/18 going to the house that Jacksonville Beach Police Department was like, hey, there's this guy, Henry Tenon. Can you run him and see, whatever about him? And I'm like, dude, no. How is this not being brought up yet? I think maybe it might be brought up on this cross-examination, but that's not true. And it hasn't been asked yet. When was Henry, get them to say it on the record. When was Henry Tenon first known to you guys? That's what I wanted on that recross. Is what is the date, detective, to you that you learned about the name Henry Tenon? And then whatever he says, then I would just immediately say, well, didn't you go through the phone records of Mario Saldana to identify who he was in contact with? And that's how you came across John Biggerstaff? And so in March, you guys went after the phone records of John Biggerstaff, right? There's search warrants. You applied for them with Stifler over here, right? Okay, so that's March. Right on the same, when you're going through the phone records, Henry Tenon's name would have come up because he's calling him a bunch of times leading up to the murders, right? Okay, so you knew his name in March. Why would you get that? Why wouldn't he be a person that you'd be wanting to know, okay, who the hell is this person? And what I started realizing is that they are hiding that fact because that's illogical to me. But when is it going to be asked? And I am promising you, Shanna Garter's defense team is not going to let this go this way. Okay. We're going to talk about this investigation that you just said organically grew, because it should have organically grew to Henry Tenon a long time, way earlier. But the reason you don't put him in any reports, isn't it right? Because you guys needed to find that truck, right? Because you guys needed to get to that tire, right? But if you already had identified and put in any pieces of paper, in any reports, Henry Tenon's name, then it's that stroke of luck of the tire being there on July 18th when you just arrived to talk to Jeremy Ordway. Okay, why did you wait so long to talk to Jeremy Ordway? When you guys had put out and went for their phone records, and if you want to be monitoring them, if you thought something was suspicious, why didn't you put up the poll cams in March, April, May, June, July? And so what you can make this really easily appear as is that what it would appear to me is that you're lying and hiding the fact of when you knew about Henry Tenon. And the answer, and then you just have to ask why. Why does it seem that way? How would you not come across him in March like everybody else? To sit here and say that Lindsay Butler found out about Henry Tenon on July 18th is laughable. After providing the information to ATF IRS Butler, she was able to identify a blue 2000 Ford F-150 registered to Tenon's deceased father in Georgia. This is how they're trying to make it seem like that they finally got to that. Is that they finally got to this because on July 26th, Jacksonville Beach Police Department, their detectives interviewed Jeremy Ordway a second time at the Potomac address. During the interview, Jeremy Ordway commented that Henry Tenon had a pickup truck like the one the detectives were driving. And now entering in, holy shit, you're going to sit here and tell me that, Lana, are you telling us that the Jacksonville Beach Police Department unmarked cars are F-150s? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm telling you. The same make and model of a vehicle that was, by eyewitnesses accounts, a newer black F-150 is what people were or people were saying that they saw. Not in addition to this, let's say. So Jeremy's just like, oh yeah, Henry, he's got what? You guys knew about Henry's name on the 18th, right? You guys knew about his name in March. Guess what Lindsay Butler said in a deposition? That she started as early as February of 2022. Guess what she testified to in a deposition? That she started as early as February of 2022 to start digging into Mario Saldana and Shanna Garner's associates. Anybody that they talk to and doing what like I do and researching all the different people. So give me the phone records and I'll look into everybody. Just like I knew Lindsay Butler would have done. She's a UC grad. She went to the University of Cincinnati. She's good at her job. I believe that she found this out way earlier. Because she would have been, that's what she was doing. But they're hiding that. When did it come out though? The state was hiding that. It came out years later in a deposition. And guess what? Because of that deposition, a ton of discovery that they were trying to use against Mario with Henry Tenon, Kite kicked it and said, you can't use any of this. Now, this is on August 31st, 2022, Special Agent Simons obtained the DNA swabs collected by Detective Johns for Henry Tenon. So what they were trying to do is compare. So his swab from the touch DNA swab from the Ford truck keys, touch DNA swab from the Ford truck keys black key, touch DNA swab from the Ford truck key silver key, touch DNA from the Ford truck key keychain. Who gives a shit? Like, they were trying to see if they could find anybody other than Henry Tennant's DNA. They know that Henry Tennant's DNA is going to be on there. What they're trying to do is see if they can find whoever else handled that truck, right? And it's just all Henry's. Next. Okay. Remember, the state decided we don't want to ask this dude anything else. I mean, I'm amazed by that, because Mick is the guy that's on the stand, or just was. He's about to be crossed. He just looks like he saw a ghost. And he did this, though, with Simons, and they interviewed Antonio Murray regarding his recent purchase of a 2018 white Tesla Model 3. And so the only person that could testify now to this, you're going to be putting it all on Simons. Next. They're using this guy Kenneth. He's on the stand. Search warrant, contact information October 14th. They say, hey, we go to that Jimmy Jones house, blah, blah, blah. Well, the big question here on cross we want to find out is, how did you learn that that Henry Tennant's truck was at 1705 University? Right? But what they are trying to make it seem like is that they didn't know Henry Tennant's name until July 18th. Then on July 26th, they find out that he has this blue truck associated with him, right? And then from July 26th until, which is just after the stroke of, July 18th, getting the tire that they found at the house. Then they find Henry Tennant's name on the stroke of luck day as well. Then the 26th, Jeremy Ordway just says, oh, Henry Tennant has a truck that's like that, like your guys' truck. Because they felt the need to ask the police, go back on the 26th and say, hey, Jeremy, what kind of vehicles does Henry drive? And they're claiming that they got that information from Jeremy. And then that's how they turned it over to Butler. Butler then looks it up. Oh, yeah, it's registered like his dad, blah, blah. This is how they're trying to say that this all happened. And then from July 26, 2022, they had been literally hunting and flying a helicopter up in the air to try to find Henry Tennant's blue truck. They're saying that they did not find it from July 26th until this day, which was 7 days after a controlled call between Jeremy and Mario Saldana on October 7th that just netted nothing. Okay. So from July 26th until October, what happens of significance? They arrest Henry Tennant on a fake ass traffic shit on August 18th, August 22nd, something like that, of 2022, and they put him in county, and he never gets to leave. He has not left jail since August 22nd, 2022. Then they're saying that, okay, we're going to try to find this blue truck. Well, they arrested Henry Tennant on August 22nd. Why did they ask Henry Tennant where his blue truck was? What did he say? What did he say? He said, I sold it. What did Henry Tennant say? And they claim, hey, we got to really sell this. Like, we don't know where this vehicle was, right? Well, but I thought you guys have his phone records, and I thought you guys were tracking him. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's what we did. So let's talk about that. On October 14th, Lindsay's name gets mentioned again here, and Detective Johns and Lamont sent Henry Tennant's financial records to Lindsay. Hey, and they're trying to make it seem like on October 14th, we sent those records. That's what the ATF's saying. And they gave it to Lindsay Butler to start looking into Henry Tennant's like financial records. ATF, IRS, Butler, along with ATF Simons and this dude that's on the stand, Stengel, whatever his name is, reviewed the records. Upon review of the financial records, IRS Butler observed a financial transaction posted on June 8th, 2022, in which Tennant was charged $65 by Rivers Auto Transport. Now look at this amazing. So they're trying to make it seem like we couldn't have planted that truck because we didn't even know where that truck was. I mean, that tire, because we didn't even know where that truck was. Look at all this, try to lay out this paper trail and try to say that this is happening at this time. And so Butler's like, hey, he ordered a tow. He ordered a tow looking on June 8th, 2022, in which Tennant was charged $65 by Rivers Auto Transport. Butler advised Detective Johns and Lamont of the charge, who then contacted Rivers Auto Transport to see if they had a record of transporting a 2004 Ford F-150 for Tennant, to include a pickup or drop-off location for the truck. They could put down the number. They called, was having trouble locating a record for Tennant and his. So this is what they say. Detectives Johns and Lamont advised IRS Butler that Rivers Auto Transport was having trouble locating a record for Tennant on his 2004 F-150. IRS Butler then reviewed Tennant's Google activity. And this is why I think Henry Tennant's lawyer should have a field day getting all of this stuff potentially tossed. They did not have probable cause to do any of the shit they did to get Henry Tennant's information. To get all of this stuff, like you have to have probable cause. You can't just like, how are you getting his Google activity? You had to get a warrant. Right? You had to download his phone. Like what he was, remember when he was arrested in August, it was for a traffic violation, driving on a suspended license. So the question is IRS Butler, you reviewed Tennant's Google activity? When did you, and this is what the deposition's all about. And her and everybody just collapses in this deposition. When did you do that? Oh, early on in the investigation. Wait, what are you talking about? Like, wait till you see this shit. It's bad. So she observed that Tennant conducted a Google search on June 7th. And for who's the cheapest towing company near me? And then visited River Auto Transport website. The website for Rivers Transport also provided the listed phone number. IRS Butler then reviewed Tennant's cell phone records and observed that the following record of communication between Tennant and the Rivers Auto Transport. And here it is. Shanna isn't there. Her appearance was waived for today. Oh, good. That way they didn't have cameras in there. What are they talking about, Murky? Anything good? Look at this. So all of this gets put in. Awesome. Then on October 14th, Simons and Stengel arrive at 17:05. And it's just like, what do you mean you just arrive here? You see this? The question is how the hell did you know to go to 1705 University? Because guess what? I have evidence that they drove by that address before then. When they were supposedly looking for this tire or this truck. But the question that needs to be answered is, why did you go to this address? You guys were looking for you guys were going to some river auto towing shit. Is that the address? And the answer is no, it's not. This is where Jimmy Jones lives. So do you guys see how there is no descriptive words or language that they can just jump from just saying that this whole thing right here, this is all redacted. So it goes from 1, 2, and you turn the page over, and it's all redacted. That means however they truly got to 1705, right? We're not allowed to know about it. We're going to find out about it in this trial, hopefully. But everything to do with number 3, because here, number 4 is next. So we're only missing 3, but it takes up that entire page. So I'm like, what the hell? How did they just end up there? Can't wait to find that out. On October 14th, we arrived at 1705 University Street, Jacksonville, Florida. Upon arriving, the residents, Stengel and Simonson, could see the 2004 Ford F. No shit, it's just there's no hiding it. Was it covered? Like, what do you mean you could see it? It just, look at the pictures. Great. So then they say that they knocked. No one answered the door when Stengel knocked on it. The following is a summary of the interview that took place in front of the yard of 1705. And so so this is the claim. Stengel asked Jones if Tenen just said he needed a place to put the truck. Jones stated Tenen was just looking for a place to put the truck. Asked if Tenen said, hide it. Jones said, he did not say, hide it. Jones stated, we friends, like me and you talking, and said, man, something is going wrong with the truck, and I need to put the truck in your backyard for a while. Jones said he told Tenen he could put the truck in the backyard as long it was not for more than 3 or 4 months. Why? 3 or 4 months? Like, I thought I was going to say 3 or 4 weeks. You know, like, hey, I'll give you a couple weeks. Not 3 or 4 months, you better come get this shit. Tenen about this truck. Jones replied, Tenen did not bring him the truck. Senator asked Jones who brought him the truck. Jones stated, listen, I don't know where this is going at. Simonson acknowledged Jones' statement by saying, okay, as Jones continued to say, Tenen asked me if he could park the truck here. I've been trying to call him, and the phone keeps going to his voicemail. I didn't know if he was in jail or whatever. Jones asked if it was involved in something, in which Stengel stated, we believe so, but that we do not think it involved Jones. Jones replied, hell no, I'm cleaner than a state board of health. Jones then provided his Florida driver's license. Dude, bring in Jimmy motherfucking Jones, baby. Hell no, it ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm cleaner than the state board of health. Simonson asked Jones how long ago Tenen brought the truck to the house. Jones said it's been approximately, 3 or 4 months ago. Who knows? And Tenen said he needed to leave the truck here. This guy that's shitting his pants on the stand asked him why Tenen needed to leave the truck. Jones stated he said he had a problem with running it. Jones stated he did not work on cars. He only stays at the house. Simonson asked if Tenen brought the truck to Jones for Jones to fix. Jones stated he was not a criminal. What? He was just friends with Tenen. What? That wasn't the question. They returned Jones's license to Jones. Jones asked if Tenen was locked up, and Stengel stated that he was. Jones stated himself and 2 or 3 of them were trying to call. But no, he didn't say hide it. See, he didn't say hide it. Then, now, Jones stated he talked with Tennant about every week while Tennant was working at the pallet company. Jones then stated he called Tennant a couple times after that, but the calls kept going to voicemail. Simons asked Jones for his phone number. Jones asked if Tennant fucked up real bad. Simons stated that they were working on that. Jones asked if he'd jump on some woman or something like that. He'd jump on some woman. What the hell is he doing? He's riding it like Maria. Told you guys, saddle up, baby. The only jockey in town is Mario Saldana. No one jumping on no woman over here, Jimmy Jones. Oh, shit. He then says, Jones stated he'd known Tennant a long time, approximately 10 years. Okay. Hell yeah. Then, remember, this guy, they didn't ask him any of these questions, right? He's like, I talked to Jimmy Jones. Yeah, let's talk about what you talked about. Listen to this. Jones stated that he was going to take his groceries into the house. Jones stated he cooks breakfast at his house. He gave permission to go into the backyard and look at the truck. Jones stated that he thought the truck was locked. Okay, but that ain't no, he says, explained that he and S.A. Simons were only going to look through the windows. Jones stated, okay, but that ain't no killer back there. What? Referring to the small dog tied up in the backyard. What? You guys, Jones then told Stengel and Simons, and you can go back there. Go ahead. They thanked Jones and went to the backyard while Jones went inside his residence. Remember this guy just tried to testify that I was helping him take in some groceries? Well, where's that? Stengel then paused the recording at that time. At approximately 1806, so you got to go back to what was the time of when this started, the recording. At approximately 1709. So they all had a conversation for 1 hour while groceries aren't being brought in. Then, okay. Right here. He then, at approximately, okay, wait, we have no idea. He doesn't say he doesn't say the time that he paused it, but he starts it back up at this time. But they got on premises at 1709. Okay. He tells him that he's been charged with being a felon in possession of firearm. Henry 10. This is what they told him. Dude, with that antique shit. No, he just was driving on a suspended license, but they want to make it seem like it's so big bad. Jones said that Tennant came around every week when Tennant got off work, and they would shoot the shit and drink a couple beers. Jones said he knew something was wrong because he kept calling, but he wouldn't answer. Jones offered to let law enforcement search the house. He offered. Because he did not have anything to hide. And this is the house that we're talking about, that you guys did not search for a fucking gun that you're missing. Right? Go ahead, search the motherfucker. I ain't got nothing to hide. Stengel stated it was not necessary to look in the house. Really? Stengel walked away from Jones and paused the recording at 1810. So you just turn on a recording for 4 minutes? He's like, dude, this guy keeps freaking saying stuff. Look at how quickly he was like, he walked away from Jones and paused the recording. Jones just left to run some errands and left the ATF at his house. Dude, can't wait to get into this shit on fucking Cross. Jones returned to his residence and Stengel resumed the recording. Well, what time? Look at me. Stengel asked if Jones was able to run his errands. Stengel stated that S.A. Simons tried to call him. What? The fuck is that even about? Stengel introduced Detective Lamont to Jones. So now Detective Lamont's just there, right? And again asked how long the truck was at his house. Jones stated, I don't know, 3 to 4 months. Jones stated that he has lived at the residence for about 15 years and has known Tenon for a long time. Jones stated that Tenon has had a few DUIs and would get mad and slap women. What? Stengel asked Jones if it would surprise him that Tenon got picked up with a gun. To which Jones answered, no. What? What? Dude, what? Jones then asked what it said on his license. What? Stengel advised him he had not run Jones. To which Jones stated he was referring to how his driver's license said he was a safe driver. Jones stated he paid a lot of money to have it that way. What? Jones said he paid a lot of money to have his license look so clean. Jones said if he has a little, he walks or gets a ride home. What? Jones then further discussed his drinking habits. You guys, what is going on? This is crazy. Jones said that Tenon would come over on the weekends and they would shoot the shit. Stengel asked if he had ever met Tenon's roommate. Jones stated he had not, and he did not really know of any of Tenon's roommates because he, Jones, did not have any transportation. What? Jones stated he hoped Tenon had not done any stupid shit. Jones stated he thinks Tenon did something more than possess a gun and hoped he had not shot anyone. What? Stengel asked Jones why Jones would think Tenon would have shot someone. Jones said because of all the police that were around, he must have really did some shit. Motherfucker, I'm putting two together. You got the ATF up in here. You got Jacksonville Beach. You got the sheriffs. All you motherfuckers were swarming me. This motherfucker probably did some shit. I'm sorry, but this is great. Damn. What is this? Then, okay. He had done any stupid. He didn't shoot anybody. Now, no, agent note, approximately 4 to 5 JOS officers arrived to help with the truck, as well as detectives Lamont and Johns from Jabe. And I said, so you got 9 to 11 law enforcement there, and you're over here wondering why a black man is saying, I'm guessing, is saying to you, right? He must have done some serious shit. You got fucking ATF up in this bitch. You got everybody here. I know he didn't fucking, what'd he do? Jaywalk? I mean, come on. And then, it should be noted, because if it wasn't for Jimmy Jones saying on the recorded line, right? So we have to put this right here and say, P.S. Everybody just came. All right, so Jimmy Jones is testifying. Now, Jones again stated that he was unable to reach Tenon and that was making him think something was fucked up, in quotes. So they just advised, hey, he was locked up in Duval. They wanted to tell him this. You want to know why? Because they were monitoring his calls. So they told him things, okay? So, hey, he's locked up in Duval. Go see your boy. Now, Jones stated there are some people you could be up under and you don't know what kind of shit they be going through. Jones stated he was quiet around here, his neighborhood, it was quiet around here. Stengel advised that Jones that a detective was writing a warrant to take the truck. Jones stated, that's on him. He asked me to park the truck here, and I figured you, law enforcement, were going to take it. Look at now he's like, that's on him. He asked me to park the truck here. We have to understand the language barrier there. You don't mean physically park it there, right? Now, the last time he came here, he put the truck up, but normally he gives me the key, but he kept the key. Jones stated, normally he gives you the key. Well, when's he ever done this before? And Mario Saldana needs to use this right here. So he was hiding the truck from the beginning. You get what I'm saying? Like, that's how I would go about that. When you're over here saying that this wasn't the only time that he'd come over here with the truck, because normally he'll leave the key. See? Ah, Lana, I see what you're saying. So Mario would have never seen the truck to be able to report that he had this F-150. Yeah, bingo. Like, did he ever call in and give a tip? Remember when Stifler's over there choking on that shit? Well, choke away, Stifler, because right here, I go through the documents like a beast, and I would be using this to show that it would appear that Henry Tenen was hiding that truck from a lot of people. Now, Jones stated he did not know what Tenen had on his mind. Jones stated he tried to be a friend. Stengel asked if Tenen ever came back to check on the truck. Jones stated Tenen came back 2 or 3 times. Stengel asked what he did to the truck. Jones stated Tenen said something about the timing chain and he needed to let it sit there because he wanted to put another engine in it. Jones discussed his previous firearm possession charge. Jones said he was wondering why Tenen put the truck all the way in the backyard. Jones stated when Tenen was not working at the pallet place, he would stop by. Stengel asked if Tenen ever seemed stressed out or angry. Jones stated they would sit, watch TV, and talk shit. Jones stated that Tenen was black, but he liked the white women. He wanted to be dominant with them. What the fuck, Maria Biggerstaff? I swear to God, if we find out that Henry Tenen was getting it from behind, girl, I am going to lose my shit. Oh my God. Jones said that Tenen was black, but he liked the white women and he wanted to be dominant with them. And when he does not get his way, then sometimes he would jump on their ass. What the fuck? Oh my God. Oh my God, what is going on? Oh. He's black, but he likes the white women. Oh, Maria Biggerstaff, I swear to God, if there's a video of you, girl. See, it's just the jockey express around here. You can't make this shit up. I told you guys are missing the best fucking trial, man. This shit's going to be just, this is unreal. Okay. Where is this shit? Okay. Stengel asked Jones to clarify what was going on after Tenen's dad died and how he got the truck. Jones stated Tenen's brother wrecked the truck. Jones then added, you know how things can be going good and then start going downhill? Stengel asked when things started going downhill for Tenen. Jones stated, you can learn from listening to someone's conversation. Jones stated Tenen, tried to tell him all the time, but he did not have his hearing aid up or whatever. What? Jones stated Tenen, tried to tell him all the time, but he did not have his hearing aid up. Who? Jones he has a hearing aid? Stengel asked what Tenen was talking about. Jones stated a person is not really going to tell you what they are going through. Stengel asked if Tenen was having problems with his landlord. Jones stated a person can talk in riddles, especially when he was drinking. Stengel asked about some of the things Tenen would say. Jones stated Tenen would not talk violent. Jones stated he just thought Tenen was drunk. Stengel again asked about what Tenen would say and if he was having money trouble. Jones stated Tenen was was king. What? Was maybe kind. He was king all day and did not have money problems. He clearly doesn't know shit. Stengel asked if Tenen was close with his daughters, to which Jones stated he was. Jones stated some people take themselves to the extreme when they don't have to. What the hell is going on? Well, again, Jones described his own financial and medical issues, as well as the rent he pays his cousin. Stengel believes Jones was under the influence of alcohol during the second half of the conversation. And I said, how? Why didn't you type this up? Or like, you just realize now? Jones said it was nice to meet them. And Stengel asked Jones what was Tenen's favorite beer, to which Jones stated Budweiser. Jones then showed Stengel a garbage can half full of empty Budweiser cans. Stengel stated he believed Tenen was a Busch Light guy, to which Jones stated Jones was a Busch Light guy. So Jones is the Busch Light guy. Okay, there's a Busch Light can over in the area that they collected and never tested. The defense tested it, and it didn't come back to Henry Tenen. I mean, it didn't come back to Mario Saldana or anybody. And so the defense is over here testing things, and the government wasn't. Jones, he asked why Tenen got in a fight with his brother. It's like, fight with his brother? He never said that. He says his brother wrecked the truck. Jones stated it was about some money. Jones stated Tenen was not a bad guy. Jones then discussed a couple of murders. What? Jones stated Tenen would come over, and wouldn't you like hone in on that? See how they just had to put that in there, but they like that's why we got to hear this recording. Jones stated Tenen would come over, pay him $8 for breakfast, and they would drink beer. Jones stated Tenen never talked about being violent. Jones also referenced some shootings during the conversation. Stengel pointed out that Jones kept bringing up different shootings. Jones stated Tenen was not involved in no shootings. And if anything happens, he's going to be hands-on, hands-on. Jones stated Tenen was not into using guns. Do you see this right here? I want to talk to Jimmy Jones. Jimmy Jones, I'm gonna be in town, baby. Let's go. Let's roll. Your man is getting railroaded, getting framed. My white woman ass is going to come there. Now that I know that Henry Tenen likes his white women, I am coming to town. Probably Janie Deal's going to try to beat my ass. It's all right, Janie. I don't want your man like that. I just want to help him. Wild shit right here. He's not into guns. Stengel informed Jones that Stengel needed to step away. Jones stated if we needed to speak with him again, we could call him. Stengel concluded the interview with Jones at approximately 1845. Detective Lamont requested that Detective Johns and Stengel speak with Jones again and provide him with a copy of the search warrant for Jones's yard. Simonson called Jones and requested he return to his residence. What? So look at, he just left again. He just left the ATF, left the police at his property, and was going and just getting drunk. He's like, yeah, do whatever you want. If anybody doesn't think that that's crazy, that's wild ass shit. So it doesn't end there. Jones and Detective Johns, what does he do? Jones met Detective Johns and Stengel in the front yard of 1705 University Street. Detective Johns explained to him the search warrant was only for Jones's yard, only for his yard. And there was nothing for him to sign. Jones stated he did not know anything was going on. Jones stated he was freaking out and had a beer while he was gone. Detective Johns asked how long the truck was at the house. Jones answered 3 to 4 months, but could not remember exactly. Jones stated it was on a Sunday, and Tenen was off from work when the truck arrived at his house. Jones stated he and Tenen got the truck. How did they get it? I mean, they got the truck. Jones referenced Tenen's white Ford. What? Was that the Crown Vic? Tenen's white Ford. Jones stated that Tenen drove the truck until they got close, and then Jones, had to push the truck with the white Ford up into the yard. What white Ford? Jones said that how did he drive both of the vehicles there? Jones said that Tenen drove the truck until they got close, and then Jones, had to push the truck with the white Ford. What? Jones said that Jones said that they picked up the truck from someone's house off that avenue in a little cut. Jones said he followed Tenen in the white Ford while Tenen drove the truck. What? You mean after you got the car? Jones said that Tenen was supposed to come back in 2 or 3 months to fix the timing chain. Stengel said he thought Jones said a wrecker dropped it off. He never said that. He never once said that. To which Jones said, no, Jones had to push it with his white car. Push it with the white car. Look at they trying to mess with him. Jones said that Tenen was supposed to get a wrecker, but he did not have the money for the wrecker. Jones stated he helped Tenen because they were friends. Jones stated when he could not get a hold of Tenen, he was worried Tenen was arrested for DUI. Jones stated DUI. Jones stated he would let Tenen stay at his house when Tenen drank too much. Jones said Tenen liked white girls. Tenen liked white girls. And if they did not do what he said, they would go through their shit. And Tenen, might say, I had to slap that motherfucker. What is going on? He would just tell me he would just slap a hoe. He would just slap a hoe. Detective Johns asked if Jerry, who the fuck is Jerry? His name is Jeremy. If Jerry ever came over with Tenen, Jones stated Tenen would come over by himself or bring his dog. Jones stated he does not know what Tenen did and has known Tenen for 10 years. Jones said that he did not know Tenen to be violent, but would slap women. You guys, I'm sorry. I am sorry, but Henry Tenen is a fucking pimp. All right? You leave his pimp hand strong alone, like, woo! Girl, go make me a motherfucking burrito. Go make me a quesadilla. Girl, Janie, get your ass over here, you little skinny bitch. Tell you what, Janie, I'm not taking you to that methadone clinic anymore. Girl, you're going to learn today. You just slap women. Detective Johns asked Jones if Tenen talked about doing maintenance work for anyone. Jones stated Tenen worked with pallets. Jones stated Tenen was never really a complainer, but he was a person who could not take a joke, but it never turned violent. Jones stated Tenen's cousin is Lonnie and his phone number. Great. Ridic. Welcome, guys. Jones stated he figures Tenen hurt someone and there must be something in that truck. Detective Johns stated he did not have an answer for that. Jones asked if Detective Johns would let him know if anything was in the truck. Detective Johns thanked Jones for his time and let him know the tow truck was going to take the truck. Jones stated the consent to be on the property came from Jones's mouth. Detective Johns and Stengel thanked Jones for his time. The interview concluded at 7:34 and was audio recorded. Well, that's funny. Detective Johns provided Jones with a copy of the search warrant. A tow truck arrived at 1705 University Street and collected the 2004 Ford F-150. What time? Detective Lamont advised that the JPB PD detectives would accompany the truck back to where the truck would be stored in the JBPD facility to maintain the chain of custody. Is that right? Very good. Okay. We're gonna get into some wild shit here. I'll leave it at that though. That's good enough of a background. Oh, he did talk about on direct examination the November 18th interview with. This one is. See, Steph. That's his daughter. They also interviewed, that's John Biggerstaff's daughter on November 18th. They were asking about the Biggerstaff's wedding. Atkinson continued to review her text messages and found a text that came in on February 15th at approximately 4:30 p.m. from Juan Biggerstaff stating that he was leaving Texas. Atkinson stated that Juan and Alex Biggerstaff came over to her house for dinner on Wednesday, February 16th at approximately 6:30. Atkinson stated that she received a text stating that Juan and Alex made it back to their Airbnb around 10 p.m. Atkinson stated that she believes Juan and Alex drove together to her house, like they drove from Texas because they were coming home to get married. Atkinson could not remember who her parents rode with, but that the parents were there. Juan. So on Wednesday night, during the time of the murders, the alibis are everybody's alibied up. Juan and his soon-to-be bride are driving from Texas. On Tuesday, they leave. They get there on Wednesday. They have dinner, and they're all there eating dinner. So it's John Biggerstaff, his wife, Juan, his fiance, and then his sister Stephanie and her husband Tyler. They're all eating dinner because they're in town and they have the wedding shit going on. Okay. Look at this. The following is a summary of the interview, which was partially recorded prior to the recorder malfunctioning yet again. On November 18th, they interviewed Blank regarding his knowledge of the firearms he possessed prior to his felony conviction. So on November 18th, the whole damn family was interviewed basically. And so this is the interview that Stengel testified to, talking about the fact that hey, we're gonna talk about your guns, but what are the odds? One of the most important interviews of this case. Ta-da! The recorder malfunctioned. So the following is a summary of the interview, which was partially recorded prior to the recorder malfunctioning. John Biggerstaff was asked, did you give Mario your gun? He said, I never gave a gun to Mario, and he would never give a gun to a friend. He said that he and Mario had a falling out because of, quote unquote, of the Jack's Beach stuff, but then clarified that by saying the house in Jack's Beach. He said he agreed to work on a house for Mario, but Mario would give him a hard time about when he was supposed to show up for work. John Biggerstaff said that his work days were limited to what his back pain would allow him to do. John stated he got tired of Mario giving him a hard time about showing up to work on the house, so he and Mario quit talking due to the falling out about that schedule, which was obviously after all the pole camp stuff that we just watched. John Biggerstaff was asked about his trailer, to which he said it was repossessed due to missing payments to the storage lot where it was being held. He asked about having lunch with Mario several months ago. Stengel advised that it was relayed to investigators that Mario Fernandez was sad about his divorce. John Biggerstaff stated that Mario was not sad about his divorce. Simons asked John Biggerstaff about his internet search history and why he Googled, stating he searched lots of things like how to make bombs in different tanks, but he did not buy tanks. He does not build bombs. Fuck yeah, John. You tell him. Are you guys kidding me? I searched so much crazy shit. I've searched bombs. You think I'm over here making bombs? Dropping bombs on your moms. Okay, well, Maria Biggerstaff, she was interviewed too on November 18th. And she said, by God. She said that Maria Biggerstaff stated that blank helped set up the tables for the rehearsal dinner the night before the wedding. Stengel asked who helped set up for the wedding. Biggerstaff said her son's friends helped. Asked who else helped. Maria Biggerstaff stated that Bert also helped. Who the fuck is Bert? Maria stated that she calls Bert Mijo, my son. What? Because he is living with her right now. What? They were in Bert's truck. Maria Biggerstaff said that she was at her house when Juan Biggerstaff was getting help to move things for the rehearsal dinner. Simonson asked about February 17th, but Maria Biggerstaff said that she did not remember much because they were so busy. Maria Biggerstaff affirmed she only remembered the day of the wedding and the rehearsal dinner when asked by Simonson. Maria Biggerstaff said that she remembers they had a dinner with her family where they ate catfish and lobster, but does not remember which day that was. You have to remember, this is like 2022 in November. So let's see, November 22, and it was for a February wedding. And you got a bunch of things going on, right? I'm going to remember, like, yeah, we had the rehearsal dinner. Well, who helped move stuff around? I don't fucking know who did that. My son handled all that shit. You think I know who he had moving stuff around? Fuck no, I don't. You know what I mean? Like that makes sense to me. Stengel advised that Maria Biggerstaff's daughter stated that they had dinner when Juan and Alex Biggerstaff got into town and asked if that sounded right. Maria Biggerstaff answered probably. Stengel asked when her son left for the police academy, to which Maria Biggerstaff answered a couple years ago. Stengel asked how many times he came to visit after he left and how long had it been since he last visited before the wedding. Maria Biggerstaff stated that she could not remember when he came back. Maria Biggerstaff agreed that prior to the wedding, she had not seen Juan Biggerstaff for a little bit. Stengel reiterated that it was a big weekend, not only because had she not seen her baby boy for a while, but it was also the week of his wedding. Stengel could not believe that Maria Biggerstaff stayed home all week. What? Could not believe that Maria Biggerstaff stayed home all week. Maria Biggerstaff said that she took medicine for her bipolar depression, and by 8 p.m. she would be asleep. Oh my God, you're taking advantage of this broad. Maria's got bipolar. No, man, you think you're having sex with like 4 different people then. All the different times you're doing it. It's like, who's this today? You know, Maria, make sure you take your happy pills. Let's go, girl. I'm sorry. What's going on? Are we ready? Is trial back? Lana, contact. Miss Day Defense needs to talk. Shannon Day's in chat. Hi, how can I help you? What's up? Who's in chat? What's going on? Where are we at? Hi. What can I help with? Sorry, I'm just like reading away over here. I'm not allowed to do that. Oh, absolutely. I can contact you. Oh, sorry. My phone died too. Dude, I'm totally in the zone. I'm just reading away. How can I help? What do you guys want? God, I'm so sorry. Dropping bombs on your moms. Sorry, guys. I'm just over here just reading my novels that I make. I know everything about this case. God bless it. Come on, phone. Don't let me down today. How am I supposed to call her? Contact Miss Day. Defense needs to talk. Important. Okay. Call defense. They're trying to reach you. Oh, I'm kind of a big deal. Shannon, you guys are doing a great job, Shannon. Fuck yeah, I'm over here ringing the bell. Girl, I will happily call you. I email you. Okay, here, how about this? Did you give her my mind challenge? The mind challenge is your number. Where can I reach you? I can call right now. The mindchallenge@gmail.com. Okay. I can take a phone call, Shannon. You're doing a fabulous job. Keep rocking them. Shannon Day is part of the defense. Maybe I should be saying this out loud. I'm gonna hot mic me. Please excuse me. Okay. Hey, Murky, is there an email in chat? I'm trying to see if I can find an email. I have a filing. Can I just call that number? I mean, I don't, if she needs to talk to me right now. Stand by, chat. I just need to. Oh my God! The defense just contacted me to Mario Fernandez case. Holy shit! Yeah, Shannon she's like, man, you should contact me right now with the defense team. Mario! Come on, Johnny! Why are you going crazy? Stop. 'Cause I don't know what you're doing. You should have seen it. 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 You sho I'm like, give me her number, Shannon. Give me the number. We need the number. Get the number. We need the number. You guys act like I didn't know that was happening. Could you guys tell? Look at that live mic. Shh. Come on, we have to act surprised. Are we doing a good job? Okay, we are back. Truth and transparency. Woo. Okay. God. Hopefully I sold that to Stifler and Mr. Mizrahi that was the first time that the defense has ever contacted me. I think I sold it pretty good. What do you guys think? Always got to keep a poker face. Now you guys are like, wait, was she acting? Wait. Well, Seth Allen, Mr. Mizrahi, and Stifler. I just don't appreciate the tactics. All right, guys. She said she was going to be coming back in at 1:30. It's 1:23. And so we just have a couple moments here. As I was talking about Miss Maria Biggerstaff, she says that we're going to be introducing at some point here Fred Barton. And I'm telling you, just everybody was banging in that town. Okay. Well, actually, this is a good point to just stop and see what happens. Okay. Ooh. All right, I want to take another look at, remember I was saying I thought that was interesting how he was behaving on the stand? Okay.
I thought about just doing in my local city where I grew up of University Street, and we were really fun. He was accommodating.
August of 2022, Mr. Tenden was already in custody. What was the main focus of that investigation at that point?
We spent a lot of time trying to find that truck.
And
Okay, when you say we, ATF or we Jacksonville Beach Police Department, or like, how do you know that it wasn't already located? I would just throw that out there. It's just laughable to know that Henry Tenen's name was in Mario Saldana's phone records. Okay, and Lindsay Butler was Stifler's right-hand woman, and everything that Stifler needed, hey, look this up, do this, do right? She's on it. I find it hard to believe that Lindsay Butler did not know anything about Henry Tenen, like right away. So
members of ATF eventually using financial transaction records and cellular location data.
See how she's testifying here? Like, I'm sorry, I'm not letting Christina Stifler continue to testify from the stand. I'm just not. She's not under oath, and this is leading, okay, at best, testifying at worst.
Zero in on the neighborhood where University Street is.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe for the jury, once you got a general area, how you all located the truck in this specific home?
Utilizing the Google location data, we drove to the area 1705, and once we essentially arrived at the residence, there we were able to see the truck from the street.
Okay, that's what I thought his testimony was. Listen to the question.
Members of ATF eventually using financial transaction records and cellular location data, zero in on the neighborhood where University Street is.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe for the jury, once you got a general area, how you all located the truck in this?
Okay, so he doesn't testify how they located this truck. She does. She's saying it's based off of financial records and geolocation. Really? Show me that. Next, he just says, yes, ma'am, to basically her testimony. And then she just asked this, which is, tell me about.
Can you describe for the jury, once you got a general area, how you all located the truck in this specific home?
Utilizing the Google location data, we drove to the area 1705. And once we essentially arrived at the residence, there we were able to see the truck from the street.
Okay. So just so we're clear here, I have to pull out another binder. Supplementals 75 through 135. When you go to these reports, there is a report of them driving around looking, trying to attempt to find, this truck. Let's see. Is the court case back though? Are we like live back in session? Court still in recess. Okay. There is a report. It's report. Okay. What's the date of this? Here we go. On July 27th, 2000, this is report 101, and it's wrote up by Lamont. Lamont hasn't taken the stand yet. Guarantee this is coming. Report 101. On July 27, 2022, Detective Burrell and I conducted a search of the immediate area surrounding 5239 Potomac Avenue. The following streets were checked for the blue F-150. So if you're using geolocation data, what are you doing? Just driving around Missouri Ave, Wabash, Shannon Ave, Amazon Ave, Shenandoah, Potomac, Rio Grande, all these streets, if you have geolocation. The truck was not seen in the above mentioned area. While searching the area, several automotive type businesses were located. The following businesses were checked for the truck. And so I want to understand how long it would take to do this. Soda Auto Sales, Mohawk Scrap, Todd's Transmission, Father and Son Auto, S&E Trucking Repair, Paxson Motors, Rusty Acres, Mickens Auto Sales, J&J Recycling Demo, VIP Motors, Sliders Precision and Alignment, H&S Outside Storage. The truck was not present at the above mentioned businesses. The mentioned businesses did not have records or independent recollection of the truck. Ordway had previously mentioned Tenon is currently employed at this pallet place. Now, at approximately 2 on July 28th, at approximately 2 p.m., Detective Burrell and I searched the parking lot of the Arbor Place Apartments located at 5800 Barnes Road. While reviewing the location data received from Mario Saldana's cellular site search warrant, his phone was in this area the day prior to the murder. Well, the truck was not found in the parking lot. So, what? While searching the parking lot, contact was made with Kevin, who is a member of the maintenance crew. I mean, just a bunch of shit. So they're following whose? Henry Tenon's geolocation data or Mario's? Make it very, very clear that nothing to do with Mario Saldana's geolocations tracked that vehicle, tracked Mario being anywhere near that university street. Because don't let the jury get confused with that. That's ridiculous. No wonder this guy looks like he's gonna puke. He's over here misleading like a mofo. All right, we're back. All right, Mario's come back out. We got this dude taking the stand on cross. You DB, you do? Oh shit! You're welcome. Thank you. Hey, you know what? Bella's for Bella. The staff around here, I just slap women and they just make it happen around here. The only thing I'm slapping is people's asses on a Friday night. I mean, wow. What a day already. DB, talk about a 1-2 punch the other day. Okay, so since we're just waiting here a little bit longer. Now, we need to recall Brett Burrell to the stand to talk about his report. 102. On Monday, August 1st, Commander T. Crumley and I went to the following locations, which through investigative means revealed a possible past connection with Henry A. Tenon. They did the Potomac Avenue. They did 18th Street. They did Odessa, Wabash, Old Kings, McDuff, West 10th Street, and Juice Road. I did not see either the White Crown Vic, which Detective Lamont and I saw Tenon drive up to 5239 Potomac Avenue. But guess what? They've tried to put these little timestamps. And I'm going to show you guys this in a report. I did it on Google Maps back 2-3 years ago. I was like, this guy can sit and spin. He said they looked up Henry Tenon, and what they're making it seem like is all of this records show after Henry Tenon, basically we went to his house, then they're making it seem like everything flowed from that. I would ask why there was no investigative reports issued in this, why nobody wrote up a report from March. I'm sorry, not March. It's like a month and a half of no reports being written in this case. And I think it's either like May and June and half of July. But there's a period of time when here we go, I can find it. Okay, May 19th through June 13th, not a single person in this investigative, command center, anybody that was working this case, May 19th through June 13th, no reports were issued in this case. Nobody wrote a report. And you can start by saying that I wrote that note on after report 92. I noticed, because I pay attention to these, dates and timestamps. I'm like, wow, this is interesting. We have supplemental report 92 says that the report is on 6/13. Report 91 is 5/19. I find it hard to believe that not a single report was being written in a month. Why? Well, what the fuck were y'all doing? I know what y'all were doing, but it doesn't matter what you know. It matters what you can prove. And I can't prove right now that if I maybe had that damn discovery in its unredacted entirety, but whatever they were doing between May 19th and June 13th is highly relevant for Henry Tenon. Okay? And who's ever going to be representing, Julie Schlack is, but I think that people need to start helping Henry, because I get that this is strategic and how they're going about defending Mario Saldana. I get it. But Henry Tenon is not the shooter. Sorry. We just need to get our hands on this material. We got to help him. The state knows it too. Mr. Mizrahi knows it. So. Again, thank you guys. You guys could be anywhere watching the trial. You're choosing to be here. Hopefully it's because you're getting a lot of insight into the case. Hopefully. Sometimes you're probably like, I wish Lana would just shut the fuck up.
on pay attention, it's your cell phone, and I try to be nice to turn off. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you. Have something.
Your Honor, yes, Director, on behalf of I do want to put the church in objection at this point. I do what could be perceived as an objection at a later date. At this point in the trial, the court has heard that the state attempted to get the lead detective, Detective Johns, to testify that he believed that the firearm being completely disposed of sometime in February or March of 2022. That was what the attempted proffer, the attempted argument, the state, the record is clear. There was a court for all of that. Now, the state is attempting to make an argument for the jury that the gun made its way to Texas, and in 2023 was reported stolen, and a police report submitted, and this is a ruse, that the gun was never stolen, and there's some way to establish that the firearm is in fact in Texas and disposed of and connected to Juan Biggerstaff. Those are completely two different state theories. And I didn't have time to brief it during the lunch, but the case law is that the state cannot go on two completely separate theories of prosecution. And I believe that is what is being attempted. I don't think it's in any way even a gray area. I think the attempted proffer was that the lead detective believed one thing, and both things cannot be true. The firearm cannot go to Texas, the firearm cannot be reported stolen in Texas, and the lead detective is under the impression, and the state tried to elicit, that it had been indefinitely disposed of in March or February of 2021. And just because the court made a ruling on the proper evidence, I don't believe it's a distinction with a difference. You can't lose an argument and then pivot and then create a new theory of prosecution. The prosecution has to be
Great. What are you citing for that process? I'll do some research now that you brought it to my attention, but
I'm citing what I know from previous litigation experience. I do not have a case. That's why I'm not saying it's a formal objection. I'm not asking for the court to take action. I believe the case law is that they cannot move forward to some case law research.
so when you're saying two theories of prosecution, are you okay? I am familiar with that, but what I hear you saying is basically two theories related to evidence. Is that also like two actual theories of how someone committed a crime, not necessarily two theories of a piece of evidence that may be missing? Well, is missing was somehow. Isn't there a distinction between that case law? I mean, I'm gonna look it up again. It's been a really long time. Two different theories of prosecution, meaning how someone is, how they get to prove the elements of the crime, as opposed to prosecution theories related to evidence. Does that, am I
understand exactly what you're saying. I don't think there's a difference.
okay?
And I think that in a solicitation to commit first-degree murder and in a principle to commit first-degree murder, I don't see a distinction of the evidence in this case is that Mr. Fernandez somehow became in possession of a 10 millimeter firearm in which was used and given to Henry Tenen in order to commit the murder of Jerry Bryan, I do think that is what they're establishing to attempt to establish the elements of this crime.
Okay. So what you're saying now, though, is pre-crime. And what I heard you say before, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that's post-crime. Pre-crime, I think, it's been a long time. I will look it up. But pre-crime, I think that you're right, like the way that they get to prove it. But post-crime, meaning disposal of evidence, I mean, it's often things or are argued to juries. We don't know, whatever. I've heard those arguments a million times.
I agree with that. If their argument was, we never found the firearm, we don't know where the firearm went, but that's not what I believe that the record reflects at this moment in time. I think the record reflects this moment in time. The theory of the government is that in one theory, A, Detective Johns, the lead detective, was attempted to say that it was disposed of indefinitely in 2021, February, March. B, the gun made its way to Texas, and in a false police report, it was the serial number of that firearm was written down in a police report and reported stolen. Both of those cannot be true.
Okay, has the state looked into this at all?
We have no response at this time. There's no reason to even discuss this at this point.
Okay.
We have not alleged any arguments. They have no idea what we're going to argue. We are presenting evidence to this jury. Two things can be true at the same time. This is a non-issue for us to bring up. He wants to entertain an objection. I think we need to stay with this jury. Thank you.
Okay. Is it an objection, or you just bringing it to my attention?
I'm bringing it to the court's attention. At this point, I believe that it started and that Mr. Mizrahi is right. Right now, I have not lodged a formal objection, but so we don't need to take this where I thought the evidence was.
Okay. But I'm sorry. Okay, well, we need just a moment for, can you come up and help? It's not.
All right, is this getting any better? Hold on, I was trying to change some stuff. Okay. Is it doing it? Is it better now?
Miss that just momentarily. I have to look at that.
It's not. Fuck. It's really strange. Basically, what I believe that's happening here is they're confusing the jury. They're confusing the jury. When, I mean, the state's just jumping all over. There's no chronological order of events here. Why is she bringing up this dude that... So your involvement in the case began when? In August, okay? How did you just arrive to the university, 1705 University Avenue address? Geolocate, wait, what? Like, he didn't testify to that. She did. I think the problem here is that Christina Stifler is doing so much testifying. She's leading so much that it's teetering leading a question versus she's just flat out stating stuff. And I mean, I've just never seen this.
Rahi, I learned how to do mine. I'm self-sufficient.
I did too.
I know how to do mine. I know how to do mine. All right, ready?
Who was it? Oh, we can wait. Where is he?
He's shitting himself. Stop lying. All right, remember, this is going to be cross-examination, and Hill's going to be doing it. Well, because you're reprimanded for it, you can keep objecting, and then she has to rephrase all these questions, but like she has to rephrase them and like actually give a question so that the witness can answer. But if I'm Diane Menashe and Jose Baez, I subpoena Christina Stifler, and she can come out here and get under oath and testify to all the stuff that she did, because she did do it. She was the one that was doing the search warrant. She was the one going and getting preservation orders. She's the one that's working with Lindsay Butler. And now here she's basically testifying.
Welcome back in, members of the jury. Everyone may be seated.
To the compilation video. All right, here we go.
Members of the jury, thank you again for your patience. I apologize for the delay. I hope that you all enjoyed your lunch. Yes, okay, good. We, just to make sure everyone followed the communication rules, even though you had your device, is that correct? Okay, great. Let's get the witness back on the witness stand. All right, agent, good afternoon. You can just retake the witness stand. You're still under oath. Mr. Hill,
Thank you, Your Honor.
cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Agent.
Good afternoon, sir.
How are you today?
Doing well, yourself?
I'm doing well. I want to run back through some of the direct examination you provided to the state. Primarily, it started with the discovery of the truck at the residence of Jimmy Jones. And I'm going to just show you what's previously been entered as defense 56A. Is that published on your screen, sir?
Yes, sir, I can see it.
So just,
Now, when you were looking for this truck, you said that was a big part of what your duties were. You guys were all actively looking for this truck. Is that correct? Did I understand you correctly?
Yes, sir.
And this included, from my understanding, people were flying in helicopters looking for this truck. Is that your understanding?
I'm not aware of the helicopters.
You and Agent Simmons were actively looking for this vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you located in the backyard of Mr. Jones's house, but if I understood your testimony on direct examination, you used location data from Henry Tennant's device. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I want to make sure we're clear on this. This was not that it was reported, like someone called 911 to your knowledge, or Crime Stoppers.
We reviewed Google location data. Yes, sir.
Not information provided by Jimmy Jones, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And from your understanding, at this part of the investigation, the truck had been published to the media sometime around March of 2022. Is that your understanding?
I would say around that time frame. Yes, sir.
and it has been blasted on local media and social media.
Yes, sir.
And you and your fellow law enforcement partners, everyone was in essence on the lookout for this vehicle.
Yes, sir.
Fair to say it was the most sought after vehicle in Northeast Florida during that time period.
I don't know of any other one. So I would agree that it was very, we were looking for it. Yes.
Absolutely. And as you said, Ms. Stifler asked you how you got into law enforcement. And I believe your testimony was this was a passion of yours. You wanted to help the community. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you seem like the kind of guy that's exactly what you would do. Okay. You're not going to let a criminal get away with something if you can investigate it and bring it to a courtroom. That'd be a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
So on October 14th, you find this vehicle. Is this exactly how you found it in defense exhibit that's published on your screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Literally, you drove by with location data and you could see it directly from the street.
On the street. Yes, sir.
And when you learned that Jimmy Jones was the resident there, is it your understanding that Mario Fernandez has no connection to that property?
I have no knowledge of him having any connection to that property. Yes, sir.
Certainly during that time period, you would be communicating with other law enforcement partners involved in the investigation.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that'd be a fair statement that if it was connected to Mario Fernandez, you would have had that knowledge.
I would believe so. Yes.
Because you were aware that the Potomac property was a rental property of Mr. Fernandez.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You had been to that other property before, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, once you enter this property, okay, my understanding is that Mr. Jones was absolutely cooperative.
He was cooperative. Yes, sir.
Spoke to you with no problem.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Offered for you and your fellow law enforcement officers to come into the backyard, take a look at the truck and retrieve it.
He gave us consent to look in the truck or to look in his backyard. Yes, sir.
Certainly. And what in law enforcement, you guys would call that the curtilage, right? As far as the backyard, the outside of the residence.
I would say the curtilage is more of the edge of the property, not necessarily like the backyard. So maybe like the property line, the areas along the sidewalk, that's more curtilage. But the backyard, I wouldn't consider that curtilage.
Well, once he gave you that consent, okay, you could walk around that backyard as much as you wanted, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And certainly if you wanted to take a look in the trash can and the recycling bin on the side of the house, you could have done that with the consent of Mr. Jones.
If I had his consent, yes, sir.
Okay. And you did have his consent to go in the backyard, and he actually offered you consent to search his home.
A comment was made to it, but that if I wanted to go in his house, I could.
Absolutely. Any reason to think he wouldn't have let you search the entire backyard had you chosen to do that?
I don't think there's any reason to think he wouldn't have.
Okay. Now, at this point, you had learned that Mr. Jones was a family friend of Mr. Tennant, correct?
After recovering the truck or locating the truck, I should
And
say.
you were there at the property.
That's when I learned he was a family. They've known each other for a while. Yes, sir.
And you learned that Mr. Jones was not a mechanic.
Yes, sir.
So that vehicle wasn't pushed in that backyard because it was going to receive any type of repair work.
Yes, sir.
And I want to make sure the jury's clear. Mr. Jones is not like a work from home mechanic.
He is not. No, sir.
And that truck was not pushed into that backyard because it was anticipated that Mr. Jones was going to do any type of repair on that truck.
Correct.
As far as you understood, that truck was pushed in that backyard by Henry Tennant with the intent of it being stored in that backyard for however long.
Mr. Jones gave a statement multiple times of how long he was okay with having it there based on the fact that other people had done that and he'd been through it before. He didn't want it left there.
Months, though. Could be there for months, is your understanding.
Yes, sir.
And it had been there for several months, is your understanding.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you only located it because of the data from Henry Tennant's phone after his arrest.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, once you received consent to go in this backyard, okay, would you agree that locating this truck was a major break in this investigation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Aside from the driving while license suspended arrest of Henry Tennant, which we all understood was to further the homicide investigation. Is that your understanding?
It was part of it. Yes, sir.
And now the truck, which had been blasted in the media since March of 2022, has now been located in October. That is the next huge break in this case. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But at this time, and even to this day, no murder weapon had been recovered.
Correct, sir.
And you work for alcohol, tobacco, firearms, and explosives.
Yes, sir.
Okay, ATF. And it goes without saying that part of your job is involved in investigating firearms, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Not only here in state court, but across the street at the federal courthouse
Yes, sir.
with the U.S. Attorney's Office. And as Ms. Stifler said, you work for the Department of Justice.
Yes, ma'am. Or sir, pardon.
Take orders basically from the President of the United States.
There's a chain of command, sir.
Absolutely. Okay. But you investigate firearms and you try to make sure they're not in the hands of people that should not have them.
Yes, sir.
Okay, including convicted felons.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now you've located this truck. Huge missing piece of the puzzle, but yet the murder weapon is still missing. And I'm sure in your training, your experience, I believe you said you've been an ATF agent for approximately 18 years at this point.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You certainly had other law enforcement officers show up on the scene that afternoon, correct?
Yes, sir.
Even Mr. Jones commented, how many cops were there?
Yes, sir. He did. Yes, sir.
Jacksonville Sheriff's Office,
Yes, sir.
Jacksonville Beach,
Yes, sir.
ATF.
Yes, sir.
Am I missing any other agencies that were there?
I believe that was all, sir.
Safe to say it was dozens of officers,
Not dozens, no, sir.
a lot,
I'd say approximate 10.
okay? But enough people that if you wanted to, you certainly could go in that backyard and look in the bushes to see if a firearm has been thrown in the bushes.
Yes, sir.
Okay? You could have looked in the trash cans and in the recycling bin if you chose to.
If we took, yes, sir, we had that opportunity.
And I have not been to this particular property, but by looking at the picture, it looks like it may even have a crawl space underneath the house. But if there is a crawl space, certainly with the consent of Mr. Jones, you or fellow officers could look underneath the house to see if there's a firearm.
Yes, sir.
You guys could bring out metal detectors and search the property to see if a firearm has been buried somewhere in this backyard.
That is an option, sir. Yes.
Certainly. Something that happens, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in your long experience as a law enforcement officer, certainly there's three ways you can search a property, right? You can do it by consent.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You can do it based upon a search warrant, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what you did receive in this particular case, to retrieve the truck,
Yes, sir.
a search warrant. Even though you had consent, you guys took that extra step.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you also have exigent circumstances, meaning if you're afraid that there could be destruction of evidence, you can also enter a property and search.
Yes, sir.
But in this case, you didn't need to exercise exigent circumstances or get a warrant. Okay. You could go back because Mr. Jones gave consent.
He gave consent for his backyard. Yes, sir.
And they even have dogs that are trained to search for firearms and other contraband, correct?
You consent to
Yes,
the
sir.
house.
And I'm assuming you working for the federal government, you certainly have access to so many different resources if you believe they're necessary and you want to utilize them. Is that a fair statement?
We have access to resources. Yes, sir.
Absolutely. Okay. But in this particular case, for whatever reason, chose not to exercise any of those resources or the consent of Mr. Jones in order to search inside of that property, correct?
At that point in time, we were concerned with securing the truck. We had consent. I know that a warrant was being drafted. I didn't know the status of the warrant at that time. So when I was talking with Mr. Jones, again, I mentioned earlier, I was building rapport, talking with him, and wanted to make sure that he understood that, we were focused on the truck. This was the first time that Mr. Jones had come up in the investigation, and, based on the fact that he was speaking with us, his answers were consistent, and the fact that there was no attempt to hide the truck that was clearly visible from the street, we use those facts to kind of figure out where, or to maybe take where Mr. Jones was in this.
Sure. In 18 years of law enforcement experience, it's not uncommon for someone who is hiding something to be overly cooperative with law enforcement. You've encountered that before.
Very often. It's unfortunate,
But you certainly, it's not a unique circumstance where someone is so cooperative that, please, you can search my vehicle They end up searching the vehicle and they find a kilo of cocaine, or they find guns or a body.
Yes, that happens, sir, yes.
So just because somebody is cooperative doesn't necessarily mean that you're not going to find something that would be fruitful for your investigation.
That's correct, sir.
You would agree, we have no idea what could have been found in that property. Are you aware that just a few weeks ago on July 30th, FDLE produced a report doing ballistics testings that had Jimmy Jones' name listed on the report?
Okay, wait. Let me see you at sidebar.
What? Oh, why are you cutting him off like that? What's the problem there? FDLE. FDLE, they just gave us reports in July of 2026. Remember I told you guys? I just said this before the break or during the break because I was rambling. I said Jimmy Jones's name was a suspect on one of those forms. Now I know where I got it from because they have already talked about it. I said, Jimmy Jones, Mike Jones, what? You know, Mr. Mizrahi, if he would just, you know, not be such a liar, he wouldn't have all these issues. If his devices would actually record instead of malfunction. Same with Stifler. But July 2026, are you aware that Mr. Jones, Jimmy Jones' name is, he's listed as a suspect? There's a difference between a suspect and a subject. So just saying. Mike Jones. Let's see. Mr. Jones. We should play that song. Between Mike Jones and Mr. Jones by the Counting Crows. I mean, put a 1 in chat if you'd rather go and see the Counting Crows. Put a 2 in chat if you'd rather see Mike Jones. Just curious. I would love to see the Counting Crows. We're still get back together. The band back together. Bill Thompson, he could be your guitarist. All right. Jimmy Jones, I just got home from an appointment. Sheila, you missed the best afternoon. Early afternoon. You guys, I have so much stuff that's going on like all around me. I'm getting hit up by Idaho. Okay, I'm getting hit up by Pennsylvania
Proceed.
and Florida. And
Agent, my question.
I'm trying to watch my trial.
I understand at the time, you said that Mr. Jones's name had not come up in your investigation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that just a couple of weeks ago, Mr. Jones's name has been brought up in the investigation?
I was not aware of that. No, sir.
Yes.
Based upon his name not coming up at the time, my understanding, you did not take a DNA swab for Mr. Jones. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
You didn't do any additional testing there at the property other than recovering the truck. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And I understand we belabored the point for quite a few minutes. There was no additional searching of the property. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Now, I understand the state asked you about the team, and I believe your testimony is that you either had only encountered it once in your career, and that you testified, I believe, that you believed it was a rare firearm. Is that correct?
I believe I testified that I have not come across one outside of this investigation.
He's about to get rocked. This was the Federal Bureau of Investigation's fucking issued weapon.
But for the last 2 years, you've been a firearms instructor up in Brunswick, Georgia. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you aware that in this particular case, it's been alleged that a Glock 10mm was the homicide weapon?
I'm aware of that. Yes, sir.
Are you aware that Glock has been producing 3 models of a 10mm as far back as 1991?
I understand that Glock makes a 10mm pistol. I am not versed in the history of the Glock 10mm pistol.
Are you aware they make 3 different models of that?
At this moment, yes, sir.
Okay. And you understand Glock to be a well-known firearms maker?
Yes, sir.
They produce lots of firearms.
Yes, sir.
No dispute, they're probably one of the most popular firearms manufacturers in the United States.
Yes, sir.
Law enforcement carries Glocks on occasions.
Typically a 9mm, maybe a 40. Yes,
Get him.
sir.
The 10mm are also produced.
They are produced.
Sure. So you would agree it's not necessarily the rarest firearm out there?
I believe I said it's not very common. I didn't specify to the rarity of it. I just said in my own personal experience, this is the first time I've come across one.
The state asked you about your interview Were you aware that during the in Jacksonville Beach to look for 10mm?
They give us different gun stores.
Are you aware that at just one store they located 6 10mm?
Sir, you would put that in perspective of all the guns sold in a gun store.
How many gun stores do you think are in Jacksonville?
You said,
More than one.
I would agree. Yes, sir.
So to have 6 at one, that's not necessarily insignificant.
Again, you're talking about a number game where you had to put that in relation of all the other guns sold.
Sure. We'll let the jury make that determination. Now, Mr. Stengel, you testified that you interviewed Juan Biggerstaff. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Part of that investigation was based upon the fact that at one time he owned a Glock 10mm. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Your understanding that he became a convicted felon in 2017?
About that time, yes, sir.
And you at the time were not a firearms instructor. You were an active agent for the ATF. Is that correct?
In 2017?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And you understand the federal system. You've worked in the federal court before.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you been a case agent before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you understand that when a person is arrested or indicted and they have to participate in pretrial release, as Mr. Biggerstaff did, he had to turn over his firearms.
Yes, sir.
And I believe the state showed you a firearm inventory list. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach the evidence?
Yes.
And Agent, the state showed you what has been marked as Exhibit 190. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Can you recognize that inventory list, do you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Now, I know that's handwritten, but your understanding is that would be provided to pretrial release?
I believe it's pretrial services. Yes, sir.
And ultimately, the state kind of alluded like nobody goes to the house and searches to make sure they've turned over those firearms. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding.
But if a federal magistrate judge orders you to turn over your firearms, you would expect they would follow that order.
I would expect. Yes, sir.
There's consequences if you do not.
Yes, sir.
What would be a consequence to your knowledge if you violate the terms of your pretrial release?
You would be incarcerated.
Until such time as your case is ultimately resolved.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Biggerstaff, to your knowledge, he was never incarcerated after being released on pretrial release, was he?
I thought he did serve some time.
But he didn't violate his pretrial release, did he?
Not that I'm aware of.
And this inventory that was produced, if you can do your best, I know it's handwritten, but if you can see if you can find the Glock 10 millimeter on that list and identify by what number is associated with it.
Looks like it'd be item number 7, Glock 40, which would be the model. I honestly can't make out looks like 4 characters next to it, but it looks like the serial number is BBGL, possibly 770.
Okay. Can tell us, read for the jury what number 6.
Glock 27. Looks like there's a 40 next to it, and it looks like the serial number maybe RBP38 and possibly a 6.
Would you agree that number 6 and number 7 are written right on top of each other?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, the serial number for number 6 and number 7 are almost right on top of each other.
They're on adjacent lines. Yes, sir.
We're pretty close.
Pretty close. Yes, sir.
Now, Agent, it was asked on direct examination. 1 second here.
Okay. So remember, Juan Biggerstaff wrote the wrong serial number down when he reported a stolen weapon.
Agent, my law partner corrected me. Mr. Trial release, but it was by way of a drug charge. Are you familiar with that?
Now you mentioned it, sir.
Not firearms possession. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
I'm showing you that same affidavit. Can you see it on your screen, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You said it was number 7 that you identified as the 10 millimeter.
Yes, sir.
And number 6 was a Glock 27.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to come back to that in just a moment. But it's understood that Mr. Biggerstaff owned a 10 millimeter in 2016, got in trouble with federal authorities, had to turn those firearms over to someone outside of his home.
Yes, sir.
That's how we got this inventory, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your understanding is those went into the possession of other Biggerstaff family members.
I believe we were told that Juan Biggerstaff took the guns.
Now, if John Biggerstaff had come back into possession of those firearms, he would be violating both state and federal law, correct?
Yes, sir.
And certainly if he was caught, he was in state court, your understanding is it's a 3-year mandatory prison sentence. Is that your understanding?
I'm sorry, I'm not overly versed on the sentencing for Florida law.
Certainly could go to prison in federal court as well.
Yes, sir.
No dispute that had he been caught with a firearm, he could be prosecuted in both state court and federal court.
State or federal? Federal.
State or federal, yes, sir. Okay. To your knowledge, he's never been arrested for a firearms possession charge since his original felony offense in 2006.
Correct, sir.
And to arrest an individual, what do you need as far as level of proof? Just to make an arrest.
Probable cause.
And you would agree that's a much lower standard than having someone convicted in a court of law.
Yes, sir.
You just basically have to have a little more based upon the totality of circumstances in order to arrest him.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yes, sir. In order to arrest Mr. Biggerstaff, you would just need the state asked you that when you went to his residence, whether or not you saw any evidence of, I think, gun possession. You testified to this gun cabinet on the back porch.
Yes, sir.
And you basically said it was kind of a beat up, wouldn't even close anymore.
That's my remembering of it. Yes, sir.
Had garden tools in the back of it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Certainly just repurposed is what it appeared.
Yes, sir.
Okay. He didn't get arrested for that, did he?
No, sir.
Because that's not considered a firearm component, ammunition, or a firearm.
Correct.
Okay. So he could have that. There's nothing wrong with that.
Correct, sir.
Where it came from, you have no idea.
I believe he's had it. Correct.
Whether or not it was returned to him empty and just placed on his back porch, you have no evidence, say one way or another.
Basically, what he's getting at here, guys, is that cause is so low to arrest somebody, right? Why didn't you ever arrest John Biggerstaff for the thought that you thought that he was in possession of a firearm, right? Violating his fucking he's not allowed to have any firearms as a convicted felon, right? So if you thought that he was ever in possession of one, or he's looking one up and he might have one and he would be violating his, that's what he's getting. The fact that it's such a low standard to be able to shit, you arrested Henry 10 and you got some ruse off some stupid ass shit. Why didn't you make a move and shake a little something, tickle some shit, and arrest this motherfucker? If you thought that he is in possession of a 10mm gun that he gave to Mario Saldana to go kill Jerry Bright again.
Correct.
Certainly has no relation to Mario Fernandez.
Not to my knowledge. In reference to the gun cabinet, right?
Yes, sir.
No.
And with regards to Mr. Biggerstaff, John, your understanding is that he testified, or it was provided, he's not given a firearm to Mario Fernandez.
I'm not aware of Mr. Biggerstaff's testimony, sir.
You aware that he was offered immunity?
I believe so.
Okay. Can you explain to the court what immunity means?
Yes!
From your understanding as a law enforcement officer.
That if he had committed a crime, he wouldn't be held criminally responsible for it.
That he would not be held criminally responsible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So in this particular case, Mario Fernandez is being prosecuted for first-degree murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
A capital offense.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Biggerstaff, if he was involved in that, could either be charged as a principal or as an accessory, correct?
Could be. Yes, sir.
And he's been offered immunity, meaning that if he had been involved in that case at all, had he provided a firearm to Mr. Fernandez, he would be immune from prosecution.
Yes, sir.
Meaning that he could tell Ms. Stifler and Mr. Mizrahi, yes, I gave a gun to him, and he would be held completely.
Boom! Who the fuck is the government think they are? Why would you ever be offering? Look at Jesse sitting back watching this. Yeah, get him. Do it with this guy. This guy is already fucking shaky and throwing up his fucking brunch and lunch and dinner, probably last night's dinner, probably 2 nights ago. I mean, this is what it's all about. Why is our government would ever say, listen, you have blanket immunity. You have immunity. Tell us, give us the gun, show us where it's at, and testify against Mario Saldana, and you have nothing to worry about. And John Biggerstaff is like, I'm just a swinger, dude. He never changed anything. He can't produce this gun. Nothing. He didn't change. Fuck testimony. It was only just your statement. He never changed his statement. They did it with Juan Biggerstaff, John Biggerstaff, who, Jeremy, come on. And none of these people would just be like, yo, dude, I'll do it. Let me just, give me immunity. You guys, I love it. The jury is finding out what immunity is all about because we've been hearing that word, but it hasn't been defined. Hell yeah. Great job, Hill. Proud. Proud.
Told the truth.
Yes, sir.
Your understanding is you did not accept that immunity.
That's my understanding. Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, he has not implicated Mr. Fernandez.
No, he has not.
You further interviewed Juan Biggerstaff, correct? And he was a law enforcement officer in Texas?
Yes.
Did he provide any information that furthered your investigation into Mario Fernandez?
No, sir.
He also was offered immunity. Is that your understanding?
I believe so.
And again, same as his father, had first gun to him. Mr. Biggerstaff in a firearm to Mario Fernandez.
I'm not aware of Mr. Biggerstaff's testimony, sir.
You aware that he was offered immunity?
I believe so.
Okay. Can you explain to the court what immunity means from law enforcement?
If he did a crime, he wouldn't be held criminally responsible for it.
That he would not be held criminally responsible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So in this particular case, Mario Fernandez is being prosecuted for first-degree murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
A capital offense.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Biggerstaff, if he was involved in that, could either be charged as a principal or as an accessory, correct?
Could be. Yes, sir.
And he's been offered immunity, meaning that if he had been involved in that case at all, had he provided a firearm to Mr. Fernandez, he would be immune from prosecution.
Yes, sir.
Meaning that he could tell Ms. Stifler or Mr. Mizrahi, yes, I gave a gun to him, and he would be held completely, he'd be okay. He wouldn't be prosecuted.
Depending on the terms of the immunity, yes, sir.
As long as he told the truth.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your understanding is you did not accept that immunity.
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
To your knowledge, he has not implicated Mr. Fernandez.
No, he has not.
You further interviewed Juan Biggerstaff, correct?
Correct.
And he was a law enforcement officer in Texas?
Yes.
Did he provide any information that furthered your investigation into Mario Fernandez?
No, sir.
He also was offered immunity. Is that your understanding?
I believe so.
And again, same as his father, had he had any involvement in a first-degree murder, he would be immune from prosecution if he cooperated with law enforcement.
Yes, sir.
But ultimately, the jury will decide his credibility, both of these gentlemen. But your understanding, they provided no information that would further the prosecution of Mr. Fernandez.
I believe we received just more conflicting statements.
And the jury, ultimately, you would agree, will decide whether or not they're credible or not.
That is up to them, yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Biggerstaff, Juan, was a law enforcement officer in Texas at the time of that interview?
You said Juan?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I believe the state elicited that in June of 2023, let me back up. When you interviewed Juan Biggerstaff at the state attorney's office, you were aware of wire.
Yes, sir. Device, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So not really what I'm wearing, but a concealed recording device. He actually had two of those on him.
Yes,
You
sir.
understand?
Mhm.
And at the time, he was an undercover narcotics officer in Texas.
I believe he was a narcotics detective. His capacity, I'm not aware of.
He was an experienced law enforcement officer.
Yes, sir.
And he agreed to cooperate with his fellow law enforcement partners here in Jacksonville.
He was resistant
Where Juan is his father,
to cooperate.
but
He was here, sir.
well, let's be clear. He came to the state attorney's office, correct?
Yes, sir.
You and the state attorney's office and fellow law enforcement asked him to wear two recording devices and to go speak with his father in furtherance of the search of a 10 millimeter, correct?
Yes, sir.
And ultimately, he did agree to do that.
He did do that.
He may have been resistant to wear a wire and go speak to his own father, but he ultimately agreed to do it.
He agreed to do it. Yes, sir.
You made sure that he didn't have an opportunity to contact his father prior to leaving the state attorney's office with those recording devices, correct?
I believe precautions were taken.
As to whether or not, as the state tried to elicit on direct, that he somehow gave any type of indication to his father, you don't have any direct evidence that he tipped off his father.
Not directly, sir.
Okay. You weren't there, correct?
I was not there.
You just got to listen to the recording when he brought it back.
Yes, sir.
And he did record.
Yes.
Whether or not the devices captured everything or not, whether you can blame that on Juan Biggerstaff, you don't have any evidence to support that. You would agree with that.
I just have the end result. Yes, sir.
But ultimately didn't gather any information that was related to Mario Fernandez.
Just that the guns were supposed to show up on, well, I'm sorry.
No, my question specifically, no. The state can't just tell you to say by shaking.
No, I apologize. I started to say something. I'm sorry, sir. Ma'am.
Let me have the jury step out.
Oh my God, is he Stifler? This is sick. This is sick. Stifler and Miss Marahi coaching. Give me the lefty. Get him out of here. Fuck God, I knew we shouldn't have had this asshole up here. This pussy ass bitch. He can't keep it together. You guys just see that?
All right, Agent, everyone may be seated. Agent, let me have you step out into the anteroom, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Why is it cutting out? We're missing so much because it's cutting out. I don't know what it's doing. I'll replay it here. Pause. Look at, he's got to leave too. We're going to rewind it. Okay? Rewindy. Okay? Watch this.
But ultimately didn't gather any information that was related to Mario Fernandez.
Just that the guns were supposed to show up on, well, I'm sorry.
No, my question specifically, no. The state can't just tell you what to say by shaking.
No,
your head.
I apologize. I started to say something. I'm sorry, sir. Ma'am.
Let me have the jury step out for just a moment. All right, please like that the agents off the witness stand. Mr. Hill, you started to address something. I'm going to give you the proper venue, not in front of the jury.
Yes, Your Honor. The witness went to start answering a question and stopped himself. I observed the state attorney's office shaking their head, giving acknowledgement to the witness in front of the jury to answer a question in a particular way. Entirely improper. They cannot direct a witness on what to say. And that's exactly what they were doing. There's video cameras throughout the courtroom. Your Honor can watch a replay yourself. That was the indication I got. The witness was smart enough to stop, and I can hear Mr. Mizrahi speaking, and I would ask for you not to interrupt.
Okay.
I would ask for the defense counsel to address the court, and not me.
Mr. Mizrahi is lit as a tit. Holy shit, I love it. Fuck yeah, he'll keep your fucking cool, boy. You've been owning them. You've been owning them.
They were doing. They cannot direct a witness on what to say. And that's exactly what they were doing. There's video cameras throughout the courtroom. Your Honor can watch a replay yourself. That was the indication I got. The witness was smart enough to stop, and I can hear Mr. Mizrahi speaking, and I would ask for you not to interrupt.
Okay.
I would ask for the defense counsel to address the court, and not me.
I want you both to address me, okay? And then I'll let the state respond. Was there head shaking? I was reading something, so I didn't see anything.
Oh, yes, we're sitting here looking at each other, shaking our heads. Mr. Hill is asking a line of question that opens up the doors to a lot of answers. The witness is looking at everybody, myself and Mr. Hill and Mr. Mizrahi, asking if he can answer. I'm gesticulating to draw his attention to the court. The court is the only one who can answer whether a witness can answer a question or not. I don't think Mr. Hill can ask a question, not like the answer that's being given, and cut him off. But I mean, this whole line of questioning it's opening up the door.
What do you believe is implicating?
I think that if he's asking him questions about, he's opening the door to what was said on this wire. He's asking, can I?
Okay, so that's what I'm asking. I'm also, I don't know what the evidence is. And so was he instructed not to go down a certain line or say something?
In pretrials, I like all witnesses advise them as to the rules of hearsay. Your Honor's already seen this witness once on his own bring up, I don't want to get into hearsay. I think he's unsure of how to answer. If I am asking him questions, of course I can say, of course you can answer. But if Mr. Hill asks him a question and he's responsively answering the question, he can continue to answer. And he's stopping himself because he's looking back at Mr. Hill and looking at us. And I don't know if you want to instruct him that he needs to draw his attention to the court and ask the court whether he can answer or not. But
so, okay, let me address that one point in particular. I need a heads up. I don't know. He's just a name on a list for me. I don't know what his involvement is or what he's reviewed. If there is an instruction saying, hey, you cannot get into this line because if there's something sensitive or he's walking the line, I kind of need to know, because generally speaking, what the process would be is I would tell the witness, look at me, ask for a break or whatever, and then we can address some issue that wouldn't cause a potential mistrial. And so, Mr. Hill, with that explanation, do you believe that was what's going on, or you think that it was delivery of an answer? I don't know what's been presented to the jury as he shows up and there's an F-150 there and he didn't search, but now the cross-examination is getting into investigative techniques. And I don't know his level of involvement. Is that a fair assessment of what's going on? Or are you still maintaining that somehow they're trying to signal him? Because then I'm going to ask the witness.
So, Your Honor, if you recall from the direct examination, he went into his discussion of when Juan Biggerstaff wore a wire to go and meet with his father.
Yes.
My line of question, and I believe my question was, you did not gather any information related to Mario Fernandez, not what was said on the wire. It was simply, you didn't gather any information. It was similar to my previous questions about the property, about the truck. But you gathered no information related to Mario Fernandez. The witness started to testify and he did stop himself. That's when I saw the state attorney's office seemingly acknowledging to him that he could continue his, and as they stated, that they believed I had opened the door to discuss the contents of the wire, which is absolutely not what the question was. It was, did you gather information related to Mario Fernandez?
Okay.
Murky, run the tape back and see exactly
From your
what he said.
response, Mr. Hill, are you saying that there could have been some, like he's looking to say, is this okay from the state? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not going to go as far as to say that the state attorney's office was seeking to put words in his mouth.
Right. But you're seeking his approval whether to go forward or not.
What I observed was him, which he's done several times, even in his direct examination, where he was seeking for what to say, either
Verbal.
internally or externally.
Okay.
I simply observed the state attorney's office nodding their head affirmative. Whether they're doing it to each other, all I can say is that I have 16 people sitting in this box and a witness up here, and they're right beside the jurors. That's why I wanted to make sure that that was shut down.
All right. Okay, we're going to stop. I think that I'm going to chalk this up to a miscommunication. I'm going to bring the agent back in. He has been a very careful witness, and I've said it multiple times. Like he appears to be having some type of internal communication with himself, like trying to follow rules or whatever. So I'm going to let him. Agent, if you'll come all the way forward. All right, if you could just pause right there for a moment. I've said this about you. You seem to be very conscientious and being very careful with your wording. Is that a fair assessment? Sure. It's a habit. It's okay. So, okay. All right. Yes, that's fine. I'm going to ask this based on what's happened during the trial. Do you feel like you've mentioned, let me say this, you've mentioned the word hearsay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you trying to avoid that some way in your testimony? Obviously, you might be.
Yes, I'm trying to not state anything that I was told during the investigation because I understand I'm not allowed to do that.
Okay. So, which is very, like I said, you're very conscientious, all right? But what's happening is that, and what I need you to do, and it's fine, and I appreciate your careful, observant of the rules. But if you have a situation where you believe that whatever the question is, would call for you to do something that in your mind would be impermissible. I don't know what you discussed and what you didn't discuss. All you have to do is turn to me and say, Your Honor, may I? Okay. And then I can make a ruling. And then I think everything will stay kind of in bounds. And then the lawyers, if I have a question, I'll bring them up to sidebar and I will hear from them. But I don't want you to feel like you can't seek court intervention if you believe that whatever you're going to say happens hypothetically where they might think that they comment on a constitutional right, or they comment and they're apprehensive and they know the implications of blurting something out, which I appreciate. Okay. But if your honest answer to their focused question is something that you believe through your training and your experience being, a federal agent, if you think that is going to cause some concern for you, you can seek my approval. So you need to avoid kind of looking to the state for approval because they don't say yay or nay about anything that goes on in court about what comes in and what doesn't. They have to ask me. So I'm the ultimate decision maker in that process. And then it gives the defense an opportunity to be heard if they want to be heard related to whether it should come in and come out. But if it's a unilateral glance and then you continue because they say so, it creates an issue. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So I'm not getting on you, but I just wanted to let you know I am an avenue that if you don't have to be so careful and reflective, if your natural answer is X and you believe it caused a problem, you can say, Your Honor, may I? And then that's a perfect way for me to intervene appropriately. So would any side like to say anything to the agent before we continue?
Nothing.
As far as his testimony related to that issue?
No, Your Honor, I believe the court instructed him appropriately.
Okay. So again, me and you, we're on the same line.
Yes, ma'am.
You look at me, say, may I? I'll look at them and then we'll handle it from there. So don't feel so apprehensive. Just, we can keep going, but I want you to know I am a resource for you if there is an issue with your testimony. I know I'm learning a lot. I have limited information about the case prior to trial. I'm learning the full scope of whatever you've done kind of real time with the jury. Okay. So it's not like I have some kind of working knowledge of what you did and didn't do. And I don't know what you're trying to stay away from and what you're not. I learn it from the lawyers. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right. So we can get back started.
Yes, sir.
I will say this. I think that the podium needs to be moved. It is not helpful that it's behind the state's table, and that maybe if they can move that podium or don't stand over there and stand, that way that he can't kind of look that way, like make it so that if you're standing on the other side,
You know what your question was, Mr. Hill?
it's so visible.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
You remember your last question?
I believe my last question was,
I just wanted to make sure you didn't need to get back where you were. You know where you were.
I do, yes, Your Honor.
Dude, I loved it. Miss Ra, he lost his fucking dick. Mrs. Mizrahi threw his pen down like a little baby. Mrs. Mizrahi. I mean, geez. Can you imagine when he doesn't get a lap dance properly? Seth Allen Mizrahi loses it. I'm sorry, but Mrs. Mizrahi, he's like, throws his pen like a little.
Welcome back, members of the jury. Everyone may be seated. All right, Mr. Hill, you may continue.
Okay. Agent, where we left off was that Juan Biggerstaff had worn a wire in communications with his father. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And when he returned either to the state attorney's office or to where did he actually return after that recording session?
I think we met with him out in public.
After you had an opportunity to reconvene, did your investigative efforts provide anything specific to Mario Fernandez?
Not that I recall.
The state asked you about Juan Biggerstaff and a June 2023 police report that was filed. Do you recall that?
June 20th, yeah.
And that was in regards to Juan Biggerstaff's undercover police vehicle being stolen from his home?
I believe it was his police vehicle. Yes, sir.
And that it was reported that several firearms were stolen out of that vehicle.
I believe it was 2, sir.
Okay. And one of those was a Glock 27.
Yes, sir.
But it bared the serial number on what was on the report of the Glock 40, the 10 millimeter.
Yes, sir.
Now you're looking at that inventory that I showed you earlier that was produced after Mr. Biggerstaff was federally indicted.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I asked you to identify where the Glock 40, the 10 millimeter was, and that was number 7. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And number 6, what is that?
That is the Glock 27.
Okay. And that's what you understood was reported stolen, correct?
The Glock 27, yes.
And you would agree that the serial number for the Glock 27 and the Glock 10 millimeter are right on top of each other?
Well, real quick, just to clarify, you have a Glock 27 that was reported stolen. If you're saying that that's the same one in this inventory without the serial number, I can't discern that.
And I'm not asking you to make that determination.
Okay.
You've confirmed that a Glock 27 was reported stolen by Juan Biggerstaff in Texas.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And on the report, it listed the serial number for the Glock 10 millimeter.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you would agree on this inventory that a Glock 27 is listed immediately above the Glock 10 millimeter.
Yes, sir.
And ultimately, the jury can make a determination as to whether or not those tie to each other, but you would agree they're right on top of each other, including the serial numbers, in some occasion, almost touching each other.
Yes, sir.
You understood that Mr. Biggerstaff remained a law enforcement officer past June of 2023.
I do not know the day that he separated from his agency.
And ultimately, Juan Biggerstaff has not been arrested in connection with this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can I have a moment with Counsel, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Juan Biggerstaff's freaking undercover vehicle was stolen from his house. Where was it found? It was found at Jimmy Jones. It was probably found at Mr. Mizrahi's fucking rental with Janie Deal. Unbelievable. What is going on? This is way better than I thought.
Thank you, Agent. I don't have any further questions.
Great job, Hill.
Redirect.
Nice job, buddy.
Sure, I'll take it. Thanks.
Go get him, Stifler. MVP right here.
Agent Stengel, Jimmy Jones was never a suspect or never discussed as a suspect between you and members of a homicide team. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Hill asked you a bunch of questions about some legal issues between the federal system and the state system. You are obviously aware that as a law enforcement officer or a state law enforcement officer or state prosecutor cannot give federal immunity.
Federal, correct.
Mr. Hill asked you a bunch of questions about a police report.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you some follow-up ones. You mentioned in your direct that members of ATF had spoken with Juan Biggerstaff prior to your interview with John Biggerstaff in November of 2022.
I'm sorry, one more time.
You mentioned other ATF agents in Texas had conducted an interview of Juan Biggerstaff prior to your interview with John Biggerstaff or Mr. Juan Biggerstaff on
Yes.
the wire.
Yes.
And those same agents in Texas were the ones that alerted you to this police report in June of 2023.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hill asked you about some details of that police report, so I want to ask you some clarifications on that. The police report Mr. Juan Biggerstaff filed was not with his own agency. It was with a separate law enforcement agency.
Correct. The Dallas Police Department.
And Mr. Juan Biggerstaff reported that his patrol car and 2 firearms had been taken from his residence.
Correct.
Where did they locate that vehicle?
I believe it was just down the street. It was same street, looked to be maybe a couple blocks down by the numbers.
And on that police report, he specifically gave the serial number of that Glock 10mm as having been stolen from his vehicle. This BBGL770.
Yes.
And he did not contact anyone involved in the Jared Brightigan homicide about this police report or about him writing this serial number on any reports.
That's correct.
You found out because ATF in Texas contacted you because his agency opened an investigation into him.
Yes.
And Mr. Hill asked you that whether Mr. Juan Biggerstaff remained employed at his law enforcement agency after this incident. He did, but he was actually placed on administrative leave pending investigation.
Yes.
And members of ATF, the agents that had previously interviewed him, went and conducted follow-up interviews on this matter.
Yes, they continued to interview him.
And Mr. Juan Biggerstaff, in fact, retained a criminal defense attorney for those interviews.
Yes.
And Mr. Juan Biggerstaff no longer works as a sworn law enforcement officer.
That is my understanding.
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you, Agent.
Any follow-up?
Briefly, may I say at defense table?
Recross that
Agent.
shit.
Juan Biggerstaff did not report that a 10mm Glock 40 Gen 4 was stolen. He reported a Glock 27. Is that correct?
A Glock 27 was stolen, yes.
And a Glock 27 is not a 10mm, correct?
No, sir.
And as far as Mr. Biggerstaff and his employment with the law enforcement agency in Texas, he remained employed until he moved back to Jacksonville. Is that your understanding?
Again, I'm not sure when he separated from his agency.
And as far as when his vehicle was stolen, is it your understanding he reported it to the agency in which the jurisdiction where his home and vehicle were actually located?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so he actually reported it to the correct law enforcement office in the jurisdiction where the vehicle was and where he resided at the time.
I believe, yes, that is true. I think even the responding officers felt like something didn't add up in that.
But again, he reported a crime in the jurisdiction in which the crime occurred.
I'm thinking he did. I don't know the jurisdictional lines of where he lived.
Understood.
This is sick. This is wild.
But Agent, as you sit here, you have no reason to believe he reported it to a jurisdiction outside of where that crime occurred.
That's what I would believe.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. May this witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor, subject to recall.
All right. Agent, do you understand what that means?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. You can step down now. State will call its next witness.
Calls Carlos Fong.
Carlos Fong.
State calls Carlos's thong. Told you guys, Carlos's thong. Come on down, Carlos's thong. Witness number 14 for the state. Carlos's thong.
Mr. Fong, good afternoon. Come all the way forward.
Because of the timing, I had Mr. Fong come directly from work, so
Okay.
apologize for the dress.
No problem, no problem. All right, raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Sir, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you.
What's going on? Where's the sound? Are they sidebarring it? We missed it? Again, guys, welcome to the transparency. We got Carlos's thong on the stand, so I don't think that's his name, but that's his name now. Carlos's thong. Yeah, just wanted to thank Freebird. Not sure if they're still here, but nothing but the best with Lana. Truth and transparency always wins. Proud of you, Lana, for all of your dedication and honest work. You're the best, bar fucking none. I know that you mean that, Freebird, so thank you. I've been waiting 3 years for this trial. I've still been putting in my other work and watching 9 Hour Day lives on the trial. I am really sorry about whatever's happening today. I will make sure that this glitch is taken care of. I'm just nervous if I stop, then it's going to be all messed up. So has it gotten any better? Wait, what? No way, they're at sidebar. Eating any lunches? I don't know what's happening with my, Okay. So we've been working really hard to find out about tires. The silver 5 double spoke alloy tire wheel found in the road is not a spare from any Ford F-150. The spare tire / wheel for every 2004 Ford F-150 Lariat was a steel wheel with 12 holes painted black like in the picture that I'm going to show you guys. We want to see proof that Henry Tennant acquired an extra silver alloy wheel, and I would need to know the reason why he acquired it. Okay? That's from my experts over there at Mark B's auto store. My expert, Mark motherfucking B, bitch. So we got some questions about Henry Tennant's acquisition of that truck, and we just know what it came with in 2004.
So, Mr. Fong, going to those conversations that you had with Shanna Gardner and Mario Fernandez in front of you, were you describing for the jury the types of things that Ms. Gardner was complaining about with regard to her child custody?
It's basically the issue they were having with the custody battles that were going back and forth, the family court, things like that.
Well, describe it for the jury, what you remember.
Oh, as far as what she had told me?
Sure.
Oh, okay. She said that they were going through a nasty divorce when I first met her. That, things with her and Jared weren't well. That it wasn't pretty. Mainly because of the child custody.
And did Mario Fernandez seem to go along with the flow, so to speak? Did he complain as much about Jared, or was it mostly Shanna Gardner?
Mainly Shanna. We never actually talked about Jared at all. I've asked him about him, but he never told me like, oh, this or that. No, it was never brought up.
In those conversations with Ms. Gardner where Mr. Fernandez was present, he would just kind of go along with what Ms. Gardner was saying.
Yeah, he didn't really say anything. I mean, it was mainly her talking.
Understood. And so knowing that, then I want to turn your attention a little bit about what your knowledge of Mr. Fernandez was before he met Ms. Gardner.
Sorry, let me tell you.
We couldn't hear because of the cut. What was Mr. Fernandez's job before he met Ms. Gardner?
He was in the military.
Okay?
And he had
And
just-
after military?
Sorry.
After the military?
After the military, just odds and ends jobs. I think he was working at Black Hive for a little bit. He was working at Bruno's. So just, I mean, nothing solid. Yeah.
Do you know when he met Ms. Gardner where he was working?
He was working at Black Hive.
And what was he doing there?
He was doing maintenance, odds and ends things for the owner.
Okay, is that a gym?
Yes, CrossFit gym.
Okay, and that's where Ms. Gardner was working as a coach as well.
I believe so. I don't know that.
If you don't know, that's fine.
Yeah.
I don't want you to speculate. And during the course of the next couple of years, did you know if Mr. Fernandez kept that job at the gym?
On and off. I mean, he would be doing different things for the owner, but it wasn't like a full-time thing.
Did you know Mr. Fernandez to have any sort of career?
No.
I want to now turn your attention to subsequent to Henry Tennant's arrest. There were a couple of phone calls that you placed to the defendant, Mr. Fernandez. Do you remember those?
Yes, I do.
And you've had the opportunity to look at them, correct? I mean, listen to them.
Yes, in depth, yes.
Did you know you were being recorded?
Oh, absolutely not.
And did, as far as you know, did Mr. Fernandez know he was being recorded?
As far as I know, no.
Okay. I'm going to play the two calls. I think the jury will be able to figure out just based on your accent, a slight accent, who's who. But I may have to stop you in the middle. The first one, I got to get the numbers. The first one you're going to publish is going to be State's Exhibit 188, which is also referred to as call number 557.
What's up, my man? What the fuck is up, ho? What's up, damn? Where you been? Where you been at, cuz? Hey. So,
Yeah.
just checking on you, brother. I mean, what the fuck is going on with Shannon?
Well, I mean, she's across the country right now because they moved out there. Because I told you, right? We separated.
I know. I remember you telling me you guys separated, but I don't know. Ruthie called me asking me about what happened with Shannon. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? I said, I know they split, but I guess the news is after, I don't know what you saw. I didn't see nothing on the news, but I guess they're saying something about they think that she might have caused the whole thing about her ex-husband and shit. I'm like, I don't think so, but
Nah, man.
I
Nah.
don't know what the story is. I said,
Yeah.
Mario, okay, I say, that's why I know he's straight. He's just
Yeah, yeah, bro. Like right now. Actually, I'm here in Jack's right now because I'm remodeling the room to my rental property. Or I'm remodeling the bathroom.
Right. You talking about your dad's old house? Or you talking about
Yeah. That one. Yep, that one. So
where are you staying, dog? Where you at? Where you...
So I've been in Kissimmee, man, and
Okay.
yeah, because my brother's down there. So
Okay.
I kind of jumped at the opportunity because I had nothing left here in Jack, so I was like, fuck it, might as well go.
All right. So what's she ever do in the house? She sold it or she just rented it
Yeah,
out?
we're selling it. No, we're selling it.
Oh.
Yeah,
You still got your Tundra or you got rid of it?
You still got my what?
You still got the Tundra or you got rid of it?
Oh no, I still have that bad boy, bro. Come on.
I'm looking for one myself right now, dog.
Oh yeah, shit.
I'm trying to find a TRD, bro.
Ah, okay. Hell yeah.
So, but I want that lunar gray color, that fucking off gray color. That's what
Ooh,
I
yeah.
don't
So
think-
you saw mine, right? Because mine's all white.
No, I never got a chance to see it because I've been so fucking busy, bro.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, man. No, just checking on you because I was like, damn, let me check in the nigga. Make sure he didn't get. I don't think.
Nah.
I don't know. I think the news misconstrued a lot of it. I don't think Shannon or you had nothing to do with that bullshit, but.
Thanks, brother. I appreciate that. Like, no joke. So here's the deal, brother. Like, bigger picture, we never said anything from the get-go. So because we didn't say anything, the media pushes whatever they want, however they want it, and that's what's there.
What it was is when Shannon moved, it just made it suspicious. Like, why all of a sudden her ex-husband passes or whatever happens to him, she fucking did to go cross country. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but it was like almost a year later.
Right. Yeah, exactly. It's been what? It's coming up close to a year later. Yeah.
It's gonna be a year. It's gonna be a year.
Right.
You know,
I
like.
know I know your ass ain't gonna have to do with it because y'all, you don't own nothing, that motherfucker, dude.
No,
Whatever he is on him. I
no,
think
bro.
between you and I think it's just bad karma, like we said from the get-go when I first talked to you about it.
Yeah,
Bad karma
yeah.
for how he
Dude,
treated Shanna and
I
how he
can't,
treated the kids.
I can't tell you how many times I've had a discussion with like, I've just had random discussions with strangers on top of that,
Yeah,
with strangers.
yeah.
And then like, I've had people that knew him when he was like younger,
Mhm.
when he was in like high school or something like that, because he grew
Right.
up here in Jax or whatever.
Right.
And they were like, I get it. And I was like, get the fuck out of here. Like, now you're coming out and saying some shit, but it's just like, but the other part is a lot of those people, they belong to the church. So like, they don't want to say shit.
Right.
Like,
Right.
fucking, they're not about to air out dirty laundry, whatever.
No.
And like now I'm just, we'll wait to see what the fuck happens. Like,
Right.
no one seems to have anything concrete. Everything is like this and that. Like, I'm just like, all right, cool. Like,
Well, it's just like you always get caught up in this craziest shit, though, between the army and your personal life.
dog, bro, my sister literally said the same fucking thing, dog. She was like, how come you have such good luck with the most random things? And she was like, yeah, like you'll go out and you buy something, and then it's just like you'll get a discount, or you'll meet somebody and they know something, and then they have this and they have that, and you have access to all these things. And then it's like, but then other things happen, and I was like, I know exactly what you mean. And I think this is the balance of the universe when it comes to me, bro. Like, I just have to leave shit well alone, so like extremely bad shit doesn't happen. It's just fucking ridiculous, dude.
Stupid, bro. So, hey, but on a real note, on a side note, what are you averaging in your Tundra? I know you drive like a fucking madman, so
Oh,
what you're averaging out of it.
so it does its best on the highway, 100%. Like, I can get close to like 470 miles to a full tank, and this is on standard gas. This is regular 87 pump gas.
Right.
And then around the city to a full tank, about 420 miles.
Yeah. What is your miles per gallon? Calculated like?
No, man, I'm like not between 19 to 22.
Let the record show that there's a significant talking about cars, and certainly it's been put into evidence, but I'm going to fast forward it about 7 minutes.
Okay.
From approximately 5 minutes to approximately 12 minutes.
Now I'm starting to also like stretch out his lower back and his legs. I just stretch him out, and like he gets a little like there's a little bit of pain, but then as soon as I like get him like stretched out, like you could like he's lively, like it all comes back. He's like, oh fuck, I'm ready to move, like let's go.
What are you talking about now?
I don't know what we're talking about at that point. I know we jumped conversations. I'm so random. So it went from trucks. I don't know where it went to from the trucks to that. I think he was talking about the dog, but I could be wrong.
Sure, go ahead.
I think so, but I can't tell you 100% what that was. That's the only thing I was talking about, stretching out his back and stuff, because Zero was older. He's a good husky-sized dog.
Okay.
So yeah, man, he's doing all right.
Yeah, that's good, man. Yeah, that's what makes me call with no bullshit with that whole situation. Because Ruth had called me about it. I said, I news, but I'll call him. I'll double check on my boy. I'm pretty sure he would have called me if some shit was gonna go down.
Yeah, man, I would have told my people here, like, hey, like, but you never know, bro. Like, I had mentioned this, because like last year someone told, bro, I had people apologizing to me because the way our family got painted, it was like they're looking at Shanna for obvious reasons, and then they're looking at me for obvious reasons. But then on top of that, they were like harping on stuff, and then like people, I had strangers apologized to me for media racism. Like people were on social media being racist towards me. And I don't watch the news. So I didn't pay attention to it. You know, it's like, I was just like, well, you know, like all I could say was like, well, racism is real. You know, like I live with it. I understand it. What I don't want to happen is some bullshit for whatever reason happens. And then they look at me on just the inclination because I'm fucking Hispanic.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then all of a sudden I have to fucking go through this round robin circle of bullshit because, okay, well,
the military, yeah.
you fit this profile and stereotype. So fucking now we gotta do shit with you. And it's just like, like that's the one thing, dude. I haven't talked to Ruth in years, bro.
Yeah, I know.
How's she doing?
Okay, obviously the entire call is played in, but I don't think the state needs to publish any more of that. We'll now go to the second call. And I guess I didn't make it clear, Mr. Fung asked a question. These calls took place January 24th and January 25th of 2023, approximately.
Yes, sounds about right. Yeah.
We'll now publish State's Exhibit 189.
This is right after Henry Tenen was arrested for the
Hey, what's up, man?
You in private?
What's that?
You in private?
Yeah.
So, I guess something broke out today about that whole situation that we talked about.
Mm-hmm.
So, they arrested some guy that used to rent the Northside house.
I know.
I was like, what the? So I guess he thought it was you. Because I think the motive was after you, not her husband. Right? So,
Yeah.
I'm like,
Or
yeah,
oh, dude, no way. You think so?
but he rented your house, so he must have had some. So he probably didn't pay you, kicked it on, something like that.
I mean,
remember this. You know, there's a possibility of that area.
right.
Yeah.
There's no way though. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I haven't pulled up anything. I haven't read anything.
No, I don't.
You know.
So, hold on.
But
I'll give you the gist. Hold on. Wait, hold on.
yeah.
So the gist of it is basically who the person they found was.
Mm-hmm.
He stayed at that Northside rental property.
Right.
With you and what's his face. So all of a sudden so he's the one that did it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, but the only connection that he would have to you, because obviously he's been. This is weird. I'm just speculating at this point. So
Yeah.
Think of, he knows where y'all live because everything's public record now. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
So he probably thought that was you, but not realizing who it was. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't think you just if you wait for your photo picture, for black guy. That's all.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing though. Like he was working for me for a bit. Like after it.
Oh, really? For real?
Yeah. Like he helped me. Like that's a fucking 1/4 acre lot, and like he did a lot of fucking work, dude. Like he fucking took down trees and shit and fucking mowed that bitch, and then he did roofing. Like, so I don't fucking get it.
So between you and I, you never talked to him about Shannon. You don't know nothing about Shannon's ex-husband, right?
No, like no. They're I'm trying to. I mean, I'm honestly trying to remember. Like, I have to like think of like any recollection of
right.
Of, any conversations I might have with the dude. But it's like,
you don't have any pictures of him or anything like that.
No.
You wouldn't know anything.
Yeah, no,
It's
fuck
just
no.
crazy. It's just crazy. All of a sudden, they go to blaming Shanna for it, and all of a sudden, next day, literally broke out saying they arrested somebody for his murder. I'm like, what the fuck is going on with this bullshit? Yeah,
I don't know, dude.
Yeah, but I just wanted to.
Yeah. 100%.
What the
100%.
fuck is going on, dude? I'm so twisted right now.
Yeah. Like I'm waiting to see how it's gonna turn out because I already have media reaching out to me and stuff, and it's just like there's nothing for me to say right now because there's nothing for me to say. No, I'm not going to.
You have no
Yeah.
motive, dude.
No, fuck no, bro. Like, it's just another day in the shit show, dude.
Yeah, I'm just like, just give me a heads up. Because they're gonna come because all the way they're portraying it, it's like, oh, okay, this guy used to stay at your house. Either he was one or two things. Either they're gonna play like he was mad at you because he left the house, he couldn't afford it no more, and you kicked him out, or they're saying that because you housed him, that you had something to do it. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, yeah, and that was actually like, because I remember it was like, bro, it was like October or maybe before that, because you know, after COVID and everything else, this was a fucking shit show. It was actually, yeah, it was after COVID that everything was a shit show, and like I was working with him, like, you know, like, all right, well, you know, if you don't have rent right away, like, you know, just you can pay like week by week kind of deal, but you got to make it up. And then I want to say it was either September or October timeframe. It's so fucking long ago now that he flat out told me, he's like, I can't fucking afford it anymore. He just couldn't.
So he just left. Yeah.
Yeah. And well, the thing was, I told him, I was like, well, how about, you know, what can you afford? And like the dude was like scrapping up like 300. And then I told him, I was like, if this is where you're at, I can give you till December, and after December, like that's it. And the thing was, like, I had a new tenant come in January.
Right.
So
I said, there's no disagreement between y'all.
no,
So you know,
no.
help his ass out.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like I helped the dude out, and then after that, like I remember for like all the shit that he did for the plate, everything else, I remember reaching out to him. I was like, hey man, you want to fucking knock out some mark and make some money? Because every estimate I was getting, you know, like, dude, bro, just to do, like, somebody gave me an estimate for a single tree, and it was like $3,000, and I was like, yeah, no, go fuck off, dude, no fucking way, you know what I mean? So I was like, hey, you want to fucking knock off some branches and fucking plow this bitch to the ground? And that's what he fucking did.
But you got rid of that property now, didn't you?
Yeah, I fucking sold it.
Right. Yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, I had to do what I had to fucking do. So, oh man, yeah, I'm waiting because, yeah, that way we can see what the fuck's gonna happen.
Just before, yeah. I say, just keep your eyes peeled, dog, because them motherfuckers are fucking vultures. You know, all the motherfuckers are.
Oh, dude, 100%, man. This shit's gonna like.
I mean, if they following Shannon all the way in fucking Washington State, they talking about they saw her get out of the grocery store and shit. I'm like, what the fuck? Like they you know, they're for sure gonna follow your ass too. So just, you know, keep your eyes peeled.
Oh, 100. Yeah. Oh, I know. Like, I'm not the one though. You know.
I'm saying.
Yeah.
I know, but the way they're portraying it, I don't. Right as of right now, they're not gonna say nothing, but they're gonna dig farther. I don't think.
Oh, yeah, they're gonna
already.
Yeah, they're gonna paint it however they're gonna want to paint it, and then obviously it comes down to whatever the fuck, you know, is said afterwards. So
exactly. Yeah, because from what I didn't dig too far. I just saw it, like sitting in my van eating lunch. What the fuck? Let me just give me a heads up real quick.
Yeah, dude.
It's just the whole thing is just funny because from the outside perspective looking in, that's the way I see it. Like, you know, like, you know, if nobody knew you.
It's a 50-50 swing looking at it that way. But the other part is it's actually not even. It's more like a three-way split, because then it was there's this guy, then there's me, then there's Shanna, and then like, you know, unless somehow the widow fucking is tied to this man somehow, like I don't fucking know.
I think old girl, his family is digging. They're one hand.
Oh, I bet, but it's not because they're interested in what happened to the guy. They just want to do it out of spite.
Right.
You know.
Right. Yeah.
Ah, fuck. Here we go.
Crazy. All right, dog, let me get back to.
Yeah.
Just want to give you a heads up, right?
Yeah, I'm about to head out and fucking get back to work too. But all right, bro. Thank you. Yeah, for sure. Thanks, man.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, sir. Hey, how's it going? Good. Oh, sorry.
You and Mr. Fernandez are friends, correct?
Yes.
State asked you didn't know you were being recorded?
Nope.
He didn't know he was being recorded?
I'm sure he would have said something.
I know it's obvious, but you called him. He didn't call you, right?
Correct.
And it was because you heard some stuff about the media, right?
Right.
Would you agree that most of what you were talking about was what the media was reporting? You were telling him, and then he was responding what he had heard through the media?
Correct.
Okay. And did you think that he made any admissions to you?
No.
Did he seem different on that phone call than he had seemed any time before?
No. We're normal.
In the first call, you start talking about that the media is reporting something with Shanna, the wife, right?
Right.
He tells you they had separated. That was true, correct?
Correct.
He tells you that she moved across the country. That's true, correct?
Correct.
Did he seem concerned that you were asking him about this?
No, because he would have told me out, like, what, it's not your problem.
Right.
And just Mario's that type of guy, yeah.
And he chatted with you to the extent that he knew anything, right?
Correct.
And then he started talking about like Toyota Tundras, right?
We talk about trucks. That's all we talk about is trucks outside of life. But yeah, trucks a lot.
On that whole call, I mean, the state decided to fast forward, and it's their evidence and their direct examination. They can do whatever they want. But there's like 7 or 8 minutes where you guys are just talking about you wanting to buy a Toyota Tundra and him owning a Toyota Tundra and gas mileage and modifications and friends of yours that were in the military. You guys were talking about all sorts of stuff, right?
Correct.
Okay. And never one time did you feel like he admitted anything to the participation in the death of Jared Brightigan, correct?
Correct.
Before I get to the second call. Oh, and Mr. Fernandez owned dogs?
Yes, he had one.
One big dog?
Yeah.
And he was a little older, right?
Yeah, zeros, like 10, maybe 11 at the time.
And at one point on the call, you guys were just talking about how that dog was doing, right?
Yeah, because I know I hung out with the dog. I knew the dog well. And as they get older, a bigger dog, they get stiff and arthritis and things like that.
And Mr. Mizrahi started saying that while you were friends, there were times or a time where you were around Miss Gardner where she was griping about the co-parenting issues she was having with Jared Brightigan. Do I understand that correctly?
Correct.
But do I also understand that Mr. Fernandez never talked to you about that?
I never cared to know his side of the story. I never asked.
And he didn't seem to really care, right?
To my opinion, no.
I mean, he wasn't, in fact, you specifically said, he didn't jump into the conversation and start dogging Jared Brightigan, right?
No.
He just sat there and listened to his current wife griping about her ex-husband. Do I understand that correctly?
Correct.
You think that's unusual that an ex-wife gripes about her ex-husband? Or excuse me, a wife gripes about her ex-husband?
Depending on how bad a divorce was, yes.
And she told you it was bad, right?
She did.
Okay. She didn't hide that from you, right?
Nope.
Okay. So then there's a second call the next day. You had learned through the media that Henry Tennant had been arrested.
Correct.
And then you called Mr. Fernandez and you asked him, they're saying that guy used to live in one of your properties, right?
Correct.
Did he deny that to you?
No.
Was he like, I don't know this guy?
No.
Was he like, did he try to distance himself from Mr. Tennant?
No.
In fact, he told you that Mr. Tennant did work for him after the homicide, correct?
Correct.
You had no idea that you were being recorded, right?
No clue at all.
Mr. Fernandez, to your estimation, had no idea he was being recorded, correct?
Correct.
And he just happened, and this phone conversation is about 11 months after the homicide, correct?
Yes, the time frame. Yeah, sounds about right.
And he just happens to tell you, man, this guy did some landscaping for me, right?
Correct.
Did you know that the checks, there's 3 checks in this case, that Mr. Fernandez wrote to Mr. Tennant? The memo line of one of the checks is landscaping. Did you know that?
I saw it on social media, but he didn't tell me exclusively, no.
He did tell you that he did landscaping work.
Correct, correct,
So 11, many, many months. The checks were written in March after the homicide. He told you he did work for him after the homicide, correct?
correct,
And then he told you that he did roof work in the call, correct?
correct.
Did you know that the checks that are in evidence that the jury will see in this case are for roofing?
I didn't know.
But that would be consistent with what Mr. Fernandez told you, wouldn't it?
Correct,
In a call that he didn't know he was being recorded on, right?
that's correct.
You said that Mr. Fernandez didn't have much of a career, but Mr. Fernandez did own rental properties, right?
Correct,
And he worked on those rental properties, right?
all the time.
And in fact, on the very first call, he told you, I'm doing tile work right now, and you could hear the scraping. He apologized for the scraping because he was talking and working, right?
Correct,
It's no secret that Shanna Gardner's family was extremely wealthy, correct?
I honestly did not know that until all this came out.
Okay.
I didn't have a clue.
So while Mr. Fernandez was married to Shanna Gardner, he lived a pretty comfortable life. Is that fair to say?
100%, yeah.
Okay. But he didn't brag about it or talk about it, or it didn't change the same guy that you knew from high school.
Not at all.
And you're still friends with Mr. Fernandez to the extent that you can be, right?
Yes.
That's important. He's still friends.
And the second call, did he seem overly worried to you?
No, stressed maybe, but not worried.
Because the media was talking about his involvement because Mr. Tennant used to live at one of his rental properties, right?
Correct.
Did he seem evasive?
No, definitely not.
Like he was hiding anything?
No.
He was candid about knowing Mr. Tennant?
Say that question
He
one
was
more time.
candid. He was open with
Yes.
you and saying, yeah, I know this guy.
Correct.
Did he tell you I had nothing to do with it? And at the end, when he's saying like there's 3 people involved, it could go 3 ways, he was talking about how the media was portraying it, right?
That's correct. Yep.
Not that he was involved, him, Shanna Gardner, and Henry Tennant. That's not what he was telling you, right?
No.
That's not what you're telling this jury.
Correct.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm in shock.
He also did tell you, I'm trying to remember, because it had been a long time, he didn't remember like every detail, right?
Right.
So if he didn't tell you every detail about his relationship with Mr. Tennant, it was just, he admitted, he's like, I'm trying to think back to my conversations with the guy, right?
Correct.
I guess this is obvious, but during the time that Shanna Gardner was talking and griping, and Mr. Fernandez was there, you never heard anybody threaten Jared Brightigan, correct?
No.
You never heard anybody trying to plan his murder, correct?
No.
Nobody ever asked you to provide a firearm in connection to this murder.
Absolutely not.
Mr. Fernandez never asked to change cars with you, or he never asked you in any way to participate or cover for him in this homicide.
No.
And lastly, when you said, hey, where are you at, man? He told you, I'm in Kissimmee, Florida, right?
Correct.
Where does his brother live?
Kissimmee.
That add up?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And he was still working on another rental property that he owned at the time because he had sold Potomac?
Correct.
Because Mr. Fernandez owned more than one rental property, right?
Correct.
And before he met Mr. Carter, he had rental properties, correct?
He did.
So it's not some like gift got to manage Jared Gardner. That was kind of the business he was in.
Correct.
He supplemented his income by working at gyms or doing handyman work and things like that.
Correct.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fong.
Thank you. Mr. Mizrahi.
Mr. Mizrahi.
Yes, correct.
One is White Horse, which is in the Samuel area, which used to be the defendant's parents.
Correct.
And the other is the Potomac downtown.
But I've never been there. I'm assuming. Correct. Yeah.
That's the one that Mr. Teddy was
From what he was telling me, yes, sir.
the one he was talking. I understand.
Yeah.
Do you know what the income was from those homes?
I have no clue.
It wasn't like, they weren't like multi-family dwellings with like dozens and dozens of tenants.
No, they were single homes.
They're single homes with one or two bedrooms.
Correct.
And certainly he has to supplement his income by doing other hustle, correct?
Let me ask that question again.
He has to supplement his income, obviously, being honest.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Come up, side jobs, things like that.
So, Mr. Dreiser asked you about the checks, the landscaping, and for roofing.
Right.
In the call, you would agree that the call speaks for itself.
Correct.
Is there any hidden language that y'all are speaking or anything like that?
No, definitely not.
So in the call, the defendant said that there was no way he was going to pay $3,000 to remove the tree. Remember that?
Correct.
That's all.
To remove one tree, one.
May the witness be excused.
The witness may be excused.
Thank you, Mr. Fong.
Thank you.
To remove.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to take a short recess, okay? Leave your notepads on your chair. We'll come back,
Well, I'm still live. It seems like.
say 3:45, okay?
We couldn't hear Mr. Mizrahi because he had his fucking mic in his ass. But Mr. Mizrahi is misstating the statements of that call. He said they wanted $3,000 to remove one tree, one single tree. I mean, Mr. Mizrahi is just a little fucking cheater. I mean, I just love it that we get to see Mr. Mizrahi throwing pen.
Please let the record reflect the jury's left the courtroom. The court's in recess until 3:45. Thank you.
I mean, $3,000 for one tree. Ugh. Let's see. He's got his mic in his ass, but he's got his Mr. Mizrahi's ready to go. You guys know why let me see if I can play you guys a little video really quick while we're in recess. It's just a couple minutes. I made an intro for this Mr. Mizrahi. Let me see what we got here. Yeah, here, check this out. I think I figured out the problem. Okay, take a look.
The reason I've asked you to come out here today is because a matter of great importance and public interest has arisen, and I think it's important for everyone to have a certain amount of transparency as to what's actually going on in this case. I will start by saying this is not something I do often. I think this case is equally important to everyone, because if this is the type of conduct and these are the type of things that are done in this case, when everyone is watching, you can only imagine what's being done when no one is watching. And I think these cases are incredibly important for that. And trust me, I have extensive experience in cases that are high profile, where people are watching. And if you're sloppy and you do this in a high profile case, you absolutely do it when no one's watching. And that's a scary thought here. It's a scary thought when I employ all of you who are here to, we're trying to do our job. We want you to ask the tough questions. Don't take the guided tour. This case is not as simple and as open and shut as it has been laid out to be. You have only heard one side of this case, and what's coming out of it reeks. And I think all of you, it's your journalistic responsibility to seek out and ask them, why are you putting on a police officer who's lying on the stand? Why are you allowing that to happen? Why aren't you recording meetings with very important critical witnesses? Why are you not getting these statements completely locked down? And ladies and gentlemen, I will tell you there's a very good reason. And the reason is an obvious one. So I would ask that all of you, and even those who are listening, to seek out and ask these questions and hold them to their level of professionalism. And I can tell you this, it gives me no pleasure to stand here and do this. None whatsoever. I hate it. Hate it with every being.
It gives me great pleasure. Mr. Mizrahi, it gives me great pleasure. I will take the pleasure, Jose, okay? You can buy me a drink. No problem, because I will take the pleasure.
Every part of my being. But I will do it. I will fulfill my oath as an officer of the court and as the lawyer who's been entrusted with Shannon Gardner's life. They're not going to get away with lying in the court. We're not going to stop until we seek justice in this case. They're not going to get away by creating evidence. And we're not going to allow that to happen in this case. I certainly hope that if there's any ambiguities, that they clear them up immediately, that they explain why they didn't record that meeting, why they didn't file a police report on that meeting, why Detective Johns is lying about speaking to a person when in fact he actually did, why she changed her number when in fact she still to this day has not changed her number. There's no reason any of these things could have had to have occurred in this case. If they really have a case, if their case is as open and shut as they say it is, to the point where they're confident enough to seek the ultimate penalty of death, then none of this should be going on. None of this. And the fact that they expect us to stand by and let it occur just isn't going to happen. Just is not going to happen.
Woohoo! Guess what? I made this motherfucking shit. Okay? I made this shit. I said, this is my Truth and Transparency Jose Baez Shannon Gardner case intro. And I put this shit out there. When did I make this stupid shit? When did I make this one? September 26, 2025 is when I made this little intro. So what? It's coming up on a year when I made that. I swear I thought I made that way earlier. Then I made a different one. There's an earlier one that I made. And I'm going to make a Stifler and Mr. Mizrahi one because they need to be blasted. This is fucking a joke. I cannot believe. I want to know how much money this has costed to prosecute. Every fucking witness has been a goddamn defense witness so far. I mean, who? Mr. Carlos Thong, okay? I can't wait to call him up and say, yo, bro, what's up, ho? He's going to be like, what? I'm like, I heard you today on fucking Court TV. You're my ho. Like, let's go have a drink. Yeah, can you believe that shit I had to go out there and testify about? I'm like, but for what? He's like, I don't know. So would you let Mario babysit your kid? Would you let him hang out with your girl? Probably not, right? Because he might hit it. But come on, man. This is crazy. This is fucking nuts. This is sick. Okay? And he's right. Maybe Mario was I don't know, railroaded because he was Hispanic. I mean, maybe he was railroaded because he was a jockey. Okay? Mario is always going to be the jockey for me. All right? Seeing Mario ride around town and just ride Maria Biggerstaff and other, what other girl testified here? I feel like, damn, Mario's just having like I don't know, it's really bizarre. It's really bizarre who these state witnesses are. Bizarre. And this is what they're presenting. Dude, this was the phone call that we just heard, was the phone call after Henry Tenon is announced to the world that he shot at Jared Bridegan. and he didn't act alone. January 23rd, that happened. That was the 24th, 25th. Those are those phone calls. And that's Mario answering a phone call from like a good buddy of 10 years. But I would have asked if I was fucking Jesse, I would have been like, my client didn't solicit you to kill anybody, right? God, no. You know what I mean? I just think that we got to start saying that word. Like, he didn't try to hire you, right, to kill anybody. And he's known you for how long? Like, he would, trust somebody. Here, he doesn't know Henry Tennant. He's going to solicit him. Hey, you owe me a bunch. Like, go kill this dude. For what purpose? He stands to gain nothing. I'm sorry, but he doesn't. I said the only way that he's going to stand to gain anything is if he was going to, if he had to do that to keep his marriage going with Shanna Gardner, right? But, I mean, dude, come on. This case with what has been shown is a mess. So let's go back inside the courtroom here. Mr. Mizrahi, I'm waiting for it, But you guys know you are innocent until proven guilty, and they just keep adding bricks. Like, they're supposed to be taking away bricks so that there's no more bricks left, and we've taken away all the reasonable doubt. Their fucking own witnesses are adding bricks when you're supposed to be taking them away for the jury. And that's what I would be honing in on in my closing, is that what you usually see is witnesses, each witness that comes up usually is removing the bricks that are in front of, the road of Mario. He is definitely guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, because the state met their burden because they just, with their witnesses, took away all the reasonable doubt bricks. Their witnesses are adding bricks. It's just unbelievable. And I don't know, maybe they want to sit back there and watch and listen to what mainstream media is reporting out there. But even my girl, Connie Chung, let me show you who I call Connie Chung, by the way. You guys know I just give people nicknames, and when I do that, it's just my turn. That's my endearment to you, okay? Don't get all panties in a wad. But here, this is what yesterday. Where is this shit? Where's my girl Connie Chung? She had her wallet stolen. Someone's got to buy her lunch. Let me just show you guys what happened yesterday. Where's our girl? Where is this? Let me get in here. Videos. Is it a live? Did they go live to do that? It's like 9 minutes. It's a 9-minute. Maybe it's under Brian. Maybe I got to put it under his name. Let's see what comes if I do that. No, not him. Idaho News. That's why. Hold on. East Idaho News. And we go to him. I think from here we'll get it. All right. Where's my girl? The hell? Come on. Here it is. 9 minutes. Connie Chung. Get her in here. They're still in recess. Poor thing. Was it this one?
Looks like we had a couple of friends on the stand today of Mario, along with some police and AT firearms experts. What can you tell us? What happened?
Okay, this is what this woman is reporting happened in the courtroom yesterday. Check this out.
Well, the big picture here is that the state is trying to establish a link between Mario Fernandez and the alleged killer in this case. Both sides agree that it is Henry Tennant, Mario Fernandez's former tenant, that both sides agree that he is the actual killer. So they have to establish that it was Mario Fernandez that hired Henry Tenen to do the killing, allegedly. And so they're trying to establish these links. And so far, I think it's been not so clear. I mean, they have explanations, at least the defense does. They are advancing explanations for what the state is casting as suspicious ties. For instance, the murder weapon, right? This is a 10 millimeter Glock that has not been produced. And that is the agreed upon murder weapon. The shell casings are 10 millimeter, but the DNA is somewhat of a setback and a challenge when you lose your wallet.
Somewhat. He has any update on your stolen wallet?
It's been very interesting.
Giving very thorough notes on our live updates that you can find on our website. And when you watch this trial on YouTube, you can go watch it. And that's how I'll swap back and forth. Grace, the big question everybody has is any update on your stolen wallet?
It's been very interesting, even though it's somewhat of a setback and a challenge when you lose your wallet.
Somewhat huge setback
to get around. But the officers here have been very helpful. They've
Somebody stole my girl Connie Chung's fucking wallet, man, while she's down there fucking reporting. Somebody buy her goddamn lunch, okay? I mean, shit. But anyways, I just want you guys to see this. But she had her wallet. Go listen to that 9 minutes. Go listen to that 9 minutes. It's absurd.
He was able to give it to Henry Tenen, but they haven't successfully established that connection. They've certainly inferred it, but they haven't been able to trace that weapon.
She almost said they don't, and then she wanted to correct herself because, again, she wants to seem like I'm all pro prosecution. Listen to the language.
But they haven't successfully established that connection. They've certainly inferred it, but they haven't been able to.
She meant to say they don't have the evidence. Just go ahead and say it, baby girl. They don't have the evidence. This is all speculation and conjecture from the state. And it's just nuts.
Trace that weapon to Biggerstaff and put that weapon in his hands and made the connection with Mario Fernandez. At least not yet.
Okay. So now two things have to basically be, Connie Chung here is telling me that you have to not only get this jury to believe beyond a reasonable doubt that John Biggerstaff gave that gun to Mario Fernandez, then Mario Fernandez also solicited and then supplied Henry Tenen with the gun to, and then what did you get what I'm saying? Like it. Yeah, Connie, thank you.
Okay, Grace,
they can infer it. They can infer it. So if they're successful in making that inference, then I guess the jury can come to that conclusion.
Okay.
We can't just come to a conclusion. It has to be beyond a reasonable doubt. Oh my God. I cannot wait. You guys know that I'm going to be in Jacksonville, and wait till I start putting my microphone in people's fucking faces to ask them some serious hard questions, which is every day. Do you have any self-awareness of what's happening in this courtroom?
Okay, so what are things like there inside the courtroom? We see Mario. He seems, he's dressed in a suit.
Who cares about that? Stupid question. All right. I shared that link on my page. Go check it out. It's absolute trash. It's trash can shit. Just call a spade, man. Let's go. Like, let's do it. Like, God bless America. Just all this crap. You guys, we're all watching this. I don't have anybody in my chat that's saying, like I said when I thought a good thing was made, which was, hey, Mario, you didn't report that a two-tone blue F-150 truck. Mario, you didn't offer a tip to say that your boy here, Henry Tenen, had one, right? And then I went and looked up some reports, and it's like, guess what? Jimmy used Jimmy's report with the ATF. Henry Tenen seemed like he was hiding that, not just that one time, but Jimmy mentions like he usually leaves his keys, and he didn't. He took his keys. I would use that. I think that that's very powerful. That Mario could have possibly not known that Henry Tenen had that truck, right? So, again, another day of the jury just sitting there saying, what the fuck? Why are the state is putting people up on the stand that are like, these could be defense witnesses. And so I don't know if you want to say you got to give a lot of credit. Or do you want to take the credit away from the state, or do you want to give some credit here to the defense, who's basically turned every state witness into a defense witness? And I just know that I've been telling people, I'm like, you guys, I cannot believe that people are not watching this case. If you want to talk about corruption with Idaho 4 and shit like that, this case is more than that. It has it all. And we're proving it in a courtroom. And guess what? Give it up for, Shannon Gardner and Mario Saldana to take it to the limit, right? To go forward and go for a trial. But you know how hard you know how much easier it probably was maybe for them. I should say it's so much easier. But when you have financial resources, when you don't have these financial resources and you're supposed to go to trial with people that don't even open up your discovery and don't even come on. Give a lot of credit here to the fucking defense team. They were prepared. They know this case, and they definitely know who to watch when they want to talk about when they want to watch the case. They're not watching those idiots. So it's getting better every single day, and I'm just waiting for the aha. Dude, Juan Biggerstaff's freaking car was jacked. Fucking A, his unmarked undercover narcotics vehicle was jacked in Texas. But then to come out, I was like, where was it found? Just a couple doors down? The fuck? Your neighbors are priceless. Like, how does it? This is great. People are missing out big time not watching this case. Yeah. And I'll tell you why people aren't watching this case, because mainstream media hit it. Because they knew what was coming. You're going to get rocked. I love it. Bunch of fools. They're still over there searching for Nancy Guthrie, making up headlines. You guys know that, right? I mean, Nancy Guthrie, her mom, come on. 5,000 people watching a freaking pole cam that's looking at fucking sand and desert and stupid shit. Meanwhile, right here in front of our faces is the government framing up the boots. Who put this in a frame? Give some credit to that amazing line of questioning using the word frame. I mean, you would have thought that I was just I whip out the frame shirt here. Okay. You would have thought that I just know what was going to come today. Putting on the frame shirt, just priceless shit like that.
I didn't want anybody to stand.
Judge Kite's just so highly happy lovey.
Volunteer submission. We need to get the gallery back. Right? I like to keep y'all guessing. Exactly, guys. Allie Talley writing the Microsoft exec trial, right? You remember how they were saying all this? Mainstream media stayed away from this case. You couldn't. Come on, Vinnie Palatine. Hit me up. Get whoever the fuck else you want on the other side. Let's talk about the case. Let's talk about what an ass whooping we're watching here from our government. There's no evidence in this case. How are you obtaining search warrants in this case? I was thinking maybe Mario was involved. Yeah, right? Something's up. And if you know what, maybe he is, but you guys, there's no evidence of this. This is what they have after all of this time. Yeah. It's just nuts. It's sad. We need to get Mr. Holman. He's holding in the hallway.
I know, isn't it great? I'm like, gotta ride it out. And as soon as it sucks you in, we're all gonna be well versed for the Shanna Gardner portion. Jose Baez and Diane Menashe gonna fucking, I mean, if you think Mr. Mizrahi is losing it, wait till he has to deal with Jose and Diane.
Welcome back, members of the jury. Everyone may be seated.
Mr. Mizrahi.
Ms. Stifler, you can call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. State
What?
calls Agent Bobby Blythe.
Oh,
Agent Bobby Blythe.
this is your cast agent. Here it is. FBI cast Robert Blythe to the stand. Jesse, yeah, their candor,
Good afternoon,
their form is crushing it.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Agent, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Okay, thank you. This way. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. Could you please introduce yourself to our jurors?
Good afternoon. My name is Bobby Blythe. I'm a special agent with the FBI here in Jacksonville, Florida.
Agent Blythe, how long have you worked for the FBI?
For about 18 years, since June 2008.
And what is your current position with the FBI?
I'm a special agent with the FBI. I'm a part of the FBI's cellular analysis survey team. I'm a full-time member of that team, and I'm embedded or detailed here to a violent crimes task force in Jacksonville, Florida.
And you mentioned what we're going to refer to as CAST, Cellular Analysis Survey Team.
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury how long you've been a member of the CAST team?
I was certified as part of the cellular analysis survey team CAST in 2022. I started my training process in June 2019. And during that time from 2019 to 2022, worked with an already certified field asset and went through all of our training processes.
Your previous positions with the FBI?
So my first field office assignment was in New Orleans, Louisiana. I worked a variety of criminal investigative matters from financial crimes to public corruption investigations and civil rights investigations there. And in 2018, I transferred to Jacksonville field office and continued to work on criminal investigations. And in 2022.
All right, I gotta say it. We didn't get to have it. We didn't get Nick Balance in Idaho, okay? And I'm fucking salty about it. And this is gonna be as close as I can get us to Nick Balance. I have popcorn being made right now. This is it. Cast, watch what the fuck happens in this direct and cross examination of your cast agent right here, FBI Bobby Blythe. This is going to be sick. I'm here for it. Thank you for being here. Thank you, moderators. Let's do it.
Started working primarily violent crime investigations.
Can you explain to the jury what CAST is?
CAST is a group of about 100 special agents and task force officers across the FBI's field office that specialize in the analysis of phone-based location information and historical cell site location information, the information that comes from the cellular providers that make your cell phones work. We train other investigators, state and local law enforcement, other federal agencies, how to do this kind of work, to use this technology to further investigations, to find phones and the people they belong to. We also help real time on cases to find people, whether it be suspects of crime, missing persons, such as a kidnapped child. And we also work on historical investigations, looking back to see where a phone was or device was in relation to a set of circumstances. And we also provide testimony in court regarding our findings.
You mentioned someone earlier testified about being CAST trained. Do you train other law enforcement agencies outside of the FBI in how to do this type of analysis?
Yes, every year I teach multiple basic classes, a 2-day class to state, local, and other federal law enforcement officers and crime analysts on how to do this type of work, what kind of records you can get from the cellular providers and social media companies to obtain location information to help in an investigation. We also teach an advanced class to state, local, and federal law enforcement as well. And we're required to do so to maintain our professional standards.
What's your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree in business administration from the University of North Florida with a major in accounting. I worked in public accounting for 3.5 years after graduating from UNF, and I did some post-baccalaureate work to be able to sit for the CPA exam, and I became a certified public accountant during that time as well.
How did you get into this transition from that type of work with the FBI into CAST?
So I knew an FBI agent that I met when I was in high school, actually, and kept up with him through college. I was recruited, went through the application process, and joined in 2008, and went through new agents training.
In order to be a member of the CAST team, can you briefly describe for the jury what specialized training you have to receive related to mobile device location analysis, both historical and real time?
So we go through over 300 hours of classroom and practicals based training, basically going from a basic class to an advanced class, a critical incident readiness exercise that simulates a command post environment. Let's say there's a child abduction or a mass shooting, and we're trying to identify a suspect device and track that device. So we simulate that in an exercise. We also go through a 4-week certification course that includes a class from a PhD professor from the Florida Institute of Technology in radio frequency theory as it relates to cellular networks. And we go through the technology from the infancy of cell phones, 1G, all the way to 5G, what's currently deployed. And what's special about it is we also receive training directly from the cellular providers, AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon, and US Cellular, from both their network engineers and their court order legal compliance personnel to tell us about the technology they have deployed, how their networks work. We can ask them questions, and they tell us about what kind of records they keep and how to obtain them.
Approximately how many times in your career do you believe that you have analyzed call detail records with location information, historical, I'll start with that, historical records?
More than several hundred times.
And have you ever in your career tracked successfully a suspect or missing person using these records in real time?
Yes, numerous times.
Can you give us an example? I know recently you tracked a suspect in a local shooting at the Players Championship course.
Yes, there was a double homicide near the Players Championship this year. We were able to track the suspect's device to an area within a very short period of time of providing that information to investigators. They were actually able to locate the abandoned phone and see where that was located, and then we were moved on to exploiting other means to try to locate that suspect. I've also located missing endangered children who've been kidnapped, the suspects involved in those kidnappings, missing persons who've been deceased to find their remains, and also been able to verify where suspects of crime have been looking backwards by seeing where their device was and then corroborating that by pulling video at that location or seeing them on surveillance.
And you mentioned that part of your job duties are also to testify in court. How many times have you testified in court related to your work as an expert witness?
About 55 jury trials in state and federal court.
Your Honor, at this time, the state is intending to elicit opinion evidence from Agent Blythe as an expert in his field, and I would allow the defense any voir dire.
Any questions?
Oh, no questions, and we agree that he's an expert in his field.
Okay, you may proceed.
Jesse's got the
Agent Blythe,
cross.
we're going to give the jury a little bit of an education. Can you explain how cell towers work?
Yeah, so on the left, you can see 4 common configurations of cell phone towers, as they're commonly called in our area. There's a traditional metal pole with 3-sided array of antennas on top that you can see at the top left. They can be disguised as a fake tree or other items. There's a flagpole on the top right, or they can be mounted on different sides of a rooftop to create the 3 sides of a traditional cell phone tower. On the right side, you'll see a diagram. It shows the directions on a compass, north, south, east, and west, and also shows the degrees. At the center, you'll see an overhead image of a cell phone tower from above. There's a dot at the middle of that. So on the maps you'll see today, you'll see a dot like that. That represents the exact location on Earth of the base of that cell phone tower. And then you'll also see these wedges here that represent the outline of a sector as designed by the provider to give coverage in a specific geographic area. Those sectors or sides of the tower are aimed in a particular direction called an azimuth. They use the degrees on a compass to aim the center of those sectors. And so I use that.
Okay, guys, this is Detective or Agent Nick Balances. You know how he had like 100 draft slides for his draft report for the cast? Remember how it dropped all the way down to like 32 in the Idaho case? Well, so here we are. We have Blythe's going through what Nick Balance would have went through, his 32-page, cast report, my final draft. Here you go. This is great.
That information about where the tower is located and how they're aimed, how many degrees on a compass that the center line of that sector is aimed, to create a visual representation of the cellular network activity for that device and an approximate location.
And I should mention that this is States Exhibit 182. This is the introductory slides in your report, which we'll get to in a moment.
Yes.
So the towers are divided into sectors. How does the division into sectors produce location data in call detail records or call records?
So most of the towers in the United States are divided into 3 sectors. So if we only had the tower, we could just draw a dot on a map and say the phone used that tower. But with sector information, we know which side or sector of the tower the phone used at a given time for a specific communication. So we can draw that outline of that sector and show what side of the tower the phone used, which shows a more precise location than just knowing that the phone used the tower by itself. And also just wanted to point out that on the sectors you'll see drawn, there's this arch and a shaded area on the inside. That's simply meant to emphasize the direction of coverage that's being provided by that sector and doesn't indicate the exact location or coverage area of the tower or the location of the exact location of the phone.
So on this next slide, is this how you display what you were just speaking about, that coverage location direction?
Yes, this is one of those sectors plotted on a map. You see the green dot that represents the location of the cell phone tower. And then the red wedge indicates which sector, in this case, the sector pointed at 0 degrees true north, that the phone used for that particular event. You'll also see other towers on the map. Those are there as a point of reference. We call them reference towers. It's other towers in the cellular network that weren't used at that specific time, but they help aid in the estimation of the coverage area of the towers and sectors that were used.
Does a cell phone or device always select the closest tower?
Not always, but it usually does. Cell phones are constantly scanning their environment, measuring signal strength and quality, and the phone itself for incoming or outgoing phone call actually picks the tower with the best signal. That's usually ends up being the geographically closest tower, but there can be exceptions such as man-made or geographic barriers in between your phone and the line of sight to the closest tower.
What we're just talking about is what we would consider cellular location data. So can you explain to the jury what the difference between cellular location data is and something called timing advance data?
So cell site data or call detail records with cell site, let's say a phone call, you have information about the tower and what side or sector was used on that tower for that phone call. Timing advance is a different data set that provides a calculated distance that the phone was from the base of the tower. So with that information, we can draw that calculated distance across that 120-degree sector. And we, for the 4G context technology, we map those as 78 meters wide. And so you draw that 78-meter wide band or arc across the sector. And the majority of the time, you'll find that phone inside that shaded area. The way that works is that the tower sends a signal from the tower to the phone, and the phone relays it back to the tower. The network runs a stopwatch on that relay. And then you use a simple equation to calculate the distance that the phone was from the tower based on how long it took the signal to get to and from the phone. The reason that's there is you can think of a crowded movie theater. Let's say there's an emergency in the theater like a fire, but there's only one exit. If everyone goes out that one exit tries to go out at the same time, there'll be a tragedy. If there's someone to designate who goes out, which row goes out at what time, sequentially, then everyone can get out safely. It tells the phones when they have to send signals so that they arrive within the right time window. It's critical for cell phones to work. The cellular providers have, in our training, have told us that for your cell phone to operate and function, timing advance has to work. And it provides much more precise location information than just tower and sector.
So I want to kind of break this down for the jury. If we're talking about cellular location information, does that require somebody to be actively using, meaning either sending or receiving text messages or making or receiving phone calls to generate data of which tower and sector is being used?
No. So although timing advance can be created based on phone calls, data sessions, or text messages, it's also independent network signaling independent of any user initiated activity.
So if you were looking for active cellular usage, someone would have to be using their phone to create that activity. But if we're talking about timing advance, my phone can be sitting here without me doing anything on it, without receiving any texts or calls, and it still can be creating those timing advance measurements to the cell tower.
Yes.
When you are mapping cell phone data, what kind of records do you need in order to do that?
So in the productions from the cellular providers, we need the call detail records with cell site, the data sessions with cell site, if it's available, the timing advance files, and we also need a cell tower list, a list of from the provider that gives the locations of all the towers and other information about the tower and the sectors, like what direction that each side of that tower faces.
And in this case, and many of your cases, do you receive those records from the cell phone providers via a search warrant?
Yes.
The government or law enforcement, the state, we can't just subpoena them. They have to be through a search warrant issued and approved by a judge.
Correct. The legal standard for quite some time now is that it requires a probable cause search warrant from a judge to obtain this historical cell site location information. Because it allows one to track the movements of one's device.
So in this case, did you analyze both cell tower location information, meaning these maps here on page 5 that show what azimuth and what sector of a tower is being used, as well as timing advance showing that same information but with a distance from the tower? Did you have both types of data available to you in this case?
Yes, for one of the devices.
Do phone companies keep this timing advanced measurement data as long as they keep other cellular data?
No, they don't.
Do you know what the retention periods are for cell providers in general?
I do, yes.
And what are those?
So for timing,
Okay.
Ooh!
Or do you want to ask it?
I mean, I can ask it differently.
Okay.
Have the retention periods for these carriers changed since 2022?
yes,
Do you know what they were in 2022?
yes.
And what are they? What were they in 2022? Let's start with T-Mobile. What was their retention rate
Here we
in
go.
2022?
For timing advance, it was 90 days.
Woo! Sit down!
Does not get a search warrant for a specific phone number because they haven't identified it or it's not part of the investigation. 90 days after an event, timing advance would not have been available for a T-Mobile number in 2022.
No.
What about AT&T in 2022?
In 2022, AT&T did not produce timing advance information to law enforcement pursuant to search warrants. They've since have begun doing so.
It's a lie.
Did you receive another type of data to analyze in this case, Google location history?
Yes, I did.
And can you explain to the jury where Google location history comes from?
So Google location history comes from the phone's operating system, the location services function on your phone. The phone is a very smart device that has a function feature called location services. The applications running on the phone are constantly asking location services, assuming it's turned on, for location information. The Weather Channel app needs to know what part of town generally you're in, so it asks for a more broad or more approximate location. But when, let's say, you get in Google Maps and want to navigate to a specific location, it wants the best location information, which is going to be usually your phone's GPS receiver or Wi-Fi based location information. So when the applications on your phone or using Google products themselves are querying the phone's operating system for locations, those locations are provided to the applications. If you're opted in to timeline or location tracking with Google, then that information at this time was transmitted and stored in Google servers, and it's also stored on in your phone's operating system.
We have 3 types of data available in this case. You have your cell tower information, like we see here on slide 5, timing advanced data that you mentioned you were able to obtain for one of the numbers you analyzed, and Google location history. Can you explain to the jury, I'll start with this one, how precise is this data, and can you provide an exact location for a device, beginning with cell site location information?
So tower and sector, cell site information is an approximate location. Well, how approximate? It depends on the tower density of the geographic area you're located. If you're in downtown Los Angeles, California, where there's towers every 2 or 3 city blocks or more, it's very precise. It narrows it down to a much smaller area. If you're in a rural area where towers are 8 to 10 miles apart, it's a much more broad area if you just have tower and sector. So during let's say a phone call, and you have the tower and sector or side of the tower that was used, the phone has to be somewhere inside the coverage area for that tower and sector. And that's in many ways defined by the tower density.
So if you have cell site location information, you would be able to say that a cell phone is somewhere in this coverage range for this direction for this tower.
Yes.
For timing advanced, how much more precise or how much more exact can you give a location for a specific device?
Yeah, so we know that generally the phone's going to be somewhere inside the shaded area of the 78-meter wide band that we can draw across that sector based on the calculated distance. And we also know that the phone, because of various variables in the real world, we know that the phone could be 1 to 2 bands inside of that.
And then for Google location history, can you provide a more precise or more exact location for a device with this type of data?
Yeah, so this in Google oftentimes is able to assign or show a confidence radius for the location based on which is in many cases related to the source of that location information. GPS, global positioning system data, being the best, usually 3 to 10 meters. So that's going to be a much more precise location on Earth about where that phone is. So let's say you have a 10-meter confidence radius location. You have a latitude and longitude. You can draw that specific point on a map, and then you would go 10 meters out on one side from that location, and then draw a circle all the way around that location. That's the confidence radius, and you can see an example of that here on the right.
Thank you, Agent. In this particular case, did you receive phone records, including cellular location history, timing advance, and Google data specific to 3 phone numbers and 1 email address?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I just love Judge Kite. I just want to give her another shout out. Judge Kite, just.
Actually, I'm going to use the evidence card for this.
Just love you, girl. Just keep rocking.
Agent, I'm showing you Exhibit 206. This is a chart of phone numbers and email addresses. It's been entered into evidence. And
is it published?
Yes. Been entered into evidence. So we're beginning with Was one of the numbers, one of the phone numbers and associated individuals records provided to you, the phone number here, 904-566-2633, belonging to a Mario Fernandez?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also receive 2 phone numbers belonging to 2 different devices with 2 different IMEIs for an individual by the name of Henry Tenen? And the numbers here, 904-801-7612, 904-442-0513.
Yes, ma'am.
And were you also provided Google location information for an email address, henrytenen53@gmail.com?
Yes.
And lastly, were you provided cellular location information for an individual by the name of Juan Biggerstaff at 904-517-6322?
Yes.
Mr. Biggerstaff had an AT&T phone number, so you did not have the ability to obtain timing advance data for him. Is that correct?
No, ma'am.
That's a lie.
And for Mr. Fernandez, you received a 30-day time period, or I think a few different time periods of timing advance data, as well as cell site location information.
Yes.
For Mr. Tenen's phone numbers, you received cell site location information.
Yes, that's correct.
And Mr. Fernandez and Mr. Tenen both had T-Mobile phone numbers.
Yes.
And then Google data, how long in 2022 was that?
What about Nilos and Lockdebor with AT&T? What about that?
That data retained, the location data.
Well, it depends on the user. So the user, I've seen in investigations, even in my own location history, exploring this myself and my own data, it can be there for years.
There is more control because it's not held by a third party. It's actually contained in your phone or your Google Cloud. You can delete data if you want. You can retain it. You can alter the retention lengths yourself for that type of data.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to show you some items that were provided to you to do your analysis, beginning with states exhibits. Stickers are covered up. 180. These are, it's a disc with a letter from AT&T, for toll records for Juan Biggerstaff.
Yes, ma'am.
States Exhibit 179, toll records and a certification from T-Mobile for Henry Tenen.
Yes, ma'am.
And then a disc of toll records and a T-Mobile certification for the phone records and timing in advance records for Mario Fernandez.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you also received Google data, location data from a Google return from Mr. Henry Tenen, States Exhibit 181.
Yes.
And lastly, the detectives provided you as well to include in your mapping some license plate reader reports from the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office for a specific date, January 29th, 2022.
Yes, that's correct.
Using the records in front of you, did you plot maps for the cell phone numbers for the individuals, Mario Fernandez, Henry Tenen, and Juan Biggerstaff, as well as the Google data for Mr. Tenen?
Yes.
Are you also provided by the detectives that request you to do work geographic points of interest, specific addresses, or longitudinal and latitudinal positioning?
Yes.
And in this case, were you provided some addresses to include 1511 Marsh Inlet Court, a longitude and latitudinal coordinates associated with an area called Pablo Hamlet, 5239 Potomac Avenue, Elite Gymnastics, St. Johns County, 182 Fresnel Lane, in 2180 Derringer Circle?
Yes.
Here we go. Let's go.
When you receive those phone records that you have up there, states 178, 179, 180, if the jury were to open them, they would see the time and dates of the cellular activity and timing advance is in something called UTC. Can you explain
Yes.
to the jury what UTC means?
UTC stands for Universal Coordinated Time for short, and you can think of it as being similar to Greenwich Mean Time. So to get from UTC time to local time here, this time of year we subtract 4 hours. During standard time, after we fall back, you subtract 5 hours.
And did you make those adjustments when mapping this data?
Yes.
When you're mapping data for the time period at the top, do you include all or most of the cellular data for that time frame in your mapping?
Yes, unless I indicate otherwise.
And if there is no data for a specific time period for a phone, did you also indicate that on these maps?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we're going to go through your report. It states Exhibit 182. Did you prepare these maps in conjunction with a request from the Jacksonville Beach Police Department regarding the murder of Jared Brightigan?
Yes.
Do you actually participate in the investigation of the cases that you're working, or you just look at data?
So usually I'm brought in to look at the historical cell site or another phone-based location information to provide context and show where devices were in reference to specific places at specific times pertinent to the investigation. Sometimes I might be asked for advice about what type of location information can be obtained from certain providers, but that's usually what it's limited to in these types of cases.
You don't participate in interviews or help collect evidence or make any kind of determinations as to how an investigation will proceed, other than maybe requesting additional data that you would need to map locations. All right, let's go through your slides. Beginning with slide 8, you were asked to map cellular location data for the phone number 2633, Mr. Fernandez. And I should say at the beginning of your report, the jurors will have a little easier time. You do them by color coding. So on this map, we're going to have Mario Fernandez is going to be indicated in pink, Mr. Tennant's devices in green and in black, Mr. Biggerstaff's device in blue, and then Mr. Tennant's are going to be those red little bubble dots indicating Google data.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So beginning with slide 8, you were asked to map
Okay, just again, let her say those colors for you guys again.
Mr. Biggerstaff's device in blue, and then Fernandez is going to be, and I should say at the beginning of your report, the jurors will have a little easier time. You do them by color coding. So on this map, we're going to have Mario Fernandez is going to be indicated in pink, Mr. Tennant's devices in green and in black, Mr. Biggerstaff's device in blue, and then Mr. Tennant's are going to be those red little bubble dots indicating Google data.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So beginning with slide 8, you were asked to map cellular location information for Mr. Fernandez on January 5th of 2022. First of all, were you provided with timing advance data for this time period?
For January 5th, I don't recall the specific date it cut off, but later in January, I know there was timing advance, and in February, we had timing advance.
And if the request for the data was made more than 90 days, like for example, if the police didn't realize this date was significant until 90 days after it had passed, there would not be timing advance available.
But you, Christina Stifler, put in hella preservation orders, didn't you? Oh, didn't you? You preserved all the data, though, didn't you? Huh.
For you to map.
Correct. So as soon as investigators learn of a device, they can only go back 90 days before that to get timing advance. So if there's a date pertinent to the case that falls below that, before that 90th day, that information is going to be have been purged from T-Mobile's systems. So it just won't be available.
So in this map, we're seeing cellular data, which means that we're only going to have data points when a phone is communicating with a tower being used in some manner.
Correct.
So here we see Mr. Fernandez's device has 2 cellular activities for this time frame. Can you describe for the jury what you've mapped?
Yes, this is a visual representation of the cellular network usage of target cell phone 2633 in pink. There's a incoming phone call that went to voicemail at 10:56 a.m. Utilizing the tower and sector just north of the Jacksonville Beach sign on the map, facing to the west. And at 11:51 a.m., the target cell phone utilized the tower and sector just north of the Baptist Medical Center Beaches sign on the map, also facing to the north and west for an outgoing phone call.
And these other green dots that I'm circling here, those indicate the location of other T-Mobile cell towers back in 2022.
Yes.
And when you map cell location towers, towers can change, they can build new towers, move them. Do you always use the tower list from the year that you're mapping?
Yes, we use the tower list closest in time to the time of the incident because the network changes over time.
Who provided you with the tower, with the list of the towers? Did you do that?
Moving on to slide 9, we have a map here for a phone number 7612 associated with Henry Tennant and Google location data for henrytennant53@gmail.com for January 5th, 2022. Before we get started, I want to ask about this box up here.
Okay, guys, remember, this is not the day of the murder. This is January 5th. The murder was February 16th. And remember, Detective Johns is the one that picked these days to do. It's really important. Okay. So this is January 5th. Murder is until February 16th. So, like, what the fuck's going on, more or less, right? Well, let's see.
That is in reference to Mr. Fernandez's phone number 2633. What does that mean?
Yes, there's no mappable activity for the target cell phone during that time frame with tower sector information.
So we can say this device, the data for this day that was available for you to map, we can say the device is in the Jacksonville Beach area between 10:56 a.m. and 11:51. For this time frame, we have no data to say where that phone's located.
So cell site are snapshots in time. So they show an approximate location. I can show an approximate location based on those usages on the previous slide for those 2 specific points in time.
So for Mr. Tennant's cellular device and his Gmail account, which is linked to one of his cellular phones, can you explain what your mapping indicates to you, in your opinion, based on your training and experience?
So this shows the movement of the target device, the device using the Gmail account, and the target cell phone 7612 in green away from the tenant.
Did you hear how he just said the Gmail account? That's what the geolocation is off of. He has his Gmail has that app on his phone, and he's sharing locations to that. And what I was telling you guys, if you want to make sure that you're not, want any of this shit on your phone, go and do certain things. So they're using Henry Tennant's 53@gmail.com. The question should be is, how did you get Henry Tennant 53@gmail.com? How did you even know that man had that as a Gmail? This is all coming from warrants, but I'm arguing that they're even legal. But so your Gmail tracks you. So if you have a Gmail, like an app that you can just get your emails and they notify you every time somebody emails you, pops up. This is what it's going off of. It's tracking you. So that's what they're using for this.
In residence, the area of the tenant residence, 5239 Potomac Avenue, south and east, and then east towards the Jacksonville Beach area by 5:57 and 11 p.m. indicated here on the right side of the map.
And this flag you have here corresponds with the legend. That was an address provided to you by detectives in the case.
Correct.
Same with what we're going to call Fernandez residence, the location of interest as Pablo Hamlet, and the location of the crime scene on Sanctuary Boulevard South.
Yes.
And we're getting a more close-up view of Mr. Tennant's Google location data on January 5th. Again, we see this box here. And can you explain again what that means as it relates to this slide?
Yeah, so there's no mappable activity for 2633, the pink phone, during the time frame. And there's no time in advance available during this date due to the retention period and when the records were obtained.
So no cellular data means that there's no user-generated cellular activity at this time frame.
Correct, or incoming activity that would generate cell site.
So 2633 is not making or receiving any calls, sending or receiving any text messages at this time frame.
So with T-Mobile, they don't retain cell site for text messaging. We'd have to look at those records, but for the phone, there's no phone calls incoming or outgoing generating cell site during this time.
In regards to Mr. Tennant's geolocation data, can you explain to the jury your opinion based on your training and experience, what is indicated by this slide?
So this shows the movement of the target device accessing henrytennant53@gmail.com, moving south between 5:58 and 6:06 p.m. along South 15th Street, and then turning on Fairway Lane.
And these boxes indicate the time for this particular point. So these correspond.
Correct.
Slide number 11. This is going, your arrows indicate reverse. So we're going further along in time. So we see activity going this way. And the next slide, the device.
Oh my God. Oh my God. On Tuesday, February 22nd, 2022, ATF Special Agent Mark Mutz completed the AT&T subpoena and T-Mobile subpoena for Shanna Gardner's cell phone and Mario Saldana's cell phone on February 22nd, 2022. ASA Christina Stifler signed those subpoenas. Then Special Agent Mutz sent those subpoenas to the respective cell phone companies. Remember how he said it was a 90-day retention period for T-Mobile? He is testifying right now that the reason he cannot have Mario Saldana's fucking shit is because it was outside, that whenever you guys requested for Mario Saldana's T-Mobile shit, it had to be 90 days past. February 22nd is when it was requested to get the T-Mobile cell phones by Christina Stifler. What the fuck, you lying bitch? I'm sorry, okay? I told you this is my fucking trial. This is my trial. I've been waiting 3 years to watch this explosion. This is fucking nuts, okay? Do simple math. Okay, February 22nd. To only go back to January 22nd is 30 days. They have the records. Oh my God. Dude, I just want to tell you guys. He is saying that he cannot map. You saw me just frantically looking for my one binder right here. Report 32, supplemental report 32. I'm sorry, not 32. My page just got torn over. Report 31. Search warrants. Stephen Currier, Google Geofence, resident St. John's LPR, AT&T subpoena, T-Mobile subpoena. For on Tuesday, February 22nd, 2022, ATF Special Agent Mark Mutz completed the AT&T subpoena and T-Mobile subpoena for Shanna Gardner's cell phone and Mario Fernandez Saldana's cell phone. ASA Christina Stifler signed those subpoenas. Then Special Agent Mutz sent those subpoenas to the respective cell phone companies. Thank you. Report 31.
Appears to be moving back where it came from.
Yes, the blue arrow on the slide I've provided shows the direction of movement, and you can see the call-out box for each event next to it with the time and the confidence radius assigned by Google to that location.
So explain to me this R3M here, that is a confidence radius. What does that mean as it correlates to these individual points?
Yes, so the point here that you just circled, that it refers to that point just to the north of the Fernandez residence sign on the map at 6:07 and 34 seconds. It means that Google was able to assign a very precise location, a confidence radius to that location of 3 meters. So that device would generally be found somewhere within 3 meters of that latitude and longitude location.
And then here we have from 6:08 to 6:10 p.m. more location data. Can you explain what we're observing in this slide?
So these are locations that were in the location records for henry1053@gmail.com. They show the device between 6:08 p.m. And 6:10:58 seconds. On these, I'm not able to show a confidence radius because the source of, even though one was assigned by Google, the source of the location pull was listed as unknown. So that could mean a variety of things about why it didn't make its way into Google's records, what the source of that location is. But these locations are interspersed with GPS generated locations, Wi-Fi generated locations. And as I reviewed them in totality, they track right along roadways in sequence over time and appear to provide accurate locations for that device.
Data points individually, it's hard to draw conclusions of them. Do you look at the totality of the data and the context in which you're viewing it to draw your conclusions?
Yes.
All right, and then 6:10 to 6:57 on January 5th. Again, we have no activity, cellular activity for 2633. Can you explain what we're seeing in this slide as it relates to Mr. Tennant's cellular device and Gmail account?
So the target device for henry1053@gmail.com and target cell phone 7612 both move back west between 6:10, 6:22, and 6:51 to 6:53, arriving back in this area of just south of the San Marcos sign on the map. You can see a Google location here at 6:51 and 35 seconds, and then a data session for the target cell phone in green at 6:53, utilizing a tower and sector just to the south and west of that more precise Google location. And you can see that tower and sector faces that Google location along Interstate 95 there.
So this is one of those examples of looking at things in totality and context. You have more precise Google locations, data points, but they are corresponding with these kind of less precise tower readings. But in an area like this, because they're both in the same area, you can conclude that the device is moving in this general track.
Yes, the data sets corroborate one another.
Right, they correspond to one another.
Yes.
And then January 5th, again, we have no activity. We have on 1/6 an outgoing call, but no cellular calls to map for this time frame. And we see that the data points are moving back to the location of 5239 Potomac Avenue. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, January 25th, from 2:39 p.m. to 3:10 p.m., we are looking at AT&T.
I have in front of me the 6-page Detective John's affidavit for search warrant. Signed by Christopher L. Johns. Oh my God, he's so fucked. So is Christina Stifler. Oh, I have it. You guys, I will show it to you. Oh my God, these people are so fucked. Ah! Sorry, dude, this is fucking tits. Holy shit, they are going down in a blaze of fucking glory. Oh my God, what's happening? Oh my God, I can't even believe this is happening.
Records, which are only available as that cell tower location information for Mr. Biggerstaff, as well as the cell location and timing advance for Mr. Fernandez. So here we're seeing you explain to the jury how timing advance is going to be indicated in these boxes that's a little bit different than the cellular location information?
Yeah, so in these call out boxes at the top is the CID number. That's a unique identifier for that tower and the side or sector of that tower that was used for each event. And then below that is the date, the time. This number is the azimuth or degrees on a compass that sector faces that was used for that specific event. And then next to it is TA, that stands for timing advance, and then the distance, the calculated distance that was obtained from the records as calculated by T-Mobile in the records, and that is visually displayed there with the sector on the map.
And what can you tell me about the co-location, if any, between Mr. Biggerstaff's number here in blue and Mr. Fernandez's number here in pink, their devices?
Yes, so Mr. Fernandez's phone arrived in this area at approximately 3:04:56 p.m. You can see indicated here by the timing advance band. And meanwhile, Mr. Biggerstaff's phone between 2:42 and 3:08 p.m. utilized the tower and two sectors on that tower in the vicinity of 2180 Derringer Circle during that time. So then the timing advance at 3:09 and 3:10 shows a calculated distance for that target cell phone during that time that overlaps geographically with the Biggerstaff residence. So it shows potential co-location of those two devices in that area.
And here on your legend, where you have these addresses labeled Fernandez residence and Biggerstaff residence, that is information provided to you by the detectives in this case.
Yes.
And here we go on January 25th. We've got a 3:10 p.m. to 4:24 p.m. and then we have a 4:26 to 5:56 p.m. I'm going to go through both of these and what opinions or conclusions are you drawing as to the potential for co-location from these slides?
Yeah, so remember, we don't have timing advance for the AT&T phone. We just have tower and sector. The blue or AT&T phone for Mr. Biggerstaff was utilizing the two tower and sectors located here in this area near McCormick and Monument Road, just to the east of the Biggerstaff residence at 3:26 and 4:24. Then during this time frame, there's multiple timing advance events with 3 different calculated distance, putting the phone in that the area here defined by the 3 timing advance bands during that time. So it shows potential co-location of the 2 devices during that time.
I guess I should have specified this earlier, but this little blue dot indicates an AT&T tower and this little green dot indicates a T-Mobile tower. So the T-Mobile phone would use this one and AT&T phone would use this one.
Correct.
And then we see here on slide 17, Mr. Fernandez's phone with a timing advance appears to be leaving what's been labeled as a Biggerstaff residence at 2180 Derringer Circle. And his path of travel is consistent with, in your opinion, a return via roadway back to the Jacksonville Beach area.
Yes, ma'am.
And then on January 25th, 6:27 p.m. to 9:23 p.m., what opinions or conclusions can you draw from this?
Yeah, so the target device 6322 in blue remained in the area through the next morning based on the available location information. You can see here and in the call out box to the right, the target cell phone primarily used this tower south of the near Monument and McCormick Road during that time frame.
All right, we're going to talk about January 29th, 2022. I'm hoping we'll get through this particular date before we break for the day. So that's what I'm going to try to accomplish. On page 19, you were asked to map location data, timing advance data for Mr. Fernandez's phone, cellular location data for 7612 Mr. Tennant's phone, and Google data points for henrytennant53@gmail.com. Looking at this slide, and the jury has seen it before, can you offer any opinions based on this data here as to whether those 2 devices could be correlated as being in the same area for an overlapping period of time?
Okay, so just to break it down, the target cell phone 2633 in pink between 2 o'clock, which is this timing advance band here in this tower and sector, is moving into this area and at that point, and closer to the area of the tenant residence, there's at 202 a timing advance band here with a calculated distance of 0.58 miles from the base of the tower. And then between 205 and 259, the target cell phone maintains these two calculated distances and would be somewhere within these bands between 205 and 259. At 2 o'clock, the target device for henrytenant53@gmail.com is located basically at the tenant residence location, or is consistent with being at that location. Then by 206 is departing that area, and is at near the intersection of Old Kings Road and Edgewood Avenue. Then at 208, you see cell site usage for 7612 to the east for a data session. And then at 210, a Google location along Martin Luther King Jr. Farther to the east. So between 2 o'clock and 206, Mr. Tennant's phone moved north and east towards Old Kings Road. And between 202 and 205, Mr. Fernandez's phone moved into the same area as the tenant residence, and it's consistent with potentially being at that location.
So we don't have data for every second or every minute here. The last known point for Mr. Fernandez's phone would be in this bar, or as you said, at 1 to 2 bands within that band.
Yes.
At 202. And Mr. Tennant's geolocation data puts him here at 2 p.m. and then here at 206. So we've got, presumably there's 4 minutes in here. We don't have a precise location for Mr. Tennant's device. And between 202, perhaps within 2 bands, and 205, we know Mr. Fernandez is somewhere within this banded area.
Yeah, so there's some possible overlap there for a few minutes during that
Being
short time.
generous, we're talking 3 to 4 minutes. Being conservative, we're talking a minute, perhaps.
Yes, approximately.
So January 29th, we have some movement. We have the geolocation data for Henry Tennant moving south from the Tennant residence into, this is an overview into the Nocatee Greenleaf Village area.
Yes.
And is the times of these data points consistent with, well, you tell me, what does this indicate to you, the time between these data points, the distance and timing between them?
The device was moving in a vehicle at a rate of speed consistent with highway speeds south and east from the Jacksonville area south to the Greenleaf Village area on the map.
All right, and we're going to have a closer up view of some of this activity. This is slide 21. This also, you have mapped here a license plate reader report and location for that corresponds with some of these data points. And again, was this something that the detectives provided to you in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And how is it helpful to you placing, some of these don't have that radius, confidence radius. How is something like this helpful to you in coming to conclusions about data overall?
So it, those types of data sets, it's a location for a vehicle, that is assigned to a specific person. So they help corroborate one another.
And looking at this map, what opinions or conclusions can you draw about the location of Henry Tennant 53@gmail on his device for this time frame?
That it moved into the area at approximately 2:46 a.m. here near Racetrack Road, and then moved south and then east along Nocatee Parkway, then south toward Valley Ridge Boulevard, and then south and east along County Road 210.
And I'm sorry, you said AM, you mean PM.
I'm sorry, PM.
Slide 22, we have another license plate reader report, and that also corresponds with one of your data points. Can you tell the jury what conclusions or opinions you can draw from the data on this slide?
So at 2:45 and 13 seconds, the target cell phone moves and here is located here. It moves into the area. And so again, this is just zoomed in of the previous time frame we're showing the location of the target device.
On this slide, slide 23, we see two areas of interest, and those were provided to you by detectives in this case. One is Elite Gymnastics at 175 Cumberland Park, and the other is an address that was advised.
Just so we're clear for everybody, January 29th, 2022 is a Saturday, okay? Gymnastics is on Wednesdays.
Due to be the location of the deceased victim in this case at 182 Fresno Lane.
Yes.
And can you explain what the data indicates to you from this slide?
So the device remained stationary for a few minutes between 256 and 259, just east of Interstate 95 along Old County Road 210. I'm sorry, before that, it moved from the north and east near 210 and Beacon Lake Parkway. Here, south and west along Old County Road 210.
Slide 24. We have here the area of interest indicated as Elite Gymnastics. Can you tell us what the data indicates on this slide?
Between 3 o'clock, indicated here along Old County Road 210, where we left off on the previous slide, the target cell phone moves back north and east towards along Old County Road 210, and then turns south, moving towards the Elite Gymnastics location, moving south of it, and by 3:05 and 53 seconds, and then back north up the same road.
And we see here this data point for geolocation as 3:05:53. The next data point, correct me if I'm wrong, timing wise, be this 3:06:40.
Yes, ma'am.
Here, but 3:05, 3:06, and then 3:07, 3:07.
Correct.
Coming back out this way. Okay. 3:04 to 3:07 p.m. is this just a more close-up view of the data we just looked at?
Yes.
Slide 26, can you explain to the jury what we're looking at here?
So this shows the gross movement or travel of the device accessing henry10and53@gmail.com between 3:08 p.m. and 3:47 p.m., moving away from the area of Elite Gymnastics and the victim residence north back towards the Jacksonville Beach area.
And on that route, we have 3:08 to 3:13. We have an area of interest here. Can you indicate to the jury what the data on this slide is showing you?
This shows an overview on the slide that the target device moved along the blue dotted hashed line that I'm showing here along County Road 210, and then moved south along Beacon Lake Parkway, stopping here along at this intersection of with Beacon Lake Parkway and Lynn's or Fresno Court, and then move back north and then north and east away from the area.
And here we have some more data location points showing, I guess, a more zoomed in view and fewer data points from that previous slide. Can you explain what is indicated here?
Yeah, so I just zoomed in and showed a little bit less data points for presentation purposes, and now I'm showing the specific times and confidence radiuses when available for those locations, showing the movement of the target cell phone north and east along County Road 210 west, then south on Beacon Lake Parkway. And then after this point, the phone moves out of it, back north and out of the area.
And here we have in new time order movement from 309 to 311:00, 311:02, and then here coming back to this data point, 311:48.
Yes.
So 48 seconds later.
Yes, ma'am.
So back to 5239 Potomac Avenue during this time frame, we're looking at timing advanced data for Mario Fernandez's cell phone. Can you tell us what is indicated in this slide?
Yes, a lot of data on the left, but this device was receiving a lot of timing advanced signaling during this time frame with 3 different calculated distances ranging from 0.39 to 0.48 miles from the base of the tower between 3:04 and 3:45 p.m., which overlaps geographically with the tenant residence location. And you can see the shaded area of those 3 bands.
And here we see a bunch of timing advance recorded data, which means what
27.
we talked about earlier, your phone communicating without you generating any kind of activity with the tower. Was there any cellular activity, user generated or user received cellular activity for this time frame?
No, ma'am, not during this time.
And then user generated or user received cellular activity for this time frame?
No, ma'am, not during this time.
And then here, Mr. Tennant's Gmail location data, again, corresponding.
Okay, I just have to say this. It was for 42 minutes that the phone didn't do something. 42 minutes. Do you know that this morning my phone wasn't even turned on? One would be like, Lana, you always have your phone on. Yeah, well, my fucking charger broke, bitch. Come on, man.
With another license plate reader report. And this is in down here from Ponte Vedra for this LPR hit. And what does this indicate to you?
So this is at 3:37 and 47 seconds on January 29th. There's a Google location nearby, very close at 3:37 and 45 seconds. And then that shows that the phone, the device accessing Henry Tennant 53 continued to move north along 3rd Street and then towards the red flag crime scene location.
And here at 3:43 p.m., we have a Google location point on Sanctuary Boulevard South with a confidence ratio of 4 meters. So can you say with a degree of confidence and certainty that that plot point is in particular a pretty precise location?
Yes, ma'am.
Indicating that Mr. Tennant's device was at Sanctuary Boulevard South at this time period.
Yes.
And then from 3:48 to 4:23, we see, well, you can tell me what we see, but Mr. Tennant's device appears to be traveling back to the vicinity of 5239 Marsh Inlet. I'm sorry, 5239 Potomac Avenue.
Yes, you can see that the target device and 7612 target cell phone in green, they appear to move together. 353 event here, 356 here along JTB or Highway 202 through 403 here near South Point at 95 and JTB. There's a Google location there at 403 as well. Then 409, there's an event from Henry Tennant 53 and also the target cell phone 7612. And then arriving back in the vicinity of the Tennant residence at approximately 4:20 p.m. During that time, target cell phone 2633 in pink utilized the same tower and sector that we were looking at before between 3:48 p.m. and 4:23 p.m. For several timing advance events.
And during this time frame, although Mr. Fernandez's phone is recording those timing advance data, was there any user generated or received cellular data for that time frame?
There's no phone calls to map during that time frame, no.
And here we see that Mr. Tennant's device is located with a confidence ratio of 30 meters at this general location. And you've made that a little bit of a bigger data point. And Mr. Fernandez is in that timing advanced band with a recorded data, at least at 4:20:30 and 4:23:34.
Yeah, so within about 18 seconds, there's a timing advance band of 0.44 miles, which is roughly the same distance that the tenant residence is from the tower.
And here we see, I guess, a more close-up view of that.
Yes.
We see that they are co-located, potentially the device is co-located for a time period of at least 3 minutes. And then here on slide 33, we see the pink phone belonging to Mr. Fernandez beginning to travel away from the residence. Can you describe for us the route of travel?
Yes, ma'am. The phone moved south and east along Highway 23 through the downtown Jacksonville area, and then across the St. Johns River, Matthews Bridge, between 4:25 and 4:37 p.m. Apologize, I accidentally drew that large.
Can you describe to me what this box means? You have both the pink and the green in one box.
During that time, both target cell phones, again, about 3 minutes apart, 421 and 424, both target cell phones use the same tower and same sector.
And they're moving?
And then we see that Mr. Fernandez's phone moved from this band to this band with a reading here at 4:25.
Yes.
Cool.
And that gets us through January 29th. Your Honor, in terms of scheduling, does the jury need a break?
Okay.
I thought that might be the answer.
All right. How much longer do you think? Should we take a shorter break so we can finish up the day?
Yes.
Okay, we'll take 5 minutes, just refresh yourselves really quick, and you can buzz when you're ready to come back out.
They're going past 5? Wait, what? These people are probably like, what's going on here? They're like gonna just let him go? Like, I'm confused. They're not calling it? They're not calling it? What is going on? Oh, the jurors are, you guys, this is, dude, Jesse, MVP right now. MVP. He got in front of all of this stuff. These jurors have no fucking clue what is being said right now. Okay? And it's almost like, you know, if you cannot convict somebody on this is on January 5th, January 29th, like, nobody can get up there and testify to, like, this is a dry run day and blah. Who's dry running? Why are they going over to they're trying to say that there's a potentiality that Henry Tennant, right? His truck, his phones, that they are what? They're saying dry run before the murders. Like, January 29th, this was supposed to be a dry run. What does going to the gymnastics place have anything to do with shit on a Saturday? You cannot be following somebody. You cannot be going and check. Like, what are you doing? I don't understand what's happening here. It doesn't make any sense. On date night, Jared just came and picked up the kids, right? And took them to dinner and then came back. Like, and also, this murder was not committed by just that truck. Who else is, like, I mean, what's going on here? They're also trying to insinuate that Mario is in the vehicle with Henry Tennant driving and doing this. Or what? That Mario just took his truck, right? Left his phone, took his truck. Didn't realize that he was driving around with Henry Tennant's phones. Henry Tennant just like, I don't need my phones. Take them with you when you're going to go fucking driving around town. I just, this is just, it gets to the point that it's just like, you know, you want to talk about conspiracy? The state has the conspiracy over here. They're the conspiracy theorists. Jesus. This is one of the most fucking dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. I don't know. Even I'm confused and bored to tears. I know, and we know the shit. These people have to have no idea what's going on. Like, none. Lana, just curious, who do you think did this? Well, right now, my vote's not guilty all across the board. Everybody's getting acquitted. You know, and I just hope Maria Biggerstaff gets a lap dance tonight. I think she deserves a nice little plow fest. I mean, poor Maria Biggerstaff's out here getting rode around town. Like, Maria Biggerstaff, poor thing. She gets tossed in this trial about her sex life. I mean, god damn it. Can you imagine? Oh my god. I like how Mario talked about the church, though. You know, that this is just, where's Kim Jensen, man? Is Kim Jensen watching this shit? I would love to have a camera on Kim Jensen right now to get her ass on the panel and just be like, Kim, what do you think about this? She's like, I told you guys. I told the fucking police back then that they're nuts. Then they want to tell me I'm a co-conspirator. Because I'm over here, you know, listening to my friend vent in 2015 that, you know, let me see if I got a guy for that. Make somebody disappear. You know, let me get some funeral potatoes going. It's Kim Jensen. I think all these people should go out for fucking happy hour. Let's see who bangs at the end of the night. You know, that's what I think should happen. I don't even know what to say. This is crazy. I can tell you that they're just a bunch of liars. Mark Mutz, you should lose your job. Mark Mutz to be knowing what's being testified right here. You guys, on 4-8. You know what? I'm not even gonna say it. I'm gonna wait. Oh my God, Carson, you missed the one of the most amazing days. Not only are they swingers, but just hey, Juan Biggerstaff's undercover narcotics. What was it? Unmarked undercover car is stolen. He reports it's stolen. That happened in Aliquippa. To Timmy Patrick, man. And I was like, you lying sack of shit. Yeah, I mean, crazy shit. The jury, man, poor things. I don't even know what to say. They're probably going to end it. They have to let everybody go home. Let's call it. What's going on here? Oh my God, they're already back? Oh, sorry, here. Making our day longer. Okay, here we go.
Totally complete the direct examination of Agent Blythe.
Okay.
So go ahead and continue.
Come on, Stifler, step it up.
So we took a short break. Let's just top to bottom, just a short recap.
I'll recap my ass. Let me just tell you something. Have you been noticing? First of all, there he is right there. Lance Ito's cousin, Eddie. Look at how fucking disappointed he is in this performance. Say, look at him, that sap. Right there, Ito. Lance Ito's cousin, right there, Eddie Ito. Let me tell you something. Where's Nelson at? Nelson is running this office. She's the one that, you know, has Ms. Marahi and fucking Stifler over here as like their team, right? Nelson hasn't been seen today. You know why? Because Judge Kite told her to fucking stop rolling her eyes and shit. I'm not going to have you guys rolling your eyes over here and huffing and puffing. And look it, nobody showed up today. Okay, nobody's there.
January 29th. We have indication that Mr. Tennant's devices traveled from 5239 Potomac down to the Nocatee area, past two areas of interest to include elite gymnastics, and onto Fresnel Lane, which is the same lane where the victim's residence.
Oh, I was on mute. Fuck, I was over here cussing up Stifler. You guys, look at this. Somebody needs to tell somebody, when you're going to have all the little red dots, like travel, maybe the crime scene shouldn't be in red. Maybe you should make it, I don't know, a different color, like bright green or some shit. But this is a joke. I mean, we learned this shit in 4th grade.
This was indicated to you. Up.
Yes, he did it!
Okay, ask a question.
Oh my God, he just did it! Fuck yeah, Jesse! He said objection, Your Honor. Now she's just testifying. Oh my God, let's hear it again. Oh my God, I'm melting. Stifler gets rid. You guys check it out. Oh my God, this is amazing.
Mr. Tennant's devices traveled from 5239 Potomac down to the Nocatee area, past 2 areas of interest to include elite gymnastics, and onto Fresnel Lane, which is the same lane where the victim's residence was indicated to you. Up.
Okay, ask a question.
Why don't you do the recap for me, Agent Blythe? We had a little break. Let's refresh on January 29th, and then we'll move on to the next date. Can you tell us overall the path of travel of Mr. Tennant's device, and then I'll ask you about Mr. Fernandez's devices during this time frame.
Yes, during the time frame, to recap, the target cell phone moved, and the device accessing henrycenter53@gmail.com moved from the Potomac Avenue location south towards the area of the 2 locations of interest, the elite gymnastics and the Fresnel Lane in the Beach Walk area there. And then the target device moved north to the area of the crime scene, and then back to the Potomac Avenue residence area.
And during this time period, we see on slide 29, can you summarize what the data on this slide indicates to you in terms of Mr. Fernandez's device?
So numerous timing advance events between 3:04 to 3:45, showing that target cell phone is in the same geographic area as the tenant residence during that time frame.
And we see slight different measurements on some of these data points. Does that necessarily mean that the device is moving?
Not necessarily. So the timing event signaling goes to and from the phone, and is the distance calculated comes in increments of 78 meters, and so it can be rounded up, and so you can have a device sitting stationary and get timing advance measurements, 1 or 2 bands around that location.
And the distances here, the difference between them, we're talking 0.04, 0.05, but that doesn't necessarily indicate the phone is moving that distance back and forth.
No, ma'am.
Is there anything else that you think, based on your analysis of these slides, that I've failed to ask you about this particular date?
No.
Great, thank you. We'll move on to the slides you did for activity on February 15th, 2022. Slide 34, we have timing advance data for 2633, Mr. Fernandez's phone, cellular data for 7612, Mr. Tennant's phone, and some of those Google location points for Henry Tennant 53. Can you tell us what we're looking at in this slide, slide 34?
Yes, this shows the movement of target cell phone 2633 in pink north along Highway 23 from 931 to 932 to 934 here. Then at 937, this one is 948, 937, the target cell phone was had this calculated distance, and then at 944 through 945 is here. You see this timing advance band at 948, and another 2 more at 947 and 958 in this area around the tenant residence. During that time frame, at 9:31, a few minutes before the 9:34 event with the pink phone. You have for 7612, Mr. Tennant's phone, a incoming call using the same tower and sector that Mr. Tennant's phone, excuse me, that Mr. Fernandez's phone used at 9:34. And between 9:31 and 9:57, there's 9 events with less than 200-meter confidence radius in this area along Highway 23 south of Edgewood Avenue.
Slide 35, we have the same date, February 15th, 2022, but a different time frame, 4:03 p.m. to 4:59 p.m. And can you explain to the jury what the data on this slide indicates to you?
So it shows that target cell phone 2633 between 4:03 and 4:55 p.m. Was located between 0.39 and 0.53 miles from the base of the tower in the area indicated by these 4 timing advance bands. And during the same time frame between 4 to 4:29 and 25 seconds, the target cell phone displayed 5 events with less than 70-meter radius, showing the device was at or near the tenant residence location, and then moved starting at 4:34 away from the tenant residence. You can see this at 4:34, 4:40 here near Old Kings Road and Edgewood Avenue, 4:45 south of Old Kings Road near West 19th Street, and so on. And then returning back towards the direction of the tenant residence by 4:59 near Shannon, the Shannon sign on the map.
And again, like the slide on the 29th, do the presence of multiple bands here indicate or necessarily mean that that phone is moving distances back and forth?
It could, but it may not be.
And here we see that there is some period of overlap potentially of these devices such that could you reasonably conclude there's some co-location going on here?
Potential co-location, yes.
And for how long of a time frame would you be comfortable saying?
So certainly between 4 and 4:29.
I'm going to move to the date of the homicide, February 16th, 2022. And we have timing advance data for Mr. Fernandez's cell phone. And here we see some movement. Can you describe for the jury what we're viewing here?
So this is showing timing advance bands from from 2 different towers for target cell phone 2633.
Day of the crime, February 16th, 5 p.m. to 5:11.
The tower here is indicated with the call-out box to the right. Events between 5:03 and 5:11 p.m. Those events are the bands drawn here. And you can also see 2 events from the tower located near the Oceanfront Park sign on the map at 5:03 p.m., 1.02 miles from the base of the tower that intersects with the other bands. When you have timing advance bands that intersect geographically, that are close in time, that's where you're going to find the phone, is at that area of intersection.
So intersection gives you some more precise location than just bands would.
Yes.
Can you make any conclusions from this slide as to where the device was most likely located during this time frame?
It was during this time frame. You can see that it's most of the bands, and you have the area of intersection in this area. Most likely the phone is located in this area during most of the time frame, and towards the end of the time frame, the target cell phone utilized these bands a little bit closer to the tower, 0.53 miles from the base of the tower, between 5:10 and 5:11.
I think. Do you want him to draw it again? Do you re-annotate?
Between 5:03 to approximately 5:10, target cell phone most likely be found in this area of overlap of timing advance. Then 5:10 to 5:11, it appears moved a little bit to the east. It's located at a calculated distance, 0.53 miles from the base of the tower.
Can you see that? It's red. AJ, is there a way to change the color for the witness? No. Okay. All right.
Can I erase it? February 16th, 5:13 and 5:19 p.m. We see some movements of bands. Can you describe what we're looking at in this slide?
Yeah, so this time frame starts at 5:13 with the phone at 0.63 miles from the base of the tower, which is this closest one that crosses the sector and is on top of the Fernandez residence location at this point on the band. And then you see the next event, the ending event of that is at 0.68, which is the next one farther away from the base of the tower here. Then at 5:15 and 42 seconds, there's the band farther at 1.12 miles from the base of the tower. There's timing advance events from an adjacent tower, and the the long and short of it is that it appears that the target cell phone was moving to the east, excuse me, west, I'm sorry, based on those timing advance events.
That's what John O'Keefe's did, and they said it stayed
We're
still.
seeing in slide 36 and 37, are you mapping all of the timing advanced data points for this particular time frame?
During that particular time frame, yes.
We see here there's pretty consistent 503, 503, 503, 506, 506, 506, 507. Sorry, Nelly. Sorry, Ms. Simpkins. 503, 503, 503, 506, 506, 506, 507, 4 or 5 times, 508, 510 3 times, 511. So, and on slide 37, we're also seeing every minute or so, we're getting a timing advanced recordation. Is there any rhyme or reason to how a network, how often they take these measurements?
So it depends on the market. It depends on the provider. The technology is generally the same between providers, but it may function slightly differently as far as timing, depending on the provider, depending on the network. And it's a network engineering data set, and it's there to help optimize the network and troubleshoot problems on the network. As a byproduct, it provides this calculated distance that the phone was from the base of the tower, which provides a much more precise location. So it's not going to be necessarily at regular intervals. It can be initiated by phone calls, text messages, data sessions. And when a device begins to move, there's generally, in my experience, begins to be more signaling with the phone when a device begins to move.
If there's regular timing, let me ask you this question too. You don't need to be actively using your phone for timing advance to be recorded. Does the network record these timing advance calculation if a phone is off?
No.
If you place your phone into airplane mode, would the network collect this timing advance data measurement?
No.
February 16th between 5:21 and 5:45, we see an indication up top that not all timing advance is displayed.
Yes.
And is there a particular reason you don't display all of them?
Due to the volume is difficult to display and also represent the date, time, and distance in the call-out boxes around it in an understandable way. So this is in an effort to try to simplify it for presentation purposes.
And in this particular slide, what are we seeing in terms of this data? What does it indicate?
So you can see timing advance events between 5:21 and 5:45, showing the target cell phone in this area near Beach Boulevard, between just east of the Intercoastal Waterway, between 5:21 and 5:30, and then with the 1 represents this tower and sector located closest to the yellow flag and the residence flag, the Fernandez residence, and those are the events between 5:29 and 5:44. You can see the first event at 5:29 is this event here, and then the phone moves south and east utilizing the sector facing the 2 locations at 5:36 and 5:45. Those are the 2 bands depicted here. near the yellow and residence flags.
What conclusions, if any, can you draw from that data?
The phone moved back towards the vicinity of those two locations, the yellow and residence flag.
And here we see kind of a close-up of some of that data. Is there anything else that you need to say about this slide, or is this just close-up of what we kind of previously went through?
It's just close up and trying to specifically identify each of those bands with the specific date, time, and distance. So you can see these areas of intersection between 521 and 529, and then the phone uses these two bands at 536 and 545.
And the timeframes you're asked to map, that comes from just the request that you're given.
Yes, the timeframes that's relevant to the investigation.
And is it best practice to give data more context and map a bigger time frame than necessarily, if you have a crime that occurs in 1 minute, is it kind of better to give you context and draw opinions to map a larger time period in order to draw more accurate conclusions from that data?
Yeah, so the timeframes I map is very case dependent and the circumstances dependent. Also, generally I want to see where the device was before, during, and after an incident.
We have here timing advanced data on slide 40 between 5:46 and 6:35 p.m. And what does the data indicate to you on this slide?
There's two towers, the target with timing advanced signaling with 2633, the target cell phone and ping. It begins at 5:46 with an event utilizing tower in sector 68009 with the timing advanced measurement here just to the south. That crosses visually just to the south of the residence flag. Then it's from 6:06 to 6:35. There's a number of several timing advanced signaling events, 0.68 to 0.73 miles from the base of the tower, and one incoming phone call using the same tower and sector for the target device. So target cell phones in the same geographic area as the two locations depicted, the Fernandez residence and the location of interest.
On this call out box here, we see that there is an incoming call. Does that indicate that this phone was using the cell tower to make calls using cellular data?
Yes.
And here we have 709. And okay, so the last timing advanced measurement we have for this particular device is 6:35:39 p.m. On the next slide, can you explain to the jury what you mean here when we're talking in this call out box about the availability of timing advanced or other cellular data to map?
Sure. So at 7:09 and 7:10, you see two beginning and ending event with the same calculated distance mapped visually here using this tower and sector to the east of the two locations. On the left, describing the cellular activity during that time frame. There's three events from 7 p.m. to 7:59 p.m. Related to timing advance and call. So one incoming call with no duration, at 7:09:52. So then no outgoing or incoming text messages between 4:20.
Okay, do you guys see how timing advanced would have immediately shown that Brian Kober did not shut off his device until 2:54? Does everybody understand that? Just by his device being on, it would have been giving off that signal. And so you wouldn't have been able to say that he turned off his phone or it got out of a service area or anything like that. Just by the mere of having the time, okay, by having these records, they would have known like that. And that's the big, you don't have to map shit. You just will see that, nope, the phone's not turned off. The phone's not out of a service area. And that's how disgusting what the hell has gone on in that case, because that's what it all boils, like that's what everything, that's the foundation that they went after him on. And so if it's not about me believing he's innocent, me believing he's guilty, nothing like that. They obtained every single fucking search warrant in that case illegally. Take that and smoke it, because that's the truth. And if it's a hard thing to swallow, well, it should be. But you know what? Hit up the government and ask them what the fuck they're doing. Maybe they should get smarter people that don't have to lie and cheat and violate our rights and still can get bad guys.
6 p.m., which was an outgoing text message, and 6:29 p.m., which was an incoming text message. The next event in the call detail records after 7:09 and 52 seconds is a 10:46 p.m. text message. No data sessions with cell site appeared in the records during this time frame depicted on the map.
So this is important, and I want to take a little bit of time with it. We see here that there's one incoming call at 6:08.
So the big thing that she's basically pointing out here is that Mario's phone from 7 to 7:59 right there. Note, 3 events from 7 p.m. to 7:59 p.m. One incoming call with no duration at 7:09 and 52 seconds. No outgoing or incoming text messages between 4:26 and 53 seconds to 6:29. Okay, great. Who cares? The next event in the CDRs after 7:09 is at 10:46. No data sessions with cell site. You're going to need to show other days to see if that ever has happened. You understand? Like, this means absolutely nothing without pattern of life, you fucks. And I'm sick and tired of people testifying to shit like this without pattern of life behavior. He said that night that he had a headache and he took gabapentin or whatever the fuck he took. Okay, go look at other days and see if there's any type of this type of data. Sickos.
Important, and I want to take a little bit of time with it. We see here that there's one incoming call at 6:08, and we have timing advanced records until 6:35 p.m. The next slide, you indicate that other than this 6:08 incoming call, that there's one other call at 7:09, and that you reviewed. Does this mean here when you say no incoming or outgoing text messages between 4:26 to 6:29, and then again until, I'm sorry, 7. I'm trying to ask this in a better way. I'm going to go step by step. So you looked at the call log records themselves.
Yes, the raw records.
Yes. Can you describe for me what the cellular activity of this phone is during this time frame? We're getting timing advanced, which is generated by the network. It doesn't mean you have to use your phone. What user generated or user received activity is there on this phone for these time periods?
So the last outgoing text message is at 4:26 p.m. There's another incoming text message at 6:29. There's no cell site for that, so I can't map those two. The next event is that call with no duration at 7:09:52, and then there's nothing else until 10:46 when there's a text message.
So this slide here, the only activity for this phone from 6:35 p.m. and then I'll get to the next slide through 8:19 p.m. are these two timing advanced measurements at 7:09 and 7:10.
Yes, ma'am.
And there's no incoming or outgoing text messages for this time frame, or incoming or outgoing phone calls past 7:10 p.m.
No, not till the text message at 10:46.
Going to the next slide, we have from 7:11 p.m. to 8:19 p.m. we have no timing advance records for this cell phone. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And we see here, what can you tell us about any cellular usage? I know you did it last slide, but for this time frame, are there any incoming or outgoing text messages or data sessions or phone calls coming in and out?
No, not between 4:26 and 6:29, and then nothing else until the 10:46, and there's no data sessions with cell site during this time frame.
So from the time frame between 10:28 p.m. and our next slide, 8:20 p.m., can you draw any conclusions about the location of these devices?
So no, in the absence of location information, I can't show the location of the phone. I can see where it picks up on the next slide. And, during that time in between, the phone could have, traveled any distance one could travel and get back to the location that's going to be where the cell site picks back up, or it could stay there that time. I don't know. So they're snapshots in time, and they show you the location of the phone during those specific times.
Slide 43, we have timing advanced, again recording beginning at 8:20 p.m. with no timing advanced records again until 8:48, and then we have 8:48, 8:52, 8:55, 8:58, 8:59, 8:48, and we see some tower activity. Can you tell us what this slide indicates to you?
Yes, the target cell phone, especially at 8:48, is at or near the area of intersection between the two timing advance bands, and the target cell phone's in the same geographic area as the two locations of interest, the location of interest and the Fernandez residence.
Okay. Agent Blythe, on February 16th, we're seeing that there are timing advance records available for Mr. Fernandez's phone and multiple timing advance records for this particular date. We see here on slide 36, I think over 15 different timing advance recordations in a span of 11 minutes. We see multiple timing advance recordations in the span of 6 minutes for this phone. Between 5:21 and 5:45, you didn't even map all of them because of the number of timing advance recordations. And we see here multiple intersecting bands on page 39. And we see 606, 608, 608, 608, 635,
Correct.
545 on page 40. And then we have from 5:35 till 7:09, 7:10, we have no timing advance records. And we skip ahead to 8:20 p.m., we pick back up with timing advance recordations. I understand data by itself can't lead you to draw any conclusions, but what can you tell me about the lack of data for this, given the amount of timing advance data both before and after this time period?
Objection. Objection, sidebar.
Okay. I'll overrule the objection. You can answer.
What?
So it points towards no connection with the cellular network during that time frame, in that there's no data sessions with cell site. There's periods without the text messages that we looked at those times, no phone calls, and there's absence of timing advance.
There's no
There can
baseline.
be time frames where timing advance isn't recorded on a network, and I can't. It can seem almost continuous, and you can see the numerous events that there were before, and then moving forward afterwards. But there's this period of time. So you have to look at it, the totality, and you can look at the amount of data activity, call activity, and see how much or little a person is using a phone. But at the end of the day, T-Mobile has their record retention, and they operate the timing advance system. So I can't say exactly why there's no timing advance during that time frame. But one possible reason is the phone being powered off or airplane mode during a specific period of time.
You can't say with certainty that's what it is. It could be network connection issues. It could be user generated by turning off or putting it in airplane mode.
Correct. So yeah, whether it could be either one.
But there is multiple timing advance and cellular activity both before and after this specific time frame, which there is none. And although you can't say why that is, there is activity both before and after this time frame.
Correct. And we saw the time frames where the phone was appeared to be stationary, no calls, map during those time frames, and there's still timing advance being recorded.
This just happens to be the time of the homicide.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to turn your attention to the mapping you did that evening for the phone number and Gmail account for Henry Tenen. And we have locations between 5 p.m. and 5:56 for 7612 and Henry Tenen 53 at Gmail. And I think the jury's probably experts by now at reading these slides, so these ones we can go a little bit more quickly through. Can you please explain to me what the data indicates to you about these devices?
So it's a visual representation of the cellular network usage for target cell phone 7612 in green and the Henry Tenen 53 target device. Between 5 and 5:49, the target device has 30 locations displayed there, right on top of the Tenen residence. Then at 5:50 through 5:57, the target cell phone begins to move south and east away from the Tenen residence along Highway 23 and then Highway 1.
And that's a close-up of those 30 locations, just indicating that that's a lot of data points in one specific area that all sort of correspond to each other.
Yes, and they're visually, their confidence radiuses are touch or on top of the Tenen residence during that time frame.
And then here we see is there data, geolocation data, or cellular activity for 7612 following these two slides?
Yes.
Is there a gap in that data?
There's a time frame where there's no cell site location information until later.
And we see here indicated in this call box up here on page 44. Does that give the jury some kind of indication of those timeframes without data?
Yes, there's no data activity for 7612 from 5:57 p.m. To 9:13 p.m. So that's data sessions. That's the phone's access to the World Wide Web. There's no calls after 5:53 until 9:18 p.m. 5 minutes after you start to see data sessions again. And there's no activity for Henry Tenen 53 between 5:57 and 8:39 p.m.
And similar to what we were just talking about, could that indicate someone who has turned off their phone and put it into airplane mode?
Yes.
Could it also indicate something outside the user's control?
Possibly, but just to have all three of those off, we don't have timing advance, so we can't look at that. But that points me as an investigator towards the phone's off or in airplane mode during that time.
Particularly because on other slides, Mr. Tennant's phone number and Gmail seem to be able to record data in the same, in the path of travel, at least part of it, that we know that he probably took that night.
Yes, ma'am.
29th. And he leaves his home. He's taking geolocation data all throughout this area, and then later we know his location data here. Does that give any illumination as to your opinion on whether his phone was off or in airplane mode versus?
I sped him up. I gave him some Adderall. Don't worry. Look at.
So yeah, I mean, we take our phones with us. We use them. They are collecting cell site location information when we make phone calls and we use data. When generally that's happening periodically when we're using the phone. If you see an absence of those things, it points towards the phone's not connected to the network for whatever reason. And so whether that be off or airplane mode, and Google can continue to collect location information, even if you put it in airplane mode. So and then transmit that back once you turn the transmitter back on.
Okay, so the next the next voice data and Google location data for Mr. Tennant's cell phones.
Did you guys hear that? Even if your phone is fucking turned into airplane mode, Google still collects data. These bastards, just fucking big brother in us.
And the timing advance data for Mr. Fernandez's cell phones are indicated here on slide 46 for the time frame between 8:59 p.m. and 9:23 p.m. I'm going to start with Mr. Tennant's devices. Can you explain to me what the data on this slide indicates about his voice device 7612 and Henry Tennant 53 at Gmail?
Yeah, so target cell phone 7612 utilize the tower and sector near the 2nd Avenue sign on the map, the sector facing to the south and east towards the yellow flag and the residence flag for 2 incoming phone calls at 9:18 and 9:23. One of those phone calls was with his other cell phone attributed to him in this investigation. And the Henry Tennant 53 Gmail is moving into this area from the south during this time frame, starting at 9:01 here near the 5th Avenue and 9th sign, and moving north and then west towards these locations at 9:15, 9:19, and then ultimately 9:23, which is on top of the timing advance band at 9:23. So well within the coverage area for the tower and sector for this tower and sector used by 7612.
I'm going to talk about his other phone number 0513 on February 16th. And I'll come back to this slide when we're finished with that discussion. But he had 2 phone numbers, 0513 and 7612. We saw 7612 mapped earlier, and now we're mapping here 0513. And can you indicate to me what data was available for this phone that you're mapping here?
So for this phone, we had call detail records with cell site. So we're just going to be able to show tower and sector based on phone call activity. And here I'm displaying a phone call that went to voicemail.
That's a big difference. It's a big difference to only have call detail records
At 2:12 p.m. using the tower and sector to the south of the Tennant residence location.
And here on February 16th, between 8:40 and 9:23 p.m., we see that there is cellular activity on this phone. Can you describe for the jury what this slide indicates to you?
So the first activity at 8:40 is the target cell phone using a tower and sector here near the 9th Street sign on the map, facing south towards JTB, and then the device begins to use at 8:45 and 9:03, the tower and 03, the tower and sector to the north near the Jacksonville Beach sign on the map, facing to the south and west, and then the tower along Beach Boulevard, the sector facing south towards the location of interest in the Fernandez residence for a phone call at 9:23 p.m. And you can see that's the phone call with his other phone.
So as this device is moving and utilizing these towers, we see that it is actually attempting to contact Henry Tennant's other device.
Yes.
And here for these same time periods, do you have any opinion as to the geolocation data and how it corresponds to that 0513 number based on the mapping you completed here?
It appears to be moving north with the target cell phone 0513, and then it's co-located, it's in the same area as both phones at 9:23.
Would you feel comfortable making an opinion as to if those phones were separated at some point during this time frame?
It appears that they were separated and came back together between 8:40 and 9:23.
And then here we have Mr. Fernandez's phone showing timing advance records between 9:11 p.m. on February 16th and 1:59 a.m. on February 17th. And again, we see, well, what does this slide indicate to you?
So there's a lot of timing advance events from 3 different towers, all sectors facing one another in the area of these 2 locations with timing advance. We can see a 1243 event here and a 1243 event from the tower near the Jacksonville Beach sign. So those 2 timing advance events intersect about in this area near the same area as the Fernandez residence.
And again, during this time frame, we have timing advance records. We do have data available for the phone at 9:11, and then data not again available until 10, between the hours of 10 and midnight. And then on the 17th between 12:45 and then fairly consistently up until the last time frame mapped. Can you draw any conclusions on this data as to your previous opinion about the frequency of timing advance in this area? Conclusions on that?
Appears to be regular and periodic during this time frame, not continuous, but regular. There's what we typically seen through the majority of the time frame.
And you said not continuous, but periodically. There are some, specifically here, we have a lack of timing advance data for about 45 minutes.
Correct.
Between 9:11 and 10:02. And then voice call for the 7612 number, the next data available for this phone, which was not communicating with the tower other than the previous slides, is back here at the Potomac Avenue.
Yes.
Was there any data available to you to map the route of travel from Jacksonville Beach back to this area by these devices?
Not for 7612, no.
The last few slides I'm going to ask you about, you were asked to map some data from Mr. Fernandez's phone for a time period of March 2nd, 2022 through March 6th or 7th of 2022. And can you describe for the jury what we're seeing in these next few slides?
So this is a travel overview. It's showing all or the vast majority of the timing advance activity, showing the movement of the device north from Jacksonville Beach area to the Brunswick area between 9:20 p.m. and 11:53 p.m. on March 2nd, 2022.
Slide 53, this is March 2nd between 2:36 a.m. and 10:30 a.m. Can you describe both with your note and the data what this slide indicates to you?
Yes, the target cell phone moved from the area near the Walterboro sign along Interstate 95 here north past Florence towards the Clinton, North Carolina area between 2:36 and 10:30 a.m. The phone remained in the Clinton, North Carolina area until approximately 6:20 a.m. on March 4th, 2022, and the phone began to travel north towards Chesapeake, Pennsylvania, outside Pittsburgh.
Slide 54, what is indicated in this slide?
This is showing all the activity during that time frame between 6:20 a.m. on March 4th and 4:52 on showing the movement of the target cell phone to the Chesapeake, Pennsylvania area. So the phone remained in the Chesapeake, Pennsylvania area until approximately 6:50 p.m. on March 5th, and when the phone began to travel south away from the Pittsburgh area.
So it arrives on 4:52 a.m. on the 4th. Or is that supposed to be p.m.?
I apologize. It may be it's supposed to be p.m.
Okay, so 4:52 p.m. this device arrives in this area outside of Pittsburgh and then remains there until 6:50 p.m. on March 5th. Next slide, slide 55. Describe for me what we're seeing in this slide.
It shows the gross movement of the target device south from the Chesapeake, Pennsylvania area all the way back to Jacksonville between 3 different distances during that time frame.
Just showing another stop.
Yes.
And then here between 10.
Moving, there's time.
4 p.m. and 12:05 a.m. on March 5th into 6. Is this indicating another?
What's just happened?
What you would consider to be a stop in this route of travel?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Lastly, we've got on June 7th, you were asked to map some data provided to you in this investigation, and this is showing some efforts by the detectives to locate a specific address. And can you indicate to the jurors based on this data what it appears to indicate about the movements of Mr. Tennant's phone 7612?
So it shows the movement of the target cell phone 7612 south and east towards the area of the College Garden sign on the map. And between 609 and 610, the device used the tower and sector here facing to the west towards the blue truck recovery flag, the blue flag on the map to that area.
So this was used as detectives to try to locate a truck by looking at some cellular data corresponding to some other records on Mr. Tennant's phone.
Yes, ma'am.
And then lastly, we have these ops clock for Mr. Fernandez's phone. And can you describe for the jury what this is depicting?
So this is designed to try to show when a device is least and most active. It shows based on the call detail records. So it's showing the time frame from December 31st, 2021 through March 31st, 2022. And where you see it starts with the days of the week, Sunday through Saturday here. And then this is like a clock, 0000 is 12 o'clock, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 going around. It shows the hours of the day. It starts with AM on this side.
Nope. This is not best practice. This is January, February, March, 3 months worth of data. Best practice is 6 months. Get fucked. What is this? This is horse shit. This is amazing that they did it this way. This is horrible. Look at this shit. Oh my God. You were just so detail oriented. You know what I mean? Show me some days. And I guarantee the defense is coming with it. This is crazy. These people are fucking sick. Dude, I told you phones can make anybody guilty. All right. You better hope your fucking next door neighbor's dog doesn't get fucking drugged with fucking Oxy and then you're blamed for it. You know, when you live in 90 states away.
Makes it to noon. And then this is the afternoon and evening. So the darker the shaded area is the more frequent activity in the call detail records.
And if we're talking about February 16th, which was a Wednesday, if we map through Mr. Fernandez's average for this time frame usage of cell phones in that time usage of his cell phone in that time frame where we don't have data between about 7:10 through 8:20, we have, can you describe for the jury kind of what this indicates about that?
Yeah, during those hours of the day, there's usually usage on the phone between somewhere between 7 and 8. It starts and continues until between 7 and 9.
And this is based on data sessions and cellular usage. This is not that timing advanced.
Correct.
Data. And this is just another way to look at that. I know people like visualize things differently. So this is page 60 of the slide deck. And then here on page 61, can you describe for the jury the data you've mapped here?
Similar presentation, just different visual formats, a bar chart showing by hour of the day when the frequency of usage based on the call detail record.
And unlike that other slide, this is not broken up by Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. This is just an aggregate
Correct.
of times. So we see here the time frame I'd asked you about for the lack of any data was between 7:10 and 8:20 p.m. So we see here 1900 to be 7 p.m.
She's just testifying.
1900 to be 9 p.m.
Correct.
Agent Blythe, having gone through the slides, is there any questions, since you're the expert, that I didn't, anything else you think that you need to say or correct given your testimony here today?
No.
Sustained. Agent Blythe, I will leave you and tender you for cross-examination to Mr. Dreiser.
All right. Members of the jury, that's going to conclude the information or evidence today. So leave your notepads on your chair. Reflect that jury's left the courtroom. Agent Blythe, you're still considered to be on the witness stand, but we'll take the break over the night's recess. Please do not discuss your testimony with anyone, and that's including the attorneys, because you're still considered to be on the witness stand, okay? See you tomorrow morning.
Don't fucking doubt me. Yeah, the craziest part is Atlanta understands all of this. I know.
Yep.
These sick bastards.
All right. Thank you all very much. I will see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Court's adjourned.
Oh my God, guys. We have to show one last fucking Mr. Mizrahi. Look at, they did something. Look at, why do I only have 6 minutes worth. Oh my God. Like, I'm going to have to stop my thing. Dude, I want to see Mr. Mizrahi lose his shit. I'm going to make a video. I'm going to make an intro video of Mr. Mizrahi losing his shit. Okay. All right. I got to go eat, man. I got to just go enjoy happy hour. I just want to say thank you guys. Thank you guys all for being so fucking smart. This team is just fucking sick. Okay. We are some sick motherfuckers. All right. Fuck everybody else. Today, Carson missed it, but Carson, as I'm rambling on during the lunch hour, and my phone was dead, all right, because I just couldn't get it to fucking function the way that I wanted. And I was like being too lazy to plug it in with a better charger. I guess I was being summoned for the fucking court. All right, I'm blabbing along. This is for you, Carson. And the chat is like, Lana, it is emergency, flagging me down. And I'm like, what the hell is wrong with you people? Why am I getting red flags over here? Lana, the defense is in chat. What the fuck are you talking about? The defense is in chat. Well, they should be in chat. They should have been in chat like fucking 4 years ago, you know? Lana, Shannon Days in chat. Lana, Shannon Days in chat. I'm like, you guys are so gullible. Okay? That wasn't Shannon Day. That was some troll. That was fucking Maria Biggerstaff saying, girl, come plow this. You guys, rewind it, watch it back. I wish I could go back. I can't. We're still live. But all I know is that I'll be in Jacksonville Beach, and I may need to go sooner because Mr. Mizrahi has lost his fucking mind. Mr. Mizrahi got up and fucking Mr. Hill's fucking titties. Mr. Hill's they're so calm. Mr. Mizrahi threw his pen. Like a little, you tell him not to direct any questions to me. Like a fucking little baby. Mr. Mizrahi. Alan Seth Mizrahi, man. I gotta get a fucking shirt for him. You know, I gotta think about a good one for Mr. Mizrahi. All right, guys. I fucking love you all. I gotta go eat. Make sure you guys go visit our girl fucking Connie Chung over there at Idaho East or East Idaho News. Connie Chung live from the courtroom here. Somebody give her back her goddamn wallet. All right. Peace out. Make sure you guys buy some merchandise. But no, true story. We're just all about the truth over here. We'll see you on the next one, guys. Peace out. Bye.